Test 1, 2, 3.
Test, test, test.
Monica, are we ready? I was going to suggest that the very last item on our agenda is a presentation from downtown shareholders on the SMID. Is that correct? Well, almost the last item.
Correct.
I was going to suggest that maybe we move them up to the front so they don't have to wait through the whole meeting. But Edwin, I see you. Is there anyone else? Okay. Well, maybe what we'll do is when she does arrive, we'll have you be the next item. Would that be okay? Okay, that's fine. And we'll go ahead with our meeting. So we'll go ahead and get underway here. And before I call our meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely by Zoom, and some are on site. And we ask that all participants join by phone, mute your phones when you're not speaking. And when you are speaking, speak directly into a microphone, please, to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and we can have a clear record made. During the meeting, make sure you announce yourself by name and title when you speak so that the public observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants. And in current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General, the public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those are included in the record of the meeting. The public can indicate their interest to provide comments by contacting our clerk's office by noon on the day of the meeting, and also has the opportunity to provide comments either by Zoom or in person here in the fifth floor conference room. When public comments are allowed on an item, they should be limited to that topic. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. And with that announcement, I will call our Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee for May 4, 2026 to order and ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Roll call. Haley,
Present.
Davis,
Here.
Stites,
Here.
Pacheco,
Here.
Burns,
Here.
Howard,
Here.
Bynum.
Here. Are there any revisions to our agenda this evening?
Yes, Madam Chair, there is an agenda update was issued this afternoon that added 2 items. We added new item 4.3, which is issuance of industrial revenue bonds, and new item 4.5, approving the opportunity zone nominations.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda is approval of minutes from March 3rd, 2026. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Move for approval. Davis, second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Burns and a second from Commissioner Davis. Roll call, please.
Madam Chair,
Roll.
excuse me, point of order.
This-
Brief discussion, Madam Chair, on the minutes. I noted during that particular meeting, there was a substitution that was placed in my place, and Member Bradley Lopez was here. I also noticed that during the recording of votes, it listed that myself, Haley, who was substituted for, was listed as having not voted. And just wondering if that's customary for if there's a substitution for a member, would that member's name still be listed? It kind of appears as if in the minutes, as if there were 8 members instead of 7 of the committee. So
That's a good
a
question.
little confused about that, please.
Burns.
Yes, I remember that same subject came on when I came on, that minutes of the prior year, even when I wasn't here. And council said it was all right for us to approve it if you wanted to, even though you weren't even here or part of it. Is that right, Jeff?
I didn't quite hear all of that because of the echo, but
Even though weren't here when the minutes went on, you could still approve it as you came on a new
Oh, I
committee.
see. In other words, I think there's 2 questions. A, should you vote to approve minutes when you weren't present? And B, should we correct the minutes for the section that indicates you didn't vote when you weren't present? Am I right? Should we amend those minutes?
Madam Chair, again, it lists myself as having, who was substituted for by another member, the BPU member, who was present and did participate and did vote it, but then it lists the missing member, the substituted one, that being myself, Haley, as not voting. It appears, frankly, to me, it seems a little confusing. You either have 7 members or you don't. And so this has 7 members plus an 8th member who appears to have not voted. I just
Um,
would hope that it would be cleared up, that would be struck, that it would be struck to just say that if a member is not there, they're not listed as.
So the reason behind the summary minutes is so that for that item in particular, if someone looks at just that item and not the rest of the meeting, they can determine who was here and who wasn't, who voted and who didn't. So you're taking these items as standalone, even though it was all in one meeting. And Mr. Haley, you're listed as absent, so you're not listed as voting or not voting. You're just simply listed as absent.
Okay.
Okay, does that make sense?
I thank the clerk and thank you, Madam Chair. Protocol having been established in this matter, even though I don't necessarily clearly think that it's uniform with what should be done, I certainly support the motion to keep the minutes as they are. And I do appreciate the clarity.
Okay, thank you. We good? Okay, roll call.
Roll call. Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the question. On the committee agenda, the first item is an ordinance temporarily allowing for the sale of alcoholic liquor and cereal malt beverages. Delaney, with council, would you please present the item?
Sure, this is Delaney Lankachandra, UG Legal Department. Last month, the Kansas legislature passed a law allowing cities to opt in to allowing alcoholic beverage sales for 23 hours a day. This is only during the period of the World Cup, so it is from June 11th to July 19th of this year. The ordinance would allow restaurants and bars to serve alcoholic beverages between 6 a.m. or between 6 a.m. and 5 a.m. the next day. There are a few other businesses that we regulate the hours of. This would not affect those regulations. So we regulate the hours of farmers markets, mobile vending, and outdoor service.
I think I'll first go to written comments from the public. Were there any? I'm sorry. Was there anything more you wanted to add?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Clerk, were there any written comments from the public?
No comments were received.
And how about hands raised? Is there any hand raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Is there anyone here in person that would like to speak to this item regarding the temporary duration of alcohol sales during the World Cup matches? Okay, we'll move to the committee members. Is there any committee member that has a comment or question on the item? Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as mentioned, this was actually a pretty hot topic. These are during the course of the legislature, and it was not the slam dunk or the obvious slam dunk that one would think it would be to provide a greater venue for our visitors and for our general public to have greater access. I just wanted to mention that because it is a county, or it is jurisdiction by jurisdiction. It was decided. And there is some concern about some of the areas that will be open and the access to alcohol during the wee hours of the morning when the games aren't being played, and the greater vigilance that it will require of our law enforcement at whichever local level it would be approved. That having been said, wanting to be as competitive and as welcoming, if that indeed is the word, as hospitable to the anticipated flow, however many members there may be of the general public that are coming. I was glad to see the option put out of the legislature to each of the independent venues. It was, again, not a slam dunk. There are some considerations, some very sobering thoughts, if you'll pardon the pun, that we might give to this, full-time access, but it is for a limited amount of time, and let us just pray that it's something that doesn't end in problems and some greater problems. But having said that, I certainly obviously do support our UG extending these hours for that temporary period of time for liquor sales.
Thank you. I appreciate that sentiment. I think there could be, incidents where that may not have otherwise occurred with, such an extensive time period of selling alcohol. Other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis, District 8. Couple questions. So number one, have we seen any other cities in Kansas take the state up on this and choose to participate?
Delaney Lankachandra, UG Legal. I saw that Merriam, Kansas passed a 23-hour alcohol sales ordinance last week, April 27th. I think that was last week. That's the only city I've seen so far.
I know Alan House, Assistant County Administrator, the option's kind of only been on the table for a period of a couple of weeks now, so we'll see kind of in the next period. Certainly Kansas City, or Missouri passed that. And so our neighbors next door will have the same sort of time period of sales. In talking with some of the business owners and bar owners in Strawberry Hill, as an example, their sentiment was, we would like the option on game days sort of thing. We don't anticipate that we will use all of this time. It doesn't require businesses to be open. It doesn't require them to sell. It gives them the option to flex based on what they see as the customer demand. And then I'll just add to, in conversations with Chief Oakman and the police department, they are comfortable with the 23-hour sales and managing that. They don't see that as causing a lot of sort of additional problems. So they're aware of this and did not have a concern with it.
Okay, you kind of read my mind because my next question is going to be law enforcement. Thank you.
Commissioner Howard.
Our District 1. Is this limited to establishments that just sell alcohol or bars or?
It applies to any business that's regulated at the state level by the ABC. So restaurants and bars that sell alcohol. There are a few exceptions where we regulate business hours ourselves under our code. So things like mobile vendors, farmers markets, and outdoor service, where those business hour regulations would still apply.
What about gas stations?
Gas stations would be able to sell cereal malt beverages between the hours of 6 a.m. and 5 a.m. Sorry.
Go ahead.
It's the phrasing is that any entity licensed under the Kansas Liquor Act. So any entity that is able to sell liquor under the Kansas Liquor Act, and that would include gas stations or convenience stores.
Do we have any parameters put in place?
As written, the ordinance does not. If the committee would like to add additional parameters, they can do so in the motion orally.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Pacheco, District 5. I don't know if legal or Alan, but what have been some of the, I guess, intend or foreseen benefits financially? Like, has the state of Kansas or Kansas City, Missouri done any sort of like an initial idea of, hey, if we allow 23 hours of this, we stand to make this much more sales money or whatever? Because otherwise it's kind of like, well, you're being hospitable, you're competing, but if it's kind of not too much more than a wash, then even though Chief Oakland says it's not something that they're too concerned with, I'd just like to understand the benefit side of it a little bit more, if we have it.
Alan House, Assistant County Administrator. I have not seen anything on, frankly, Missouri or Kansas, and I don't know if the legislature contemplated or had that information when they were looking at this. The way it was sort of described in the conversation with the Strawberry Hill bar owners was, some of these games are later and they won't end until midnight. And so if, the celebration continues and they were, instead of closing at 1 o'clock, they might stay open until 2 o'clock. It was again, sort of how it was described. So it was an opportunity for them to kind of make incremental additional revenue on their sales.
Have you heard from those, specifically Strawberry Hill? Because I can definitely see that as a part of our community that would benefit from something like this, being able to be open a little bit later than they are. But I mean, does it have to be 24, like 23 hours? You know, like 4 o'clock in the morning is pretty good, you know, too. You know, I don't know. Do they think they're going to stay open till 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock? You know,
They did not. They didn't. They think they would stay open a little bit longer, but they did not envision scenarios where they would be staying open.
yeah, and I don't know if that's just a
I don't know.
parameter that, you know, Commissioner Howard was kind of looking at or not, you know. I want to be open for business. I think it's a, you know, once in a lifetime opportunity for our businesses to make some extra money and do good and attract people from, you know, I'm always good with taking business from other parts of the city, the metro. If we can keep it here in Wyandotte County, I'm all for it. I just want to make sure that we're kind of thinking of the problem completely. I don't know that we need to be at 23 hours necessarily and still be competitive.
And I guess maybe just to confirm with legal, the ability for the local government to set parameters. So instead of, can't just be 23 or nothing, they could dial it back to 22 or 21. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just thought about this. Now, this does not just pertain to establishments, but also to stores as well. So in other words, whether they're within proximity to where a game is being viewed or played or where there's a fan fest event, any store, liquor store, as was mentioned earlier, gas station that sells either cereal malt beverage or spirits in general can be, if they so chose, could be open till 5 in the morning, no matter what the proximity is.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. I don't necessarily, but I mean, I know it would be difficult to put a carve out, you know, within proximity, or there wouldn't be an equal, you know, application of the law, but it just does seem to be a bit overly welcoming in some kind of ways, and perhaps a little precarious. But anyway, just throwing that out. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the clarity.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. So yeah, to piggyback off of that, you know, that's kind of what I was thinking when Commissioner Howard was making his points is like, you know, for a bar, I mean, we just traditionally think of drinking establishments or places that sell that type of product, right? Like, I mean, what is somebody who's going to a liquor store or to a convenience store or a gas station to buy that? You can't drink it on the street, you know? So it's like you got to take it to somewhere. And to me, that's where things can get a little bit awry because like at least, you know, during the World Cup, I'm assuming who's ever on Strawberry Hill, they may have some extra security, you know, whatever. They're probably going to do that for their own business because it's a business, it's an establishment. You can kick people out. You know, if you're letting people kind of buy at all hours, especially people who are coming from out of the country, and that's no comment on any country in particular. It's just, you know, if they know that that's an option and we may be one of the only cities in the metro who's doing it, I don't know that that's the safest thing. And this is not, that's just me looking at it. I'm sure the chief and others have looked at it, that as well. And if they still feel comfortable with that, I guess that'd be fine. But that's kind of what I'm looking at. I'd prefer to rein in a little bit the point of sale places, whether it be convenience stores, gas stations, all those sorts of spots to maybe a certain time. I mean, sure, we could even call it midnight or something like that. But, and then, you know, places where people would gather, restaurants and bars and things like that, I think we could make a different set of rules, but I'd like to see us maybe move towards that, something that we could agree on.
So council, did I understand that we can do that? If we want to say convenience stores, gas stations, liquor stores, midnight,
Mhm.
bars and restaurants,
That's,
3 a.m.
that's correct. If you put it in the motion, we can amend the ordinance before it goes to the commission.
Commissioner Howard, did you have a comment? Go ahead.
Our District 1. When we talked about the establishments at their discretion, is there a way that we can, of course, put parameters, times, but if we don't extend it out to the 23-hour and we say at the owner's discretion, is that possible? Where it's not, I mean, it's extended out to a certain time, 15 hours maybe, but at the owner's discretion of whenever they close.
So nothing in the ordinance would require the businesses to stay open that long. So as it is at the owner's discretion. If the ordinance passes, then businesses can choose to stay open 23 hours or not, or they can keep their current hours. Is that what you were asking? Okay. Mhm.
Is there a desire among the committee to accept out the liquor stores, gas stations, convenience stores, and have a separate ending time from the committee? So Commissioner Burns.
Well, along that line, who in the heck's going to enforce that? They're going to do what they want. Whether we do it or not, I would assume.
I guess my response to that would be, I think there are some neighborhoods in the community where it may or may not be happening now, but you have neighborhood folks who see it. And if if it were happening outside of the allowed hours and they were to phone that in, I would imagine there would be a law enforcement response and then any subsequent penalty for that. That's my guess. Go ahead.
Well, with my comments, I move to adopt the resolution as stated.
There's a motion to adopt the resolution as it reads. Is there a second to that motion? Is there an alternative motion? That motion does not have a second.
I do have a question. Just for a frame of reference, what is the current time right now for alcohol sales to end? What is that current time?
I do not know that. It's 2 a.m.
Oh, it's 2 a.m.
Bars,
for restaurants and bars.
restaurants and bars.
Mhm.
I think liquor stores might be different. I'm not sure.
Do we know for liquor stores?
Been making
Please
sure it's-
take a moment and let's find an answer.
This is short.
Commissioner Pacheco.
You know, and again, kind of reiterate the same point. I mean, my concern is, once again, if somebody buys at a liquor store, right, it's going to be hard. I mean, there's going to be people coming from out of the country. And there's probably going to be people who are not going to find a stable place of lodging. There's probably going to be people who are going to like rent cars, sleep in their cars. They're going to save money. They're going to try to get tents. They're going to find places where they're going to try to be. These are things that have been talked about in our law enforcement advisory board. These are things that have been talked about by our police department. I think we need to be very diligent about this. I mean, we can quabble about if somebody buys at 2 o'clock in the morning versus 4 o'clock in the morning. I just don't know that we need to. The big one that I want us to curb on, and I think the places of business of where people go to, like bars and things like that, I think they're probably just going to say, hey, we don't make any extra money after a certain amount of time anyway. We don't want to be here 24 hours. We're going to close down. That's fine. We can come up with a time on that or not. But I think the point of sale places, I think we need to come up with something that makes sense. Now, if we can go till 2 o'clock and then all of a sudden it's only a difference of 2 or 3 hours, and maybe it's a moot point. But if it is like 10 or midnight or something like that for those sorts of places, then I don't know. I don't know. We need to do it the whole rest of the night.
Commissioner Howe.
So it's the 2 a.m. that's when our alcohol sales at bars are going to stop
Does that include gas
generally.
as well?
It's a different rule for gas stations that sell cereal malt beverages. That one is, apologies, it takes a little longer on my phone.
Commissioner Stites, you have your hand raised. Would you like to chime in here?
Yep, Stites District 7. So, and my question is, are there games that are being played at the off hours of our local standard time? Are there games that are being played starting at 2, 3, 4 in the morning that people might want to be watching? I don't know the schedule or of the hours. I could definitely see where if somebody was wanting to, maybe they slept until midnight or 1 and they're going to watch a game that starts at 3 in the morning.
It's a good question. ACA House, do you happen to know?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Assistant County Administrator Allen House. When I think the last game or the latest a game ends is, I'm going to say midnight. Could be 11 o'clock, but there's no middle of the night games that are being played. They're all either during the day or during the evening hours.
And as far as that question goes, is that true for the entirety of the tournament or just the Kansas City games?
That's the entirety of the tournament.
Okay, thank you. Was there an answer?
To backtrack, for cereal malt beverages, they may not be sold between midnight and 9 a.m. So sales have to stop at midnight.
Howard,
Go ahead.
is that also the same for convenience stores?
Convenience stores that
There is a difference, right?
there is. I will check on that one as well.
Commissioner Davis.
I guess my follow-up question is 2 a.m. is the time to stop. Is 9 a.m. the time to start selling? Or what's the earliest time right now to sell?
9 a.m.
Okay.
That was changed recently, I believe last year.
Okay.
Cereal malt beverages.
So right now for bars, restaurants, convenience stores, anybody, liquor stores that's selling alcohol and malt beverages, it is a 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. the next day. That's the current timeline for allowable sale.
I apologize for not having this ready for you guys.
If I may make a recommendation, so the World Cup or the games start June 11th, correct?
That's correct.
And then our next meeting is June 1st. Might it be advantageous to us to table this item to our next meeting? That way we give staff some time just to kind of respond to our questions. I don't want to make a decision just right now without having all of the information, and we do have a fairly lengthy agenda ahead. And I know staff has tried to accommodate all the questions, but I would just like to, I would be more comfortable making a decision with all of the information prior to, if you are amenable to that, Chair.
And then there is a June 4 full commission meeting, so there could be an opportunity for a fast track. Commissioner Burns and then Senator Haley.
Well, if you continue this thing, it's going to end up the same way. I don't understand why a few hours in between, and if they do this or they drink this or they are out here doing this, I mean, that's out of our control. And does that not give the businesses enough time for inventory. I mean, you're talking about the next few days.
Mhm. Senator,
Maybe we could let common sense prevail for a while around here.
go ahead, Senator.
I share that sentiment. Actually, that waiting until a few days before it's implemented or not, which would be the next meeting, is probably at a disadvantage to those that might implement it. I respect and appreciate that the commission will make its findings. I would think that though, in fairness, you probably, if there's going to be a policy shift for them to be able to advertise or make preparation for the difference in hours, that they would have more than a week. Though it may be anticipated after this discussion that the final decision could possibly be made at the next meetings, I would think they'd need more time to prepare than just a few days out, which the next meeting would be.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard and then Commissioner Pacheco.
Howard, District 1. I appreciate just the idea that we're being thoughtful of our community, the residents that live here on a day-to-day basis. And so it's important that we find a solution. And so we don't have answers to the basic questions as gas stations not knowing when they open and close, convenience stores not knowing the difference between gas stations. So it's a lot for us that we still haven't even figured out at a basic standpoint. And I just appreciate just us taking the time to think about our community first before we just started proving anything. So until we have the answers, as we've always been saying, we always need the information to make an informed decision. And if we don't have just the basic information, like what time is the gas station open and close, or what time do they stop sell, that's basic information that we trust you all to provide when we make this vote. So just be mindful of that. This is important, right? As we are voting, whether we keep it open for 23 hours or put parameters around it, we just want to make sure that we're focused on the community, residents, and making sure that we're being safe.
Thank you. Commissioner Pacheco and then Commissioner Stites.
Thank you, Chair. Pacheco, District 5. So here's the thing. So like my common sense is telling me, though, we're talking about common sense. My common sense says that if you allow a place that sells these things at point of sale, right? And you allow them to sell it for 7 more hours with people who are coming in from out of the country or from other folks who are in the community who aren't maybe from Wyandotte County or whatever, they know they can go over to Wyandotte County, but those are drinks that you're not drinking in an establishment. That's a much more controlled environment. That's my common sense. I remember when I was a college kid, it's a lot easier to get in trouble at somebody's house than it is at a bar, right? And so that's where my common sense is telling me, I don't know that we need to be just letting every point of sale place sell for 23 hours a day. That is something that's within our control. That's my concern from a public safety standpoint. So I'm not somebody who's against people drinking, adults drinking if they want, go for it, but we need to think about the community impact. And, when you're letting it happen throughout the night, somebody from Argentina or England or whatever, and they can buy 5:30 in the morning, I don't really like that for our community because I don't know where those folks are staying. I don't know what they're doing with that. That's to me a lot different than the bar and restaurant part of the conversation. I think we were pretty close on some answers on times. I think we can figure out the times of bars and restaurants, convenience stores, gas stations, any other place liquor stores. Those are the ones that I can think of, the places that are allowed. If there's any other place that's allowed to sell, if we can come up with some times, then I think we can come up with some reasonable cutoff times that make more sense than letting them just sell throughout the whole night. That's what I would like to do. If we want, I don't disagree that it'd be better for us to come up with something tonight, but I just would not be in favor of 23 hours of sale throughout the whole day for most places. That's just my final opinion on it.
Commissioner Stites and then Senator Haley.
Stites District 7. So I guess where I was leaning, I'm not interested in pushing this thing to June. That's not going to give folks time to staff. It's not going to give time to gather up additional inventory. I think after, thinking about it a little bit more after the first motion, I'm thinking, we don't know where they go when they buy alcohol at midnight or 1, or I don't know what liquor stores close at whatever time they stop selling. I don't know if I know that answer or not. It's been a long time since I bought alcohol at that late at night. So, with that being said, I agree. The police department has already signed off on it, saying they're good with it. They can man it. And with that being said, I make a motion to approve as submitted.
Second.
Thank you. Senator, did you have a comment before we vote?
Oh, no, that's fine. A motion is always in order,
Okay.
Madam Chair. My comment was hopefully that something would be done to move better parameters based on what the will of the commission is that goes on to the full today or for this month. That if you have times in mind to shorten from what's allowed under the statute or for this ordinance, to put those times in place. And then next month, having heard from the public, having heard from the establishments, having heard from law enforcement, the other stakeholders, then you'd be able to further amend or to hear then 1 week out. The downside being those who may, look for supply or go ahead and will have put in place. But if there's hue and cry that comes back next month to say to those owners, sorry, you bought all this additional stock, but it's been decided that they're going to go in another direction, but at least move forward to do something to give some direction as to what the policy might be for this oncoming event that we are all looking forward to do something now and change it next month if needed.
Thank you. We have ACA House.
Assistant County Administrator Alan Howes, just in terms of the timing, and we're kind of reacting to this on short notice from the state. This item, if it came out of the standing committee tonight, would go to full commission on May 21st. So Commissioner Howard, we would certainly, and Commissioner Davis, have the information together that you've requested by the 21st. And if the full commission wanted to take it up or make amendments to it at that point, certainly that would be an option for the body. If you want to kind of split the difference between coming back in June and moving forward.
And just one final comment before we vote. It's opt in or opt out. I mean, it's up to each establishment whether they want to be open 23 hours a day or not, correct?
That's correct. And very quickly on the hours, according to our regulations, bars and restaurants can operate from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. And then retail sales of cereal malt beverages and liquor both are from 9 a.m. to midnight, Saturday or Monday through Saturday, and 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays.
Thank you very much for finding that.
Apologies.
There is a motion to adopt the ordinance as presented by Commissioner Steitzen, second by Commissioner Burns. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Haley?
No.
Davis?
No.
Stites?
Aye.
Pacheco?
No.
Burns?
Aye.
Howard?
No.
Bynum?
Aye.
Vote is 4-3. The motion fails.
Thank you. What would be a satisfactory change to the hours, Commissioner Howard?
Howard District 1, I move that we approve what ACA House spoke of. Can you repeat it again, please?
Assistant County Administrator Alan Howes, that the item coming out of tonight would appear on the May 21st full commission meeting. So if there were amendments, you could pass whatever form of it you wanted to out of committee tonight, and then it will go into the May 21st full commission agenda where it could be further discussed and further amendments could be made.
Does that require a motion and a vote, council, to move it forward with no recommendation from committee?
Commissioner, I think the May 21st is the regularly scheduled second meeting that ordinarily the items would go to. So I don't think it would require any extra motion.
Okay, so as it stands right now, motion fails at the committee level. It will move forward to the May 21 agenda with no recommendation from this committee. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, if I may, no.
Please. Okay,
At this
that's
point, the motion has failed. There is nothing on the table. So if
we
you
would
want
need
it to go
make a
forward,
motion to move
Yes.
it forward with no recommendation from this committee.
correct. And if you want it to be, if you do not want it on the consent agenda, you would need to make that as part of the motion so that it would be up for discussion.
Commissioner Davis.
I'm fine with making that motion, but I do want to get some clarity on exactly what we would need from staff to make a decision. I would just like to get clarity on restaurant hours, liquor store hours today, and then what that would be for the change. I know you said it, I can write all of it down. As well as, yeah, that would be kind of my main thing, just to give me some guidance on how many hours are we talking about. For the restaurants, for selling alcohol, they can sell at what time?
6 a.m. to 2 a.m.
6 a.m. to 2 a.m. Okay, I did not know that. That is more progressive than I thought it was. Yeah, so I'm good with making the motion. I guess to my colleagues that voted against it, is there any other pieces of information that would be pertinent to give staff while we are here before we throw it to full commission? I don't want to recreate this on the 21st. So I will hold making my motion for now.
Commissioner Pacheco.
Only thing I'd like to hear is after the concerns that at least myself and I think some of the other commissioners have had regarding other points of sale places is the opinion of the police department with that information. I'm not trying to assume that they didn't take that into account, but I think it is a point of distinction that's a little bit different when you talk about, once again, bars and restaurants versus places that sell just alcohol and liquor by themselves. So I'd like to hear their opinion if we can get it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we do have a motion on the floor. It has not been seconded.
I don't think he's made the motion.
I did not make the motion.
No, Commissioner Howard did. Do you want to withdraw that motion?
No.
Okay.
What's your motion? I didn't hear it.
ACA House.
That's right.
It was to move it forward um, to the full commission on May 21st.
Okay. With no recommendation. And not on consent. Are those agreeable terms for your motion? Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
There is a motion by Commissioner Howard and a second by Commissioner Davis to move it forward to the full commission meeting on May 21 without a recommendation from this committee and
This is-
without it being on. a
Sorry to
consent agenda.
interrupt, but this is Stites. I have my hand up just before
I
you vote.
apologize. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So let me ask you this. If we were to keep it sounds like the contention is the convenience stores, the liquor stores that currently operate their hours, and they shut down. If we were to agree to leave their hours in place and the bars and restaurants have this flexibility to stay open or sell up until 5 a.m., would that be amenable to the, we can, well, I guess what I'm saying is, if the concern, and I agree that it's a valid concern, that the convenience stores, liquor stores, they're able to shut down at their normal time. But if it's a bar or a restaurant, they can stay open and do their thing until 5 a.m. Is that what I'm hearing right now?
I don't believe that's what's being proposed. I've got a couple of hands down here, Commissioner Pacheco and then Senator Haley.
So, I mean, that is kind of what I'm thinking of, but again, I don't want to belabor the point too much. I want these businesses to have a few more hours to make some more money. I mean, I want them to have that. I just think we need to come up with a little bit more responsible of time than throughout the entire night. So if somebody has to shut down at 9, that's probably for a reason. We've probably set that for a reason before because we said that place probably shouldn't be selling liquor or malt beverages after midnight. It's 9 o'clock for a reason. So we have to think about that. And so I think what Commissioner Stites is trying to do is try to get us to a compromise here. And if we change nothing, then yeah, I guess I'd be okay with that because I think bars and restaurants are probably going to be the ones who are going to benefit from this the most. Because that's where people, especially from out of town, are going to want to hang out at anyway, right? I get that. But I also don't want to stymie, some of our other businesses that do that sort of business either. I want to come to a compromise where they can make a little extra money than maybe usual, but it doesn't need to be throughout the entire night. So that is kind of what's being a little bit proposed, but maybe not exactly.
Senator Haley.
And thank you, Madam Chair. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. I really don't support the motion on the table only because I just think that it's not going to serve this process well to kick the beer can down to the full commission, if you will. I mean, you get it down there, and if you can't decide among, the 6 or 7 that are here, do you really do any justice waiting until the middle of May? Maybe you'll have time to lobby among your colleagues more, but I would like to see something definitive for what those time parameters might be that's consensus among the majority here to make those recommendations, to have a blueprint of what would be acceptable. And if people want to come back and, to undermine it or suggest it's something that upon further information or insight would not work, then so do it. I just believe some action toward this now that is definitive would be preferred to playing spin the bottle on what's going to happen next in May or so. And I would not support this motion for that reason and would then come back and hope that a motion could be made for what the timeframes could be. I think I hear consensus for what it is, except for how long the liquor store should be open.
Commissioner Stites, I think I heard you offer
It's going to be fine.
liquor stores, convenience stores, gas stations, current hours,
That's correct.
restaurants, bars
Correct.
would fall to the new state law for 23 hours.
That is correct. That's
Okay.
what I would,
Okay, we
what I
do
would-
have a motion and we do have a second right now. So we should vote on the motion that's on the floor. Roll call.
Roll call. Haley,
No.
Aye.
Stites,
no.
Pacheco,
No.
Burns,
No.
Howard, Bynum.
No.
The vote is 5-2. The motion fails.
And
Is
this
there
is
a new
Stites.
motion,
This-
Commissioner Pacheco? Or
Oh.
Stites, I apologize.
Stites, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Just wondering if you wanted to make a new motion. That motion failed 5-2.
Correct. Yeah, I would make the motion that bars and restaurants would be the only businesses that this ordinance would alter their hours of operation. The convenience stores, gas stations, grocery stores would remain as such.
Second.
Thank you. And for clarity, liquor stores as well on that second half of your motion, correct? Bars, restaurants only for the 23-hour period all other
Correct.
points of
If I left
sale.
liquor stores out, I apologize. Correct.
Okay,
Bars and
Be clear.
restaurants would be the only two that alters the hours.
okay. And there is a second by Commissioner Pacheco. Roll call, please.
Discussion, please.
Yes, oh, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to clarify, and I think I support this motion, Madam Chair, but just to clarify, right now liquor stores close at 11. Is that what
We can
we
stay
decided?
midnight if I understood what she was.
That's great. Midnight.
To midnight? And it's anticipated that the latest game would end by midnight, roughly?
The latest start of a game is 9 PM, and these are all at Arrowhead. So, transit time, expect people would get back here between 12 and 1 if they were at a game. But if people were watching at a watch party or some other place, then you wouldn't have that sort of travel time. But the latest start for a game is 9 PM. The other games start at 8, 7, 6, and 5 respectively.
I see. Thank you, Mr. House. And so my whole question was, is at the end, if the game's over and people are leaving or wanting to go get a celebratory or something to drown their sorrows at a liquor store with the regular hours that they have, if they're not expanded, they would have to limit themselves to being in an establishment. They would not be able to go and buy inside of that. And I don't know if that's, we kind of don't necessarily want to do our liquor stores like that. At least give them a little time for people leaving to pick their going home to, even if they're going home and staying, in their car somewhere, but at least they're going home to have something to take home to celebrate or to drink, to have a little wiggle room. Anyway, I'm fine with the motion, whatever the majority is. It's a shame I have to vote, BPU member has to vote first, because I'd like to see how everybody else feels before that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis, and then Commissioner Burns.
We are able to, I just want to make sure, because I would actually be more in support of this. We are able to kind of bifurcate and say, according to this state law, restaurants, these are the rules, liquor stores, convenience stores, these are the rules, and we're good with that according to state statute.
Yes, you can make any exemptions or you can opt in to the extent that you want.
Gotcha. So we are just, okay, thank you.
Burns?
Yes, we've only been known that the World Cup was coming for 2 years approximately, and here we are at the last minute. I just still don't understand what the delay or what information you're going to be able to give before the 21st that will answer any more questions. Maybe we would be well off about contacting those countries and asking them what their drinking hours are, and then we could go from there.
Commissioner Howard?
Our District 1. Commissioner Burns, you made a good point earlier when you talked about common sense. So 2 years ago, there was a group here before some of the new commissioners, and common sense should have said that we should have prepared then when we knew, but here we are, new commissioners, new mayor, having a conversation about what that looks like. And so I'm in favor of this motion to put parameters in place to make sure that gas stations, convenience stores, and liquor stores are exempt from that 23-hour ordinance. So,
Thank you.
my thoughts.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, counsel, who is it that's asking?
Commissioner Stites has his hand back up.
Commissioner Stites.
Yeah, the last thing that I would say, and I totally understand about the 2 years and the preparation and time, but it was my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this just changed at the state level within the last couple weeks. So this was an item, and I agree with being prepared in advance, and but I think that this was just changed at the state level, so we couldn't have made any changes until that happened, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're correct. Thank you very much.
That's correct.
Have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Madam Chair, can I get a clarification on this motion to make sure we have it correctly? Bars and restaurants are the only business that will be allowed to alter their hours to 23 hours.
That is correct.
Thank you. Roll call, Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Burns,
No.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 6-1. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. I am going to, as chair, make a substitution or a pivot in the order. And we're going to allow for item 4.7, an update on projects, programs, and accomplishments with our self-supported municipal improvement district. It's an information-only item, and I'd like to ask Executive Director Don Rattan and Edwin Birch, who I believe chairs the Municipal Improvement District Board, to come forward and make your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, and good evening, everyone. I'm here with Edward Birch, and we're here to talk about downtown shareholders. We want it to be clean, safe, activated, and growing. Yes. Okay. On the next slide, the reason why we're here is we want to give you an overview of the self-supported municipal improvement district. It's probably been a while. An update on our performance, coupled with that, some DTS results and our progress towards revitalizing the downtown district, as well as our 2026 priorities. On the next slide, just a little bit of an overview. The SHMID, as we like to call it, is a proven partnership of public and private model. It's funded by property assessments. It's been active since 2008, and our primary focus has been on cleaning, safety, and marketing for the downtown district. It is renewed every 10 years, and this is a renewal year. DTS is the manager of this partnership. On the next slide, the advisory board is chaired by Edwin Birch here with me. Members are appointed by all of the commissioners, and they include Tim Ryan, Robert Hughes Jr., Jason Glassrud, Clayton Hunter, Frank Aguilar, Joel Royal, William Hutton, Mike Simmons, and Jen O'Brien. In the last year to 2 years, we have transitioned to monthly meetings. Prior to this, they were meeting about twice a year. And so we've seen increased engagement in this advisory board with members who are passionate about downtown revitalization. And we've had consistent attendance that has been a quorum ranging from 66 to 88%. On the next slide. This shows you the SHMID district. It is all for-profit buildings, so no governmental or nonprofit buildings are included in this. You'll see it goes up to 12th Street. Its boundaries are Washington, Taromie, Barnett, Armstrong, and then it starts at 3rd Street. On the next slide, so for cleaning, we use Simmons as our contractor for cleaning. They have been uninterrupted cleaning through 24 and 25. I believe that they've been our contractor the full time that we've had the SHMID, and they are here from 7:30 a.m. until 5:30 p.m. They pick up trash and debris from public properties. They do a little bit of snow removal. We also report graffiti and any code enforcement issues. And we do the reporting to 311, and we coordinate with unified government officials. In 2026, we are adding in some biohazard cleaning. What we have heard from our business owners is that the regular cleaning is nice. However, there is human bodily waste that they have to clean themselves in front of the doorways. And as part of us supporting these downtown businesses, we're adding, we're moving funds over to do biohazard cleaning. On the next slide, a security update is that in July of last year, we transitioned to the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. We were using Simmons for security, but we felt that is going to be a step level improvement to add in the police as well as more response time. The way it was working in the past was if the contract security saw something happening, they called the police. They did not have a special line or anything. They called just like we do as citizens. Anecdotally, from Aaron Ward at Security Bank and Raul Villegas at Padrinos, they have seen an improvement since we transitioned to the police. We transitioned full-time. July through December was a trial run. We transitioned full-time this year. We're still making some improvements in our relationship with the KCK PD, but this reflects an investment in increased accountability and transparency, response coordination and time, and visibility and credibility when we say we really want downtown to feel like a safe place on contact. So we we are continuing to work on increased safety and public confidence in us. So here's just a few numbers. I can make sure that you all get a copy of the 24-25 annual report, but these are numbers from the last couple of years on how many hours we've spent cleaning and how many bags of trash we've collected. And again, 1,100 bags over the last 2 years per year is good, but we definitely know we need to do better so that we feel without a doubt that it is a clean district. When we look at, if you can go back, if you look at security by the numbers, you'll see the split where we start to use KCK PD. And you'll see that in the year and a half before, there were 2 arrests. And with KCK PD, in 6 months, we did 123 arrests. And then you'll see our budget numbers at the bottom. On the next slide, transitioning to DTS, you'll see our board is an elected board. And in the last year and a half, we've been very deliberate about making sure we have people on our board who have a major stake in the success of downtown. We just did elections, so we'll have a couple more people added. Where it says Greg Mosier, that is now Edwin Birch, who sits on our chair as well. Before I go on, did you want to say anything about SMID?
No.
Okay. On the next slide, so about DTS, we were founded in 2005. Our boundary is a little bit bigger than the Schmidt district. We are bound by 4th Street on the east, 18th Street on the west, Washington Boulevard on the north, and Sandusky on the south. Our mission is we want to bring together leaders and partners that support and provide resources to connect our businesses, our property owners, and our residents. We want inclusive economic growth and housing development, and we want to revitalize a safe, welcoming district to downtown KCK. And as I've talked to any of you, for me, what this looks like is our young professionals, when they are looking for a place to live, this is the #1 spot in the metro because it's affordable, because it's accessible, because it's got all this cool architecture and these really unique buildings. And this is where people want to live, similar to a Crossroads in downtown KC-Mo. On the next slide, so we talked about intentionally rebuilding our board with strong ties to downtown. We got affiliated with Main Street, which is a national organization, in mid-2025 or 24. And we are creating our action plan around their 4 points, which is organization, promotion, design, and economic vitality. Every board member is connected to one of those 4 points. And We even have a column for prospective or committed collaborators because we are 1.5 FTE. And so we need to have collaborators and partners to do what we want, what we have as our priorities in DTS. We're getting more people who are interested in downtown. They want to build relationships. They want to come talk about downtown. They've come and walked around downtown. So just lots of conversations are happening and the momentum is picking up. We're starting to share our wins with downtown and the whole metro. And as we talked about, we are working to improve the performance of the SHMID. The next slide should be the creation of we'll get to the creation of our downtown evolution triangle. But some of our results are we have won $160,000 in grants. $100,000 of that includes a Kaufman grant. We had a standing room only downtown mayoral candidate forum. Many of you attended. We've done 2 downtown business crawls, a book signing with Commissioner Hill, the safety improvements with the police department. We're working with other MBRs to collaborate. We have existed as silos, and so we're working to work on all of the eastern part of KCK. We've rebranded our logo. Many of you attended the open space tour where we had 11 properties open for touring, and a couple of those properties are going under contract. We have some downtown banners displayed. We are kicking off a large employer coalition to really tap into what do the largest employers in downtown need. There are about 7 employers that employ about 2,500 employees. And as we speak to them, what's good for them, it should be good for, or mostly good for our smaller employers as well. And as we've had conversations with Mayor Watson, she is prioritizing the downtown revitalization, and we've presented her with 7 points of ways to support us. And we're just generating positive buzz and engagement that will turn into tangible returns in the future. On the next slide. Now, this is the downtown evolution triangle that I was referring to. When we talk about how does downtown get to the top and become a destination, we have to start with clean and safe. That's our most basic need for downtown. And we've got to keep that in front of us. That's got to be a priority as we revitalize. And then again, we have a lot of great businesses here in downtown. We've got to take care of them. We've got to advocate for them, find out what they need, and become a partner and a supporter for them. And then we attract new businesses. If I'm going to open a new business in downtown, I'm going to go talk to current business owners. I'm going to walk around and kind of see if the place feels clean and safe for my business. And so after we've completed those 2 bottom layers, it gives us more momentum to attract these new businesses. But we're still trying to do that at the same time. I have a grant submitted for an incubator in one of our vacant buildings. And so we're still continuing to do all of this simultaneously, but we know where our biggest work lies. And then we want to attract new residents, like I said, the young professionals living down here. And then I really want downtown to become a destination. I want people to come down here and have an experience, make a memory, and want to continue to bring their friends because of the things that they did and how they felt when they were in downtown. On the next slide, as we referred, we are a part of Kansas Main Street, which is part of the Department of Commerce. And so all of our work falls kind of layers into that triangle you just saw, as well as these 4 departments, categories that we frame our work in. On the next slide. So the return on our investment, what are we going to get out of this? We're going to get a safer environment, increased business activity, stronger communication, stronger community engagement. And then our priorities. How do we sustain this momentum? We're going to renew the SHMID this year, do another open space tour with additional properties. We are planning a fun Christmas parade and partnering with BPU. We want to renew the downtown master plan or redevelopment plan, but really target what kind of businesses do we want down here? How do we want to look? And all be on the same page with that. Continue our cleaning and safety improvements. supporting and advocating for small businesses. We want to create events that bring outside people to downtown. One of those is a car show, and we're working with GM on that. We are working on facade fix-ups for existing businesses with K-Sharp. Like I said, I have a grant in right now for a downtown business incubator that would use a vacant property at 8th and Minnesota and fill that with 4 to 8 vibrant small businesses at a low risk and small rent, but also fill a vacancy and create dwell time and foot traffic downtown. We want to seek out more partners to collaborate with, and that includes volunteers, partners, and investors. Increase business engagement downtown, and just tell our story. We have a great story. We're very diverse. We have a lot of great cultural benefits to coming downtown. And again, we're accessible, we're unique, and we're affordable. So what do we need? For you and for our leaders in this city is prioritize our downtown district. We've had a lot of talk. What we need is action. Where you see ideas for safety and cleanliness, please share them and support us if you have additional funds for us to help with our safety and cleanliness. Look for ways to attract art. We've all been to Crossroads. It started very organically with art. Art brings people in, whether that's performance art or visual art. We'd like to have more down here. And I have lots of ideas about that. Provide some capital funding and site support for our small business incubator and other projects. Help us strengthen our public-private partnership. Again, back to intentional and deliberate advocacy for downtown at every level. That means through the staff here at City Hall, as well as through the federal government, where you can leverage that. Support a business startup concierge service. And what I mean by that is let's make it easy and pleasant for a small business to come to downtown. Let's welcome them. Let's make them feel like we're welcoming instead of hostile. Make it easy. Let's flatten the process. And we plan to come back and do quarterly DTS and SCHMID updates to you so that you all are informed about our work as we continue to make more progress. And of course, we'll be back next month, and we would like for you to support the SCHMID renewal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate downtown shareholders and the efforts of the Municipal Improvement District Board. Just by way of background to commissioners, as Don Rattan stated, the downtown shareholders was formed in '05. The SMID began in '08 with 10-year renewals. So the renewal time is coming. I'm not certain though, is it 2027?
It needs to be renewed by December 31st of 2026.
So it needs to be renewed before the end of this year. The way that this MID came about is that the volunteers that were at that time members of the downtown shareholders, they had to go to every parcel within the boundary area and secure a majority of parcel owners' signatures, along with, I think, a combination of a majority of the assessed value of those properties. And they had to reach 53% threshold. And then at renewal time, I think they had to do that. So they are working on that now. They bring forward the mill levy that is set for the downtown shareholders SMID. We do approve that ultimately, but that this board that Edwin chairs meets to recommend what that mill levy will be. So these folks that are for-profit taxpayers in this downtown area are taxing themselves more in order to have this mechanism in place for safety, security, and marketing. So it's important. Do you happen to know, maybe Dr. Knieven, you may or may not have come to the meeting with this. For example, for 2026 calendar year, what is the dollar amount raised by this mid-mill levy for this mid? Does anybody have that? Just offhand.
We have 2025, but I don't have 2026.
Oh, okay. And I mean, do you know it like last year?
I don't, I can get that to you.
I think maybe we might
Yeah,
appreciate.
2025 is listed on a few slides back. Yep,
So in 2025,
it's about 513,000,
1,000.
516, yep.
So then, yeah, 2026 is probably a little bit higher.
Commissioner Bynum, just real quick, I wanted to add, in addition to what Don has shared, she's also held some community meetings. The attendance hasn't been as great as we wanted it to be, but she's been reaching out, and I think that's been a start. And we have some more planned coming up, don't you?
We do. Lots
Do
in
you
May.
anticipate any issues with renewal?
No, I don't. I think we need to step it up in cleaning. Our current cleaning contract is month to month. And Edwin and I need to have a conversation about how do we make a change in cleaning with these funds. We've already approved a small amount to do the more biohazard cleaning, which has a certain level of certification and disposal. And so we're continuing to talk about what we do differently. Edwin bringing in fresh eyes about downtown, but with his experience in City Hall has presented several great ideas of how we move forward and improve the way we spend these funds. Did I say Edward or Edwin? I said
Anything else?
Edwin.
Yeah.
Anything else that you want us to hear?
No, I just want to say that I'm glad to have joined to be the chair of the SMID and working with Don. I'm looking forward to being part of this and helping to change our downtown.
Thank you. We appreciate the work. Commissioner Davis, did you have a comment?
Yes, very briefly. Thank you all so much. It's been refreshing, and I'm glad the Main Street initiative continued under your tutelage, and I was impressed with your predecessor and the work that she did to get us this far. I guess I do have a question. How connected are you with kind of the existing resources for small businesses and businesses, period, at the unified government?
Yeah, Chelsea and I have had a few conversations, and she actually attended a SWOT analysis that we did with small businesses, or actually she attended the SWOT analysis that we did with the large employer coalition. And she named off incentives and things available. So I'm working to get that into like a one-page document for me to refer to it, as well as businesses to have some transparency about what's out there, as well as developers and anyone interested in what's available for downtown.
Awesome. I would also add, and I'm sure some of this may be redundant, but procurement, purchasing, very, very important, and could also add some value there. And then our community development office with Ms. Kay Sharp, she actually has a micro enterprise program that $650,000 is put aside to help with job creation, facade improvements, and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So
Kay and I
just
have been in conversation.
there's some good synergy here, and that folks aren't thinking we aren't doing anything to support you all. I absolutely think we can do more, but between purchasing, WIDEC, economic development, and community development, those are quite a bit of resources to start off with. Have you all done, we get compared to Casey Mo quite a bit. I don't know if that's a fair comparison given the size of their city and all of their taxing tools, but have you all done any research on just a community our size? What is a reasonable ceiling, right? And how can we get there? Who do we aspire to be? Who is our competition given our context?
Yes, we have. For instance, I'm in contact and have built a relationship with Downtown KC just to figure out how they make their comeback. We've also visited in some of the smaller downtowns, Emporia, Leavenworth, Seneca, Lee Summit and Independence on the Missouri side, just to talk to all of those different towns. What's interesting about us and our affiliation with Main Street, Kansas, is that most of the Kansas main streets are rural. We are their only urban main street. Nationally, Main Street has like Nashville's and and Tulsa's. Also, we went and looked at Tulsa last month. And so as we're meeting with these different downtowns, we do get little pockets of information of how they made their comeback. And even with the rural cities, there's always something to reapply. Like the Christmas parade is an idea from BPU, but also there's a small town in Kansas that does it, and we're gonna shamelessly reapply. So we're always talking to different towns, and then working with Main Street, they've always got a case study out there of different cities. And we also work with our Kansas resources to just build relationships, reapply ideas, make course corrections, because chances are somebody's done this before.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Others, Commissioner Burns.
Yeah, just curious, does your organization deal with the bus stop there at 7th and Minnesota?
Yes, we do, in that our folks clean around that area. Most of the work that's been done has been done with the ATA and Desiree Bush, with the benches that got changed, the wayfinding, the mural. And so what we've done is, I was on the mural committee and talked with Desiree about the changes to decrease the amount of loitering there. And our police force is doing more rounds over there.
Okay. Is it true that they're going to put a bathroom there?
Um,
Is it the ATA?
I've heard from Kay that there is a bathroom that is up or is going up, but not at the bus stop location.
Alan House, Assistant County Administrator. So yes, there will be a bathroom going in that area around the bus stop as a public restroom.
Yep.
And that's been talked about with the businesses around there, Security Bank and others. And part of that is in response to the stated problem, which was, you mentioned the biohazards. I mean, biohazards in the stairwells and other things.
Is it a dual shower thing
No,
that you've heard of?
no, it's not a shower. It's simply a public bathroom that'll be accessible for anybody that's there at the bus stop or the downtown.
What's it going to be made of?
Steel.
Stainless steel.
Better be.
And yeah,
It's called, if it's still the Portland Loo, you can look it up online, and it's even clear at the bottom, so you can see if there's someone already in there. I think the door pops open automatically if it's locked for so long. But I did hear that it was not going at the bus stop and it was going somewhere else.
yeah, it actually, it is at that location. Yeah. And it's built, its design specs were, came from experience of dealing with large homeless populations and making sure there wasn't a design where somebody could lock themselves in, or, so there's a lot of embedded learning in the design of it. For that.
Is that ATA's project?
No, it's community development funds.
Okay.
Other questions, Senator Haley, and then
Just a comment, wanted to say to, certainly to Dawn Rattan, she hadn't mentioned it, but she received an award for her efforts and from Department of Commerce with David Tolan. And I was exceptionally proud when you did receive on behalf of through the mainstream thing. I just wanted to uplift that we are seeing some improvement in some things that have happened, and just wanted to mention that it wasn't the peak, and she did.
Yes, Lieutenant Governor Tolan also sent someone from his staff to come to the open space tour. And we were supposed to have a meeting this week, but he had something come up. And so at some point in the near future, I am going to meet with him to talk about downtown, and his past career includes both urban and rural revitalization.
thank you. Commissioner Pacheco.
Chair, so and also just a quick comment, when I look at the pyramid of need, I see safety and cleanliness at the bottom. And the thing I think about like other case studies in our community in the metro. And so like, growing up, one place that I always heard like you don't go after a certain time at night, City Market, Kansas City, Missouri. It's like, you don't go there, man. Well, now it's like this vibrant, artsy, business-filled place with the main thing that I see that's the difference is residential. So I only make that point that I think in order for cleanliness and safety to improve, you have to have population in an area. If there's, if everybody goes into work and everybody leaves wherever, Security Bank or whatever place at 5 o'clock,
Mhm.
and people are left to do what they're gonna do.
Yep.
And also that means that they can't, they're going out different parts of the community where they live, and then they're not necessarily supporting the businesses that are there during the day. So then there's not really a market demand for those businesses to be there until 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock at night. So, it's just simply a comment to say that, increasing residency was more at the top of the pyramid. But I think that would be something that for us, we need to be finding ways to be as aggressive as we possibly can to increase the amount of residents in that area. And then things like cleanliness and safety will just naturally follow like they do in most major metropolitan areas. Thank you.
Great points. I do think that we have a lot of vacant buildings that could be turned into residence or mixed use. For our next board term, we are bringing on 2 people who live in downtown to get that residential perspective.
I'll just add, because we were having this conversation just the other day about engaging with the surrounding neighborhoods as well, because the downtown really is the downtown for the city, but it's immediately for the adjacent neighborhoods, and then utilizing tools like the second story program that we have that provides funds to help bring people in so they're actually living on the corridor is another tool. And I think we actually have some interest in utilizing that downtown, as well as the policy change that the commission made last year around parking and reducing parking requirements, both for commercial and for residential, also increases the sort of viability of housing in that corridor. So all those things are moving in that direction.
Before we let you go, I will open the public part of this and ask the clerk if we've received any written comments from
Nope.
the public.
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online that wish to speak to this item?
We do have one hand raised from Karen Scheibe. You'll need to unmute.
Okay, I think I got it. Can you hear me?
Just barely.
Okay, I'm talking as close to my phone as I can.
Okay.
So I just had a question.
Karen, if you'd give your name and city of residence, please.
Karen Scheibe, Kansas City, Kansas. And my question I'm trying to understand is it the Schmid or downtown shareholders that is an NBR?
Downtown shareholders.
And they are the manager of the self-supported municipal improvement district that we call SMID.
Okay. I just wondered why downtown shareholders was not part of the recent area-wide cleanup that the several of the other NBRs were part of. That's my question.
The reason why they weren't a part of it is a personal reason, is that I was out of town with my son's lacrosse game, and I wanted to be here personally to oversee it, as we have 1.5 FTE. And so we are planning on having it later this year and having a couple more later this year to make sure that we get to downtown. We had cleanups last year, and we'll continue to have them. We're also talking with part of the large employer coalition meeting that we had. An idea that we floated amongst those 6 or 7 employers was an Adopt a Block program. They all have at least 70 employees and have the capacity to adopt a block and get to more of an ongoing cleaning effort instead of a once in a while for a couple of photo ops, but it's not an ongoing effort.
Okay. Well, and the reason I asked the question is because the Housing Authority, I know some of the, or at least one of the facilities there falls within downtown shareholders. And we're trying to partner, in that capacity with the NBRs. So that's why I was asking the question and noticed the difference. So thank you for the answer. I appreciate it.
Sure, I would love to partner with you on our next one, and if you'll just reach out, and we'll make it happen.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other hands raised online, clerk?
There are no other hands raised.
Is there anyone here in person that would like to speak to the item? If so, come to the microphone and name and city of residence, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. Seeing no one step forward, Mr. Birch, Ms. Rattan, thank you so very much for time here tonight and your efforts and your presentation. We'll be back in touch soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your support.
Thank you. And with that, we will move back to item 4.2. It's a resolution approving a request for an extension of construction commencement relating to the IRBs that were to commence before December 31, 2026. I will recognize Dr. Knieven, our CFO, and she'll kick off our presentation and remarks. Dr. Knieven.
Thank you very much. Shelley Knieven, CFO. This item, and I have with me members of Gilmore and Bell if you have other detailed questions, but this is pretty straightforward. We're asking for an amendment to the development agreement which governed issuing IRBs for this development. This is an apartment complex near KU, and they haven't been able to get quite mobilized. And so the agreement asks that they start the construction by July, and they don't feel they'll be able to make it in July. So they're asking to be able to start the construction no later than December. But they are not asking for an extension on the back end. They will still be completed by the June 30th. So it's just giving them a little bit more time to mobilize for the construction.
Thank you. Any other comments, Mr. Wimpy? Okay, thank you. Commissioners, questions or comments on this item? As she stated, it's actually a slight adjustment of the start date, if you will, for the IRBs that were already authorized for the project. No change of the end date for completion. Questions? Comments? Madam Clerk, were there any written comments received from the public on the item?
No comments received.
And any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
And are there any persons present in the fifth floor conference room that would like to speak to this item? Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Maybe second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Pacheco and a second by Commissioner Davis. Roll call.
Roll call, Haley.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Our next item is a approval of issuance of industrial bonds for Homefield and Partners for their senior housing project. Again, this particular item is a multifamily facility. I apologize. It is a senior living facility. Thank you. I couldn't find my words. Dr. Knieven, if you would present the item, please.
Thank you, Commissioner, members of the committee. Again, members of Gilmore and Bell are here to answer any questions, as well as Chelsea Chisholm, our Economic Development Director. This is being brought forward as permission to proceed with doing the IRBs for a senior living development. It is located kind of off of the main road, back a little bit, right by the Switch Apartments in the Homefield development area. It is a Star Bonds district. The development agreement was modified by the commission a couple of years ago that does allow for housing to be in the Star Bonds district. And so it's a permitted use. And this would allow us to do the $15 million in IRBs. It's just for the sales tax exemption. It's not for abatement because those dollars would still be forthcoming. So all they're asking for is to do the IRBs and get the exemption on the sales tax. And we asked that they wait to get the Planning and Zoning and Commission approval for the rezoning, which did occur just this last week. And so the rezoning was approved by you all. So this is the next step. So we appreciated it being added to the agenda at the request of the developer. And I believe our request is to fast track this to the full commission for this coming Thursday, if it's the desire of the committee, if you're supportive of that.
Thank you. Just a couple of items for clarity and to make sure that I understand. First of all, it's within a Star Bond district, so it'll pay full property tax. There is no tax abatement. Is that correct?
That's right.
Is the reason, oftentimes when we have IRBs, we go to a public hearing, but we don't have that step in this process? Is that because the home field development as it exists has already been through the development agreement process?
Right. Madam Chair, Kevin Wimpy with Gilmore and Bell, the bond, UG's bond counsel. There is no public hearing required under state statute to pursue IRBs, only for the sales tax exemption. Where a public hearing is required is when there's a property tax abatement request.
Thank you. That's what I wondered, was whether it was because there's no abatement.
That's correct.
So therefore, we don't have to go to a public hearing. There's nothing that stops us from fast tracking this from tonight to the Thursday night agenda.
Mhm.
It is for sales tax exemption only.
The construction.
On the construction materials. Thank you very much. And like I said, this is part of the home field package, if you will, that's been in front of us on a number of occasions that has a development agreement that we've approved. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Are there other questions, comments from the commissioners, committee members? Commissioner Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Davis, this is great. Do we know how much in property taxes this project will yield?
We don't know until it's actually built and the appraiser goes out and does the appraisal. So we hesitate to estimate that, but as soon as it's constructed, then it'll be on the tax rolls. And we're putting in place a process so that we can report that to you on an annual basis for everything that's happening in the Star Bonds. So we'll be able to follow up once it's actually done and built and appraised.
Okay. And then why the reason for the fast track?
It was the request of the developer. I think that they're ready to go ahead with construction. Kevin?
And Commissioner, it is a meaningful difference because part of their financing goes through a state tool, and there's an application deadline of May 15th.
Light tech.
Correct. Yeah, there is a tax credit component through the state.
Thank you.
I should have pointed that out. I do appreciate on the document that you've given us that you indicate the community benefit ordinance contribution that comes along as a part of the bond issuance. Just for the public, the community benefit contribution is $52,500 and 50% of that goes into the community benefit fund. So $26,250. And we appreciate that. Other questions or comments from the committee members? Madam Clerk, did we receive any written comments from the public?
No comments received.
And are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
Is there anyone present in the fifth floor conference room that would like to address the item? Okay, I will take a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
Can we clarify that that also includes fast track?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Burns and a second by Commissioner Pacheco. Roll call.
Roll call. Haley?
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Next up is an amendment approving an amendment to our development agreement with Tanger for the Legends West Lawn Project. We have Chelsea Chisholm, our Economic Development Director, and Todd LaSalla with our Economic Development Council to give a presentation and explain this amendment to us. Please.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Todd LaSalla from Stinson. Tonight, and I do have the shortest of PowerPoints, like three slides. There's an amendment before you tonight for Legends. And many of you know Legends sold in September. So there's kind of a long tortured history here, but Tanger is brand new to the equation. So they're essentially asking for two things. When they bought the center, they took subject to this development agreement, some of the things we did in the Sixth Amendment, and they are going to live up to these things. They are asking for a short extension of time, and they do want to slightly change one of the exhibits to our Sixth Amendment about the improvements they're going to make. So first, with respect to time, next slide, please. Oh, do I? I get to drive? Oh, great. Okay. All right. So these are the deadlines. You may remember there is a paving obligation, a lot that's never been paved, and detailed development agreement provisions about when you could pave it or could you bring something forth and develop it. Tanger is asking to move the dates on those by 2 months, literally 2 months for each of them. So that's thing one. The second thing they are asking for is a change to an exhibit that was part of the Sixth Amendment. Again, it was their predecessor that agreed to this, but the spirit of this conversation with the predecessor was, look, there are a lot of improvements that need to be made to this center, and we'd like to see some of those improvements get made before the World Cup. So at the time with the predecessor, we looked at, I think it was 3 things and about $2.5 million worth of improvements. And when Tanger came in, they started making all kinds of improvements. So Tanger has spent a good $2 million more than was anticipated, but they did it on slightly different things. So what we'd like to do, what we would propose to do, is replace the old exhibit with the new that really articulates what they've done. Tanger also would tell you, and I believe there's a representative here tonight who'd be happy to speak to it, they have plans to continue improving this center. And if you've been out there recently, it looks a lot different than it did when we made this prior amendment. So those are essentially the two changes. Oh, hi. Great to see you. Those are essentially the two changes that are proposed tonight. And I'll stop there. That's a summary and turn it over to Tanger if you'd like to say a word or two. Sure.
My name is Brian Voiles. I'm the general manager for the property for Tanger. I've been on property since December 1st. Tanger has made, as you all can see, some significant changes since taking over the property, just in the few short months that they've taken over the property. Those improvements, parking lot resurfacing, sidewalk curb resurfacing. There's been just rebranding of the signage around the property has been done. So from the beginning, when they took the property over, they began very quickly to make those. They made the commitment, and the proof is in the pudding. They are making those changes. We've got a very aggressive capital improvement budget over the next 3 years to continue the improvements that you've already seen and to further making those improvements that still need to be done. And so we've made improvements with lighting, just multiple improvements to not only for the aesthetics of the property, but for the safety of the property as well. We know that there's more to be done, and we are doing those. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Commissioner Davis, then Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And I've been pretty impressed with the change so far. I'm curious, as for staff or Ms. LaSala or whoever, what are the material changes between what was in the original agreement and then here? I mean, I see paving, which is like yes and amen. But I'm just curious, like what is the material change?
Sure. I can be more specific, Commissioner. The original agreement talked about paving, number one. I think most of the changes were about paving, and Tanger spent more, that one, they did. In fact, they did that and then some, right? Second one was roof replacement, and I think there were spots where there has been some waterproofing and some work done. There's additional work that they are planning to do this year in the area of roofing. So that one is really very much the same. The other was elevator, escalator, and fountains. And I know that one of the fountains has been repaired. I think they could speak to that. I think honestly, the biggest change has to do with the escalator, which Tanger may not ultimately want to repair. They may want to replace that instead with an alternative solution. So shall I stop and let you take it from there?
That is correct. The escalators have been down for, even before Tanger purchased the property. And so after some assessment of that, the decision, I think, ultimately will be to add another bank of elevators to the property to allow for that vertical transportation up to Dave & Buster's into the second story of our parking deck. We have already started the demolition work on the stairs next to the elevators closest to the parking deck, and that will be completed by the end of this month, the stairwell there. So we understand the importance of the vertical transportation. The escalators are not the solution at this juncture.
Thank you. One more question. So within the agreement, if I'm not mistaken, and this is kind of prior to the sale, there were CIDs or ACID that we passed that I'm assuming, and tell me if I'm wrong, is some of the revenue that is being drawn from for these improvements. Do I have that correct?
Actually, with this CID, I believe we bonded it and spent that money. I actually think that money is gone. There is still, I think, a TDD that is out there. But I don't think there's a lot of money that is just spinning off that is available for use. I think it's possible that there is a larger discussion with Tanger somewhere down the road about additional CIDs and additional improvements and so forth, but I don't think we're there yet.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Commissioner Pacheco and then Commissioner Stites.
Thank you, Chair. So, no, I just wanted to make the comment that I took my kids to the movies the other day and I noticed all the things we're talking about, and I think it's a good thing. And here the numbers meet, what we've called for and what you guys have committed to. So I just wanted to make the comment that I think y'all are doing a good job with after purchasing the site. So thank you.
Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So Todd, refresh my memory here, because I can't recall. This paving of the parking lot, this thing seems like it's going on and on and on and on and on, and it just keeps getting kicked down the road. There was a presentation that was made a while back, and I think it was prior to the acquisition, that they were in close to an LOI for an operator and that's why they didn't want to pave it at that time. What now is what's going to change in 2 months?
Yeah, Commissioner, you're remembering that exactly right. It is a long history, and the prior operator had multiple different development opportunities they pursued, none of which ever came to fruition. And so you are remembering that we kept kicking the can down the road by a year at a time, hoping that instead of paving that lot, they were going to develop it with this idea or that idea. None of those ever happened. So you're exactly right. With Tanger, they bought in the fall. Didn't, you're heading into winter, you really can't pave, right? So I think they are still looking at the opportunity to submit an LOI and do something there. But if they don't, they're going to pave. They have told us, look, if we don't get there in the next couple of months, we are going to pave it. We're going to do it while the weather's nice. They are literally asking for 2 months of extension as opposed to the year-long extensions their predecessor asked for.
This is
No,
Chelsea Chisholm, Economic Development. So they are currently working with our DRC staff to design and get final approval for the parking lot. And we also do have money in escrow associated with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
Chelsea's
so when-
exactly right. There is, that obligation is secured by some money that we are holding in escrow. If they don't do it, if we extend by a couple of months and they don't do it, we get to sweep that escrow, and it's like $500,000 that we keep.
Todd, so with what Chelsea said regarding the at DRC and figuring out, man, I would think that in 2 years we should have been able to figure out what needs to be paved or what doesn't. I mean, it seems like that's kind of late in the game. Well, when is right now, Todd, and I'm not looking at the slide, but when is the date up that they're asking for the 2 additional months?
Yeah.
But when was the previous date?
Yeah, the date for submitting an alternative development idea was April 1st. So and what the agreement says is that if you don't submit by April 1st, you've got 2 months to pave. And so they're asking to push that into June 1st. And then there are approval dates and commencement dates that are really related to development. As Chelsea's saying, I think they're permitting now and they're planning to just pave, but they're asking for enough time to make sure that they get that done.
So this is May. So why did we not hear about this before April 1st?
It came to us late. I don't know if Tanger's got a better answer than I do. It came to us late. We were working on it last month, but I think we had already missed the ED&F deadline and pushed it till tonight.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it. And here's what I will say to the representative from Tanger there. That is my district, and have been very impressed with the makeover, if you will. And I hope that we can continue to attract. There's many businesses that are out there right now in and around that not necessarily are under the control of Tanger, but that we need to see occupied. And I think with what you're doing out there is making a difference. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And sir, it appears there's a
Yeah, just briefly, we had some kind of before and after. This is our team that's at the property. Just some of the before and after shots of the top pictures, the parking lot, the parking field that we resurfaced. The picture in the middle is one of the sidewalks and some of the hardscapes that we've taken care of below more sidewalk work that we've done. Lighting, the top picture, just cleaning up of some of the facade in the middle picture. We refinished all of the furniture and trash cans and everything on the property since taking over. And so there's our stairwell down at the bottom of the stairwell that we've demoed and we'll be replacing by the end of this month, and the escalators. So lots of capital improvements, again, planned for this year and for the next 2 years. So it's an aggressive plan, and we will make sure that it happens. So rebranding all the signs that we've the before and after of all the signage that we've done, just giving the property a real fresh look. And so Tanger is committed to the property for sure.
so much. Other comments, questions from the committee? Clerk, are there any written comments received from the community?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online to speak?
We do have a hand raised online from Carrie McCarthy.
Please.
You'll need to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Carrie McCarthy, Kansas City, Kansas. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. This is not really directed at Tanger as much as it is to the Economic Development Council. It seems to me I sit in meeting after meeting and I listen to you all amending development agreements. When are we going to get development agreements right the first time? Construction is about planning the work and then working the plan. This was due by April 1st. We're sitting here in May. That is the #1 tourist destination in Kansas. We hear it over and over and over again. So bringing economic development here is extremely important, but keeping it looking nice is very important as well, if not more important, to attract people here. I think it goes to the trashiness that is the reputation of Wyandotte County. And how does this assure us that the Chiefs Stadium will be maintained? We've been looking at the legends with giant holes, stores leaving, problem after problem. Black mold is what I heard was in Cavender's and Dave and Buster's. Where are we with that? I think we need to start writing our agreements with some teeth in them and some clawback and hold these people to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Sir, on that note, I don't know if you can speak to Cavender's and Dave and Buster's, but what would you say occupancy is at the Legends right now?
Our occupancy right now, we're at 94% occupied.
Clerk, any other hands raised online?
No other hands are raised.
Is there anyone here in person that would like to speak to the item? Okay. This is, requires a motion, so committee members, if you don't have any other questions or comments, I would allow for a motion.
Move to approve.
Davis, second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Burns and a second by Commissioner Davis for the adoption of the resolution. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Haley.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Checo.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. The motion carries.
Thank you very much, committee. Thank you. We have got a presentation and then a resolution identifying and nominating eligible census tracts for Opportunity Zone 2 from the federal government. And we have Mr. Michael Sutton from Economic Development, as well as Mr. Judd Knapp and Chelsea Chisholm. And Mr. Sutton, when you are ready, I will turn it over to you for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, Senator Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator, Economic Development Department. The presentation I'm going to provide today is going to be a high-level overview of Opportunity Zones 2.0, and then some of the recommendations that staff has created for this. So Opportunity Zones, again, just a high-level overview. It is essentially a tax treatment, a federal tax program that captures capital gains invested in low-income census tracts. The program is designed to encourage long-term investment. That's why these, once you're signed into an Opportunity Zone, it lasts 10 years. And they're specifically in economically distressed areas and specifically used to help promote economic growth. Provides a wide array of issues you can try to help market, including downtown revitalization, housing improvements, workforce expansion, expansion of industrial parks and innovative districts. A little information on Opportunity Zones 1.0 that began in 2017 with its sunsetting December 31st of this year. Opportunity Zones 2.0 will officially open up January 1, 2027, with the nomination window beginning July 1st, 2026. A key point out for the state of Kansas for Opportunity Zones is the eligible tracts going from 74 with the first round down to 53 with Opportunity Zones 2.0. Another key point for Kansas, it is the Board of Commissioners that is the nominating entity. And again, we need to get these applications in, these nominations in by June 1st of this year. Another point that I wanted to point out that the tracks that are being renominated, because we will have some tracks that are being renominated, they've made it very clear in the process that they have to have shown to made some sort of progress. It doesn't necessarily need to be an opportunity zone project that took in it, but there needs to be some type of economic development activity if you're going to renominate some census tracts, which we are doing. So this is a map of the 6 opportunity zones that were part of Opportunity Zone 1.0. I am still actively looking to see, but from everything I've researched, we did not have anybody take advantage of the Opportunity Zones 1.0. While we did have development happen in some of these tracts, nobody actually invested into an opportunity zone in these tracts within Wyandotte County. This slide shows the eligible tracts per the IRS. And so this will be eligible for 2.0. Here is the scoring matrix that we will be using for the submission and what we've already used to this point to try to order our recommendations. And so very heavy on the first 2, which is qualified opportunity fund investments, essentially meaning that these areas were already opportunity zones previously. Marketing plan, which is really big. I think they're really pushing on this last time because from Opportunity Zones 1.0, I think they've identified that that was one of the big issues. Nobody really said that this program was active and nobody really understood how to use it. Project fit, state grants, so if there's any state funds going into the project. Infrastructure improvements, so that would include something like the combined sewer separation we're doing in much of the Northeast. Small business activity, Kansas certified site, labor and housing, and then enhancement bonus, essentially meaning if you are able to stack any other incentives or any specific plans for those areas as well. And so based off of that information and understanding that the opportunity zones, you're either looking for existing development going on or at least a very strong opportunity for development. That is how we've selected these census tracts, and I'll go through each of these one by one. We'll have them ordered in the order that we would recommend them as well. Indian Springs Census Tract 439.05, with it being one of the largest development sites in KCK and really probably the entire metro. Very strong highway access, very high visibility spot. Could be used to support large-scale mixed-use redevelopment, neighborhood serving retail, regional entertainment, or destination uses. Again, because of the size, high visibility, and development readiness, that's why we would think this is a high priority. Also, because this tract stretches all the way to the Turner Logistics Park at I-70 and College Parkway, where we have seen full build out. That's part of what makes this such a strong tract. Next one we have is Quindaro Ruins or Census Tract 445. Just because of the historical significance of the site and then the broader reach of the Quindaro corridor. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about development in these areas. We understand that it has been undercapitalized, but that's part of what opportunity zones can help do, is to attract development to your area, to these areas. Opportunity zones could be used for heritage tourism, cultural destination, mixed-use development tied into the historic preservation. And again, with the sites, significant national historical tie-in, and with the large amount of land, again, we've seen development interest from developers in this area. We understand that they are working on a master plan for this area. That is why we think that this would be a strong census tract for this as well. Downtown KCK remains one of the most logical areas for opportunity zone. Already has the existing infrastructure, the strong civic and government anchors between the UG, KCKCC, the library, strong transit access, historical buildings that would be perfect for adaptive reuse. Again, would be very strong in supporting mixed income housing, mixed use development, ground floor commercial revitalization, and just with the broader conversation, I know we had DTS speaking tonight, but the broader conversation around downtown revitalization, an opportunity zone is one piece of that potential puzzle to fill funding gaps. Then we have KU Med, the grain silos, Census Tract 430. Obviously near KU Med, historical grain silos along the riverfront rail corridor. We will look at this as a great opportunity to provide a gateway into KCK from 35. Really good towards supporting workforce housing tied to the campus, research or medical office development, adaptive reuse with some of the industrial uses in the area, and then its proximity to KU Med and all the research, makes it really attractive, or could make it really attractive for economic investment.
Mr. Sutton, could I, on this one, to be clear, it doesn't encompass KU Med, it's just near KU Med.
It is near KU Med, that is correct, Commissioner. And then we have the 18th and I-70 area. This includes Census Tract 422, 423, and 424. Census Tract 422, Census Tract 422 was part of the Opportunity Zones 1.0. We could just see this very easily becoming logistics, employment use with a very easy highway access. And then we also look at the Central Avenue corridor as being possibly used for redevelopment, again, mixed use, mixed income, workforce housing. And we have the Turner Diagonal West Side. This is Census Tract 441.01. Again, great highway access. This is right across the street from where that complete build out is. And I think they've actually started moving dirt now on the west side of this development to start with some of the logistics and industrial warehouses in that area. So again, this is a renomination from last year. Just really good location with strong development potential. That's why I can't think of it. I believe it was North Star. I don't want to get that wrong, but North Point, thank you. North Point development is already occurring on the east side of this. And we have Census Tracts 407 and 414. We really took a look at these with the Tremont development primarily in Census Tract 414. This could really assist with that level of development as far as housing and neighborhood revitalization, mixed-use infill projects. It would be really, really dependent on that development coming through or staying on track. From the information that I've seen or been able to find on opportunity zones, they're really, really looking for either multifamily development, commercial or industrial uses. It doesn't really pan out the best necessarily with single-family home development because the investment has to be there for 10 years. A lot of people building single-family homes, they want to sell those fairly quick, obviously, and don't want to get caught in that 10-year holding period. So not to say that it's not impossible, but if the Tremont project was able to move forward and they kept the multifamily aspect of their project, this would be a good or could be a good tool for them to use. And then we have our final one. We think that the Edwardsville Census Tract 447.02, slightly different focus from all of our other ones because this one would provide a really good opportunity, or probably the strongest opportunity for logistics expansion, industrial park development. Obviously, this would be right across the street, essentially from the Buc-ee's that's going in, from the Chiefs, from the American Royal. So we feel that this would be a strong contender as well. So some of the next steps, we're currently working on this right now. The list that you saw was based on the scoring matrix. We just haven't filled out that entire form yet. A lot of it was, hey, and working with Greg Kendall at Wyandotte Economic Development Council, but trying to figure out where development is not only happening right now, but what areas have the best potential for possible development. So Judd and I are in the process of filling out the complete scoring matrix. We've reached out to all the necessary departments inside the UG and outside of the UG. We have to get this submitted to the state no later than June 1st. So we would like to get you all's recommendations moving forward. And that concludes the presentation. I would be more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the efforts that you've put in to date to identify the census tracts. I will start with a question of June 1's right around the corner. When did we know from Commerce that we had the opportunity to identify the tracts? Did they give us a short window?
They gave us so I believe we got the nominated tracks around beginning of March, but we did not get that scoring matrix until April. We got that scoring matrix first week of April. And then there was a little bit of confusion about which tracks would actually be eligible this go around. So there was some conversations between us and the state, essentially trying to figure out what would actually be eligible and what wouldn't. There was some, I won't say wrong information, but some information was put out on the state's website that kind of conflicted some information that we had already received. And so we had to wait for that to get cleared up. And then we also had to wait for that scoring matrix to get a better idea of how we would stack these.
So the tracts that you've presented, you believe to be our best opportunities, if you will, our best tracts for these opportunity zones. We have to provide our selections to Commerce by June 1. And then what happens after that?
Then it goes to Governor Kelly for her selection, and then she will let us know how many we get selected for. So I would assume that this round or this process is going to be a little bit or a lot more competitive than it was the first time, just with the amount of census tracts that they are not selecting. They're cutting out 20, and that's statewide. So, there was some discussion on our end if we should just try to pick the tracks that we feel the strongest about. After that, we decided, well, let's just pick, if there's a track that we feel fits and works, let's go ahead and put it forward and let you all make that decision and let Governor Kelly make that decision.
And if I understood what you just said, in Opportunity Zone 1, the state of Kansas had 70 some odd tracts, and now the state of Kansas has 50 some odd tracts total. And we're vying for our portion of the number of tracts that are going to be allowed to be opportunity zones. Am I saying that correctly? Okay.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. And so what you've given us tonight in order, I think, is your staff's ranking of the tracts that are eligible in rank order 1 through 10, however many there are. Is that?
I believe we ended up submitting, or for your recommending, I believe, 12.
Okay.
So we did not bring forward every single eligible track because some of these tracks just would not make sense to nominate. Either they don't really have a history of economic development, unfortunately, and there really aren't any plans moving forward within those communities. All of the tracks that we've submitted either have active economic development projects going on, or there's some type of plan in the works with them.
And to that point, that helps with scoring.
Correct. That's really the heaviest, beyond already being a census tract. Part of the biggest scoring is marketing, and being able to market that, you have to have a plan or either existing development going on to be able to successfully market, from the information that I've been able to find.
Thank you very much. Committee members, questions, comments, Dr. Pacheco?
Thank you, Chair. So you said during Opportunity Zones 1.0, nobody took advantage. So the thing I'm trying to reconcile is, I guess, what makes 2.0 different? And you say we have some things in the works in these areas, and to my knowledge, some of the development tours that we've done, I think that gels up correctly. But I guess it comes with a second question is, once an opportunity zone is identified, and let's say the governor signs off on it, is there any obligation to actually do anything in the opportunity zone?
Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. No, Commissioner. So this is just designation status. It does not commit the UG to any funds in or out. And so it essentially just tells developers and investors, hey, if you invest in here, I'm not going to get into the tax code part of it, but if you invest in here, you'll get a break on your taxes through here. You got to be bought in for 10 years, but you'll get a tax break, and this will help this economically challenged community continue to develop.
And to my knowledge, there's no dollar amount to which any developer is constrained to, right? Like if somebody wants to build $1 billion whatever, they can.
That is correct. Yes.
So I think a greater point about this that I just make, and it doesn't really, it's something for future thinking, is number one, I think, okay, we had these already in 1.0. I think we just need to figure out a better way to market what we're doing, because these are good opportunity zones. I mean, they have great access, things like that. So we just got to figure out a way to market ourselves a little bit better once we identify these. These are some really great zones. And then the broader point, you hear these things about like, okay, well, developer XYZ is going to get another break. It's another tax shelter for them to build their whatever. But here's the thing. I mean, it comes down to the simple mechanics of how most of these deals work. If they're not doing it right now, and they hadn't done it in 1.0 with an incentive, then we need to figure out a way to incentivize these dollars that we don't have to build big things, right? Development things that could potentially improve our community. And these are the sorts of things that we've talked about during this meeting already. Like my idea of downtown is we need to increase our residential space. Well, this is the perfect, opportunity for that. We just have to be better at marketing ourselves. So it's more of a broader point and just some comments, but I think the ones that you all identified are definitely worthy for many different reasons. Some of them more mixed use, residential, business, heritage sites, things like that that we can get into at a later point. But I think it's incumbent upon us to figure out our best way. I mean, I'm assuming that all these folks, they get a list of the opportunity zones throughout the country at some point, and they're looking for the place where they think they can make the most money doing something. And so we need to be better at, and this isn't talking to you guys, I'm just saying this out loud to everybody for people to understand, but we need to be better at marketing our community as to why our opportunity zone is a better opportunity, for lack of a better term, than in other places. Thank you.
Other comments? Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. And thank you, staff. This is really insightful. And I agree with all the comments of Dr. Pacheco of just the marketing piece of it. I do have a question because this has been around for a decade now, right? Do we have any examples in Kansas of someone using this incentive for development?
Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. Yes, but I'm having issues trying to figure out where that's at. Me and Judd, I, and Greg Kendall talked about this quite a bit. I guess the state kind of has, because there's no specific reporting system for it, there's no real way right now for the state of Kansas to even track these developments. So I believe there has been some within the entire state. I will just need to follow up and try to figure out where that is. But again, because there's no tracking process for it, it's been because I wanted to honestly figure out, hey, has anybody used this? How did they use it? How did the community market this? How did they come find this program? So to your question, I am fairly certain that somebody used the program in the state. I just having issues figuring out who, and I'm going to be working with Greg Kendall to figure that part of it out.
Yeah. What about nationally? Any examples come to mind?
I was told that Ohio did a very, and I actually went to their website. They actually probably market it better than any other state I've seen. It has its own dedicated website where you can go in and look at specific census tracts. You can go in and find qualified developers for it, qualified investors for it. So Ohio's been really good. And then I want to say, I don't want to tell you wrong information. I just know Ohio was really good, and I can follow up with some other examples.
Gotcha. I'm just doing a quick search with AI, and there's in New Jersey and Richmond, Virginia, and a few others. So yeah, I think it would behoove us to look at other cities, particularly cities closer to our size or kind of closer to our profile, to evaluate how they have done it and what has made them successful. And perhaps since we have these amazing map capabilities and we do it for Brownfields program and for our GIS and for Public Works and for the Land Bank, perhaps we have something similar standing on the UG website. Again, I'm assuming all things go well and we are selected by the governor, but perhaps we have a standing website on our end for the unified government to direct investors towards this to see if they are interested in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sutton. I greatly appreciate the concept of opportunity zones here at the local level and how it's being implemented. During the course of the discussion, I thought about historically where we have seen that catchphrase of opportunity zone being utilized, and some of the places during my tenure, my 30 years elected here. Our own now HGI, was the Hilton Garden Inn, was on the federal level part of the enhanced opportunity zone that was offered. And it was geared toward economic development. There was some pushback then. Some felt that so here I'm getting, my question is this. The federal level was gearing toward helping to improve the quality of life for the people that lived in the area. And the pushback was if helping the then defunct Hilton Garden Inn, how was that going to impact or enhance the people that lived there? Which ultimately, of course, it did. There were some concessions made. The jury is out, is what the long resting is. And we had just done away with another opportunity zone that was offered by the then, I guess it was the UG then. They were building a gourmet pet pasta. Some of you might recall that the then mayor and her crew, they put up. Anyway, I digress. Then we at the state level have had the catchphrase of opportunity zones, and this year have suspended primarily for rural development. They were called rural opportunity zones, and they were to enhance, again, the area, usually the county, by bringing people to live who would be given some sort of economic advantage, for living in that part, usually a rural part of the state. So my question, and I'm sorry I'm taking so long in getting to it, because I really find this provocative and the opportunities there. And frankly, if there's anything that can be done to encourage the governor to select all 12 of those that you've offered, I'd like to. But which of those would you say that you've highlighted, or have you, or if you could at some point highlight those that might enhance not only the return on investment, that those who are contributing to it too, but also to enhance the status of the individuals that live in the area and the community that they serve. Obviously, I have two that come to mind that I would just, say that I'm familiar with, that would speak well not only of the region and the people that live there, but the entire county. But opportunity zones are a catchphrase federally, state, and now locally. And I hope at the end of the day, as you identify those, and as we push for them to be passed, that they can impact the quality of life for that particular one that you've identified. And you may want to share those with me offline. I can certainly understand, but I'm glad I was here today. I didn't know that it was on. I just, again, historically think of what we've been through in this county at different levels, and am excited to hear about 2.0 moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I didn't know if you wanted to respond, but if I could answer, I think the presentation was in ranking order, like 1 through 12. So with the Indian Springs parcel being like number 1, and then moving through the slides that way. Am I wrong?
You're correct.
Does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you.
Sure, sure. Other comments or questions? Commissioner Pacheco.
One question, I don't know if this is something perhaps Shelley might know a little bit more about, but once a developer decides to develop in an opportunity zone, are they only able to get that capital gains incentive, or would they still be able to get other incentives?
Shelley Knieven, CFO, it would not prohibit the local or the state from providing additional incentives.
Okay.
They could work in concert.
Okay. And then, do you guys know in our surrounding counties to us, which would be at least Leavenworth and Johnson, I think what makes us a little bit different for these opportunity zones is that, number one, we're one of the big 5 counties with economic, driving forces, but we qualify for these opportunity zones. Like, I don't know that Johnson County or Sedgwick would qualify for as many as we do. So I don't know. Do you guys know if our surrounding counties, like I'm thinking of our metro on the Kansas side, like, does that make us a little bit more competitive because we're the only ones who have the opportunity zones to begin with? I don't know.
Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. To your point, I haven't seen Leavenworth yet. But I know we have far more eligible tracks than Johnson County. So I would say just by the sheer amount that we have and then the narrative that we can place with ours, because that's part of it, is the selection, is being able to write a strong enough narrative to where your district sticks out as an actual opportunity. So that's where I would say we're probably head and shoulders above the surrounding counties. I'm not sure about Sedgwick County down in Wichita. I would assume just due to their size, they probably have probably not as many. I'll double check. I know Johnson County doesn't have as many trucks as us, and I would dare to say that Leavenworth probably doesn't have as many either.
So yeah, so and I agree with you. And when we go to the marketing and when we're trying to do these things for our county, the way I look at it is like we make it the easy decision for the governor, right? It's like, well, of course you would pick our opportunity zone because we have the most people, that with the most economic driving force who actually qualifies for this. So just again, a broader point that as we move forward with, I mean, these are one of those incentives that it's like, it's just there right for the taking if we're willing to like invest a little bit like Ohio did, things like that. If we can kind of make a few of the things that they're doing, I think that could really be something that we could start taking advantage of.
And to Ms. Knieven's point, it's actually encouraged that you use this, you stack this. This isn't just to be used as a standalone incentive. It's meant to be stacked with a TIF or a CID or, yeah.
And I'll just add one thing. In the original Opportunity Zone 1, Johnson County had 5 nominated by the governor. We had 5 nominated by the governor. So we do have more census tracts that are eligible, but this is sort of step 1 of the gating process. And then it goes to the governor, and then they are the ones who put forward to the feds what they think based on kind of the overall picture. So your point's well taken. And also the governor's looking at it from a slightly different calculus, perhaps.
Thank you all. Thanks for all the comments and questions. I'll ask the clerk if we have no more comments from committee members. I'll ask the clerk if we have any written comments from the public.
No comments received.
And do you have any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
Is there anyone here in person that would like to speak? Please come to the podium, give your name and city for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. And I'm sorry about my voice.
Go ahead, turn your mic on.
Monica Breedy with Wyandotte Economic Development Council, reside in Kansas City. I just wanted to make a little correction that there has been an opportunity zone that was invested here in Wyandotte County. The Turner Logistics Park is the biggest one that's there at College and I-70 by North Point, and they're continuing to invest on the east side, or as west side, as Michael Sutton said.
Thank you.
That's all I wanted to share.
Anyone else in the audience wish to speak to the item? Sir, please come forward to the microphone and give us your name and city for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, Michael Heitzman with Pure Development in Kansas City, resident. I've actually done an Opportunity Zone Fund in Rapid City, South Dakota. This would have been 3 years ago. So I bought a building with a partner in downtown Rapid City, and we used the funds to add value, to redevelop and incorporate and build up the asset value. So our tax basis, we paid on that, but then all the value add above that we didn't pay. So it's a huge opportunity. You can also look at it from not just investing into development deals, but also businesses. You can create qualified opportunities on businesses within the jurisdiction that you can use your capital gains to invest in a business. So it's something else to look into. I'm not an expert on it, definitely hired people to do that, and I would highly recommend you guys do that and you figure out how to promote it and market it, because it is an opportunity, and I would try to get as many parcels as you can to push it forward. I'm already excited about it and looking at the stuff I'm doing here and how I can incorporate this into some of the stuff I'm doing. So I think it's a great opportunity, so I'd highly recommend it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other comments? Okay. Is there a motion for a resolution to identify and nominate these tracts?
Davis, so moved.
Haley, second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Sights,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0. The motion carries.
Thank you so much. The next item on our agenda is that we are to adopt a resolution that would direct our county administration to prepare an analysis for the homeowner property tax relief that we call circuit breaker. And I'm going to recognize Commissioner Pacheco. He brought this forward, and let him just briefly explain it again, and then any further comments or explanation from staff, our CFO, our ACA. But Dr. Pacheco, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I'll briefly go over this, and for anyone who's interested in maybe a little bit more in depth, my PowerPoint that I presented at our last EDF is in the notes of the agenda of that last one, and I can also make it available to anybody who would like to see it. But essentially what this is a circuit breaker property tax relief program. And we call it that because essentially a circuit breaker in your house, when some line of power gets overloaded before it causes a fire in your home, that circuit breaker steps in, stops it from continuing to do that. A circuit breaker tax relief program, essentially, this steps in, this triggers whenever your property tax, in this particular case, your property tax bill exceeds a certain number. And that number can be triggered by 3 different things in the proposal, and these would all be things that are identified by our staff. And I'll get into a little bit really what we're actually being asked to do tonight. But essentially the 3 main triggers as they stand right now would be if your property tax bill is above a certain percent, and I say a certain percent because we haven't really looked at the math of it completely yet to see what percent would make the most sense for the most people. But if your property tax bill is above a certain percent of your income, then we would rebate you back money above that amount to a certain amount that we would still have to decide, so we could say a max of 500 or 1,000 or whatever. I don't want to put, pipe dreams in anyone's heads or anything like that, but just there would be a certain amount that could be rebated back. Secondarily, the second trigger would be somebody whose valuation of their property spikes from year to year above a certain percent. We could call it 10%, but again, that would be something we'd have to figure out the math of what makes the most sense. But if your property value increased above a certain percent, that extra amount that it went up above that percentage, we would rebate you back similarly. And then the third one is something that's a little bit different. I really based my idea of this off of what other cities have done, and usually they focus on income. Not that you have to have a certain income in order to qualify, but just a percentage of your income and the valuation triggers. But the third trigger is one that's a little bit different. I really couldn't find anywhere that's been done before, but the third trigger that could potentially be a part of this program would be that if somebody's has been in your home for at least 10 years, we might be able to rebate you back a certain percentage again, above, like if you're like last year, let's just make it very simple. You made your tax bill was $1,000 and this year it's 1,500. We'd say we could give you back 20% or 10% of it, something like that. And we would want to make it something that actually is tangible and means something to people, not just, $20 back or anything like that. But this would be something that then could reward folks who have been in their homes long-term in Wyandotte County, who have their roots here, don't have any plan to move, and they're getting that rebate back. So that one's a little bit different than some other ones. The first 2 triggers are the ones that are a little bit more common. And I say that because it is a common tax relief sort of a program. This has been done in many states of different political leanings, different cities, things like that, and it's been done successfully. And it's really considered when you look at some of the experts in taxation, a lot of them really say that this is one of the fairer ways to reduce people's tax bill, and it affects the most amount of people. It can affect the most amount of people. At the state level, and last time, I brought up that Senator Haley was in the room with us, and there was no jab at him, it's just the legislature still, and he admitted, the legislature still to this point, our Kansas legislature has not been able to come up with really meaningful property tax relief. It's just, they have not. And the other day in our full commission meeting, we heard that it's not really necessarily a battle between Republicans and Democrats. It's more of a House versus Senate thing. But bottom line is that they haven't been able to come up with a good option. So what I've said, and I even said it the other night, is that, it's going to be incumbent upon us to create our own opportunities, right? And so if we want to fix the problem, we might as well just do it ourselves. That's just the way I operate, and that's why I came up with this idea. But this has been something that's been done in other cities. And the reason that's important is that not only has it been proven to be effective as far as getting some money back in people's pockets, but it's been proven that you can do this in a fiscally responsible way. The last thing that we would want to do is provide folks with a tax rebate by increasing the amount that we would have to take out of our general fund. So the one important point is that my proposition would mean that we would use new revenue growth from development projects or anything like that to fund the program. And so tonight, and so that's the kind of the program in general. Tonight, what's before us here is basically just saying to the county administrator and associated staff, our financial department, legal, and others to basically do a feasibility study of something like this. Is this something that we could actually do that's fiscally responsible, that's not going to cost our budget more, that we could do with new growth? How many folks in the county would be affected by it that could actually benefit from it? Looking at kind of tiers of percentages that we talked about, we'd have to figure out what that some percent is. Like, does it have to be above 2.5% or 5% of your income for it to be actually valuable? Are people only getting $20 back? I think this idea is great, right? But I want to see the numbers. And so that's what we're tasked with tonight, is to basically say, we're not passing anything. We just want to see, how is this going to pan out in a world where we might be able to implement it. My final point is that obviously this is important, not just to us as a commission. We've had our meetings internally, and our retreats, and property tax relief is one of the things that we identified as a major priority of ours. So it's incredibly important to us as a commission, and I believe to the mayor as well, in several discussions that she's had with us. And so we all want to try to make this something that happens. It can be this. There's other things that obviously go into property tax relief. Like we'll talk about budgetary things and mill levy management and development that brings in more revenue than what we have to ask for our residents for. Those are all part of it. But if we can create at least one tangible local rebate program that gets a lot of the other people that sometimes don't qualify because they may not be a senior, or because they may make a little bit more than what income-based rebate programs usually require, this might be something that does that as part of an overall plan to start helping our folks with property tax relief. But no, that's my spiel on it, and I think any other questions from any of my colleagues or anything else from staff would be great.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just to quickly go through what the resolution says, we would look at the structure, how it would be structured. Again, to Commissioner's point, is it an income trigger? Is it a valuation spike, et cetera? The fiscal analysis, the estimated, for example, how many households would qualify? What might that cost? That sort of thing. We would want a legal and policy analysis of any such program, any constitutional or statutory issues, uniformity, equal and uniform taxation concerns, et cetera. And then operational, how's this going to work given the staff we have? It's got to have reliability. It's got to have parcel information. We've got to have administration either internally or externally. So these are all the things that we would be asking staff to put into an analysis and bring back. And I believe the date that we're requesting it is August. That's the request. We understand it's also budget time. But that is kind of the rough overview, if you will, of the analysis of such a program that we would ask staff to bring forward. I should say administration to bring forward. Commissioners and Senator, other comments, questions, Commissioner Davis.
Do not promote me. We already got one senator here. So quick questions, more of a statement. So I think along with all of this, we should add some sort of conversation with the other taxing jurisdictions. Our clerk's office did a phenomenal job this year in getting over $1 million in rebates between tax programs and local programs. The unified government, we have put skin in the game. That is no shade on the other taxing jurisdictions. I think that this could be an opportunity for a partnership. We already have the structure, but I don't think the responsibility of funding this program should just fall on our balance sheet. What would it look like for us to have a MOU or some sort of agreement with other taxing jurisdictions to say, hey, listen, we have mutual constituents. Let's work together to provide that relief. And so, Commissioner Pacheco, I don't know if I don't know if that has to be included in the motion. I'm sure staff can just have those conversations, but I at least wanted to be on record that this could be a partnership between us, the college, the libraries, the school districts, to say, let's work together to arrive at some tax relief and have it not just be funded by the unified government, as Dr. Pacheco has stated before. I think the other question that we'll have to wrestle with is whether or not someone would have to be current on their property taxes to qualify. There are pros and cons to this. I know for many that have advocated for the relief have said, there are folks that are on the tax sale, right, that could benefit, but that would mean that there's some portion of their property taxes that they've not been able to pay. I don't have a direct opinion or thought. I think we would need more data and research on what that means and what dynamic that creates for a program like this, because there are different reasons why someone may be property tax delinquent. But I do think it's worth the conversation for us to consider. Yeah, so those are my two thoughts. I think this is exciting, and I know even for the American Royal Subcommittee, we're even having conversations about this as well. And so I look forward to what happens in August, and hopefully we can have something ready to go by next year.
Thank you. Other comments? Senator Haley and then Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to be brief. First of all, thank you, Commissioner Pacheco. The number one issue, at least from my service and many others, is what we do about the reduction and the retention of our citizens when it comes to tax relief, whatever that is. And certainly that's been my push, very much so in Topeka in the Senate. I see that Representative Valdenia Nguyen, who's with us today, may say on the House side that it too was our concern. And it's just a failure of the leadership that's in Topeka right now. They have their super majorities. They could have made the priority of people, but it's the failure of the leadership of the Kansas legislature, both in the Senate and the House, both who ironically are vying right now for higher office, statewide office. They can even address the number one. But what you're doing, what you're proposing, you talk about fast tracking the issues that we do in this committee. At least my 2 cents is there's nothing more important right now because of the many expenses that cannot be maintained by our citizens here in this county and other counties. And if you polled it, there's nothing more important to them. They don't care about all the rest of the stuff that you're going through the list for. They don't care about the development here and there. Care about how they can stay often in their homes and what they can do with the ever escalating inflation that's there. I say that as we look at this resolution, and I know Commissioner Davis just spoke to it. That's one thing, whether they're current or not. Another that you said, Madam Chair, is this going to be income a trigger? Is it going to be, I mean, the devil is in the details. If it's their prime residence and they've been there for a certain period of time or they've reached a certain age, there are in place national models that have shown to be beneficial, have been shown to be beneficial. And we look at those that are moving out of Wyandotte County who cannot afford the escalating property tax and the mill levy, the BPU rates, which of course are a lot of which are consumed because of the UG charges that we, the utility, has to collect. So as you work this out, I just want to say there are models in place. There's some in Topeka where, again, derelict leadership hasn't paid attention. They'd rather tell folks which bathroom that they attend, or other issues, social issues, being important to them, and not the property tax relief. As these models come together, or these areas, please, as you do your resolution, which I hope to some point see fast track before August, as people are looking at their assessments right now, and the property taxes are being appealed right now, that you show that this is seen as being the most, or one of the most important issues that we could address. And I just wanted to share that with you. I don't take any offense whatsoever. I had nothing to do with, I mean, if it left up to me, probably Representative Wynn, it would have been a priority that most of our constituents think it is in Topeka. We're just under the thumb of some really derelict leadership down there with the legislature.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Burns.
Thank you. I don't doubt that this program has credibility once it's looked into and see how. The thing that concerns me is that, is it going to be another part of the bureaucracy in this building where we may have to add 5 or 6 employees to make this thing go? And when you put a fiscal note on that, you know, is it going to be an offset? You know, what's it going to be? All of us, and we're getting into the budget time now, if that program, for example, would cost X amount of dollars, we would probably have to take X amount of dollars from someone else. So be prepared to do that. If that's the case, I just think we ought to be cautious. We ought to be cautious about putting the burden on the clerk's office. I don't know how much more we can put on her office, especially with the great things that she did this year. I just think we ought to be very cautious. Anytime you have a new program like this, it increases the taxes, and is it worth it in the long run? That's my point.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Pacheco.
No, Commissioner Burns is absolutely correct. I mean, and that's the whole point of the study, right? Is to figure out, is this something that can be done in a fiscally responsible way that's not going to, you know, we don't want to create a program that's going to create, you know, 5 new positions and it doesn't, I mean, that's the whole point of the study, right? You know, the underlying basis of it is that very similar programs have worked in many municipalities and at the state level. Vermont is one of the most commonly cited ones because they've had it for the longest, but last time I presented on it, City of Chicago, Philadelphia, and Birmingham, Alabama are some other municipalities that have done it to some effect. So, you know, when it's been done somewhere else, it usually proves that it can be done in a fiscally responsible way. We need to find that out. You know, if this dies because it's not something that makes fiscal sense, then I will live with that, and I have absolutely no problem with it. The last thing I want to do is increase the tax burden on our citizens by trying to create something that does exactly that, right? So, no, I think point well taken, and we'll see what the results show us once we get that. That's why I would really recommend that we at least move it forward to the administrator and staff, so that way we can get a clearer picture of what it would mean for our county.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the committee? ACA House.
Assistant County Administrator Allen House, and just, we've had conversations about this, and the CFO is confident in terms of the timeframe. It's aggressive. I'll just say, I think it's aggressive, particularly when you get to the identification of the administrative requirements and sort of plumbing all of that machinery out, to have a really solid answer on that while we're doing budget and World Cup coming back in August. I just think we'll deliver on it, and I have full faith and confidence in Dr. Knieven, delivering the financial analysis. Some of the other pieces, I'm just going to say for the record, like that is more challenging to work through all that, the technology requirements, vendor requirements, how this interplays with the other programs and all that kind of stuff. So.
Point well taken. Commissioner Howard.
Our District 1, thank you for that presentation. I appreciate you for just bringing that to the table and just being creative in your approach. We need more of that. But let me ask a question to you, ACA House. Have we presented anything like this in the past for just kind of just thinking outside of the box? Property tax relief? Like, have any commissioners or mayors presented anything like this?
We've done policy analysis requests on occasion. I'm trying to think.
I would say, honestly, it's a different and targeting a different population, but our current tax rebate program that we have is very specific to Wyandotte County. And so, we are on the leading edge of that to be able to try to help residents. And that focus is really on more of your lower income and people that are disabled and your seniors. So the concept, absolutely. Something like this, not as much, and it is very creative. It's something that we look forward to doing the analysis on.
Maybe the pilot relief work too, and I think Commissioner Bynum was very involved in that. We're kind of that similar policy analysis. What does this cost? Who does it affect? How does it play out?
Yeah, I just applied the creativity. I understand what goes into goes into just the thought process, thinking about the community and how we can help bridge that gap. And so I just appreciate that, because that is the conversation every day, right? How do we lower property taxes? And I know that in the past we've tried to come up with solutions to kind of band-aid it, if you will, but it still hasn't been a true solution. And whatever we can do in order to help with that, most definitely don't want to be a burden to any of our staff or recreate any programs or anything like that. But this is an opportunity for us to do the feasibility study to see if it makes sense. And I believe that it does make sense, but like Senator Haley spoke to, the details, the devil is in the details. So I appreciate you for bringing that forward.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. In ACA House, I take your point. I would rather, while I appreciate and I do think we need a deadline, because we do not want something like this to just kind of stay. At the same time, we want good information and good data, and we want to make sure that we are like informed before we're making a decision. So I guess my question, Commissioner Pacheco, is the August deadline, is there any particular rhyme or reason to that, or is that just from a accountability standpoint?
Really just a deadline to put out there for accountability, but I want our staff to do the best job they can for it, so I want us to know the best information. So yeah, no, I mean, I'm open to a later time, and I guess maybe it'd be a little bit of a question of timing as well, would be, we get to a point where we say, hey, yay or nay on this, and if we say yay because we're going to go with it, I guess then maybe just like an implementation timeline. What tax year would we actually be able to do this for? Depending on the timeline, like if we push this to December, then how does that work? I don't know if that guides
Sure.
a little bit, but yes.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
open to a different date.
I guess
Sure.
that's what I'm getting. And maybe in August, there could be portions of this that's concluded, that staff feels confident. And then for the others that are not finished, maybe we just have an update on the status. And then from there, project out. Because by August time, hopefully, we will have a budget close to adopted. And that will allow our staff to get all the information that's needed. So just an idea to throw out there of kind of status checks and kind of milestones to get us to something that works.
Just a quick point to exactly to what you alluded to. Part of the other reason was my thinking was, well, August is going to be about the time that we will hopefully have adopted a budget. And so then the budget will be kind of fresh in our minds. And so then once we get this information back from staff, well, then hopefully we can kind of see like, how does this fit within a budget, within a new revenue budget? Like, what does the next few years project? How does it kind of fit? Because it'll all be fresh in our mind. So it wasn't actually just a completely random date, but there is a little bit of rhyme and reason. But I still am open to getting as much good information as we could, maybe by August, and then, kind of moving a little bit further.
And just for the budget calendar, so the budget gets introduced the first week of August, adopted basically the last week of August, I think is the calendar. So that month is when you all will be, dealing with that most intensely. And then the other part, I guess, was, like I said, the fiscal part, I think that's, again, I have full confidence we'll get the numbers. And I could almost see this as a two-part where commission has a discussion around the numbers and the program and the structure. And then if there's a desire to move it to the next phase, then you really get into the kind of what you lined out in the operational analysis, which is, then you're really getting into the details, and, appeals and timelines and all that kind of stuff, where you're really building it out if that's the desire of the commission to go forward.
Thank you for the good discussion. I'll just circle around to the public. Madam Clerk, have we received any written comments about the item?
No comments received.
And how about anyone online with their hand raised to speak to the item?
We do have a hand raised identified as EGM.
Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. This is Eva Garcia Meza. I guess my comment would be that I think this is a great idea. And I like the timeline that's being put on it to give it, like you guys said, an accountability component so that it comes back and we can see if it's even feasible. Kind of to piggyback on that, I would say in the same manner that we can put timelines on these kind of ideas, I think for a long time, at least as long as I've been following this budgetary session, there's been an ask for an audit, a detailed audit of departmental services or what is it that everyone is spending at each department. And it's always kind of just a loose idea that never really gets delivered on. So I guess what I'm saying is in the same manner that we can put timelines to these kind of ideas, I think it's beneficial to use that same method to deliver on the rest of the things that the community is looking for, to be able to say whether the budget is truly representative of the community needs, and representative of the amount of money that is collected by the UG. And I'll say that in the context of the UG is one of many taxing entities in Wyandotte County. So it's not just specific to the UG. It should happen across every single taxing entity to have full transparency as to where money is going. And that just doesn't seem to happen. So I do like the idea that this is something to help those that sometimes don't qualify for the current rebates or the current tools that are out there to offset these costs. But I would like to see the same approach in other things. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands raised online?
There are no other hands raised.
Is there anyone present in the audience that would like to speak to the item here in the conference room? Yes, come forward. Name and city for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Pastor Bruce Draper, Shawnee working here in Wyandotte County with Churches United for Justice. I first heard this here in this room a month ago, and I'm still excited about it. In fact, we passed that along to all of our member churches. And last Monday night, when we had a meeting, well over 400 people in attendance, this was one of our issue areas that we want to hold our officials accountable for, and that is supporting this analysis, because we believe this is a justice issue, property taxes in Wyandotte County. And we believe that this is a outside the box solution we haven't heard of very often, but it fits, it's a local answer to a local problem. And so we have hundreds and hundreds of people waiting for this to get approved tonight. And so we can see how fast this goes. I would not recommend taking off the dates that you put for the parameters, because that's what happens. Things just get kicked down the road and underneath the rug and never to be seen or heard from again. So I would recommend that not happen, but we appreciate the thoughtfulness, and go team.
Thank you, Pastor. Is there anyone else present in the conference room that would like to speak to the item? Is there a motion? Dr. Pacheco, do you have a motion?
I think so. And I'm hearing what Pastor Bruce just said, as well as what Alan had told us. And, so number one, don't worry. I will not let it go under the rug. Okay. So, but I think, and I trust our staff that they wouldn't do that. I think this is something that a lot of people are actually kind of, like Shelley said, are actually kind of excited to see what this would do, right? What kind of, what we could do with it. So, but what I'm saying is, I think we could get to a point where we do like whatever our meeting in September is. So that way it's just right after August, after we've gotten through all the budgetary stuff, it's been adopted, everything is still fresh on our mind. That was kind of my intent with it. And I think September is reasonable to get as much good information as we can. And then if there are still things in the works that we would need more time on, well, we have one of these every month, right? So we just kind of keep on chopping at it until we get the answers that we need before we hopefully would send it to the full commission. But I'd be amenable to moving the resolution as stated, but just with a different initial deadline for staff analysis to whichever date our ED&F meeting is in September of this year.
Committee, that would be September 28th.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Are you seconding the motion?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair. I normally, in fact, I don't know when I've ever seconded a resolution or anything that I haven't actually seen, but the concept is so good. I haven't seen the language, but it's just such a timely and good concept. Though it's unread, and I haven't seen the particulars.
If you like, I can give you these pages out of the agenda booklet so that you can have a paper copy. You might appreciate being able to read through the whole thing.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Roll call. Haley?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Stites?
Aye.
Pacheco?
Aye.
Burns?
A cautious eye.
Howard?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Vote is 7-0. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Pacheco. We have one final item. I appreciate everyone who has come and stayed and listened, and we're going to close in on the end of our Economic Development and Finance Committee meeting. And this is a for information only item. It is our fourth quarter financial reports for fiscal 2025. And I'm going to recognize our CFO, Dr. Shelley Knieven, and God bless you. We pushed this off from last month's meeting because we had spent so much time on other things. I'm not going to do that, but I would just ask, any places where you feel you can shorten or abbreviate would be most appreciated, although I also appreciate the report you're bringing and the information that you have for us. So please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Shelley Knieven, CFO. I was actually going to suggest that given we've been going for 3 hours and given that you've had this report now for 2 months, hopefully you've had time to look at it. I wouldn't go through the presentation. I can answer any questions now, or if you do have follow-up questions, meet with you one-on-one. Just to go through the report and explain it, but we do have it in the public record, which is what I think is in particular important. And just as a note, the first meeting in June, is when we will be bringing the first quarter for 2026. So we do have another opportunity. I'm kind of getting a complex here that we're kicking this. So maybe if we can do the first quarter of 2026 earlier in the meeting, and I can touch on some things from 25. But that would just allow you to move on to the next meeting that we have.
I appreciate that. I do not know if there are particularly high highlights from year-end 25 that you feel are important for us to hear right now. As I said to you when I met with you, I was particularly appreciative of sales tax exceeding budget. And I just didn't know if you had anything like that you wanted us to hear.
I don't think that there's anything in the report globally that is a surprise to anyone. It is good news in terms of sales tax. We did break that down in particular, though, because we had that one-time gain from the plaza at the Speedway. And that's what the mayor and commission decided to use the money to help us pave parallel and state. And so that gets reported in here, but I broke that out so that you could also see what's the ongoing increase, which we do have an ongoing increase that is reported in here. So I'd encourage you to look at that. It's going to be helpful for you in budget. When we look at that, it sounds like a lot of money, but when you start putting into percentages, sales taxes are growing about 2%. They're not growing astronomically. And as we know, the rate of inflation, at least right now, for the consumer price index is 3%. We know our cost of personnel is going up. We know the cost of just IT contracts, goods and supplies, all those things keep going up. So it's good news, thank goodness, that sales tax is growing. But there's not, a end-all solution there. And it'll be important for the budget. But no, I think, we also had on the 23rd with the full commission, the overview on the debt. And so we do provide information in here on debt. And then we also provide information on our investments and our cash that's included in here. So just encourage you to take a look at that. We have other reports that support some of the details that are in here quarterly. But like I said, glad to answer any questions that you might have and either in the meeting or in follow-up. And I can't wait to give you a dazzling presentation in June.
Thank you. So June will be ready for first quarter.
Correct.
And you certainly can hold your questions about 2025 then. Or if you have a question right now, Dr. Knieven would be happy to answer it. So if you don't, then 3 hours and 15 minutes into this meeting, we can take a motion to adjourn.
Howard District 1, motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Howard and a second by Commissioner Burns to adjourn. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0, motion
Thank you
carries.
very much. Commissioner Burns and Senator Haley, as always, thank you for your time. And I think you're excused. Good. Thank you both very much. I'll turn this over to Commissioner Davis for Neighborhood and Community Development.
Okay, we are going to get started in 5 minutes. Stretch your legs, use the bathroom, all that stuff. 5 minutes, we'll get started. Thank you. All right, we're just waiting for one more person to show up and then we'll get started. Clerk, are we ready?
We will be in 30 seconds.
Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. If you're still here, you either love to hear us speak or you're waiting for an agenda item for the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee. So we do appreciate your patience. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending via Zoom remotely as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time that you speak so that the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may indicate their intent to provide comment by contacting the clerk's office by noon on the day of the meeting. The public also will have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom from the 5th floor conference room of the municipal office building. When public comments are allowed on an agenda item, comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. With that, I now call the meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Community Development Standing Committee for May 4th, 2026 to order. Clerk, can we have the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Here.
Pacheco,
Here.
Howard,
Present.
Bynum,
Here.
Davis.
Here. And Commissioner Stites, if there's any way you can increase the volume on your microphone, that would be amazing. Just want to make sure we can hear you. Okay. So, Clerk, any revisions to the agenda?
There are no revisions.
Okay. That is good to go. Next on our agenda is the approval of minutes. We have minutes from June 30th of last year and then March 2nd of this year. Any comments or is there a motion?
Item at large 1, move to approve June 30, 2025 and March 2nd, 2026 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry. All right, Howard second. Commissioner Bynum made the motion. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard, Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0. Motion carries.
Thank you so much, Clerk. The first order of business is information only items. This is from K-State Extension, Wyandotte County. Thank you so much, Ms. Diaz, for being patient and waiting for us. So we have a quick presentation, again, for information only, and then there will be times for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis and other commissioners. I'm thrilled to be here tonight. My name is Denise Dias. I am the Extension Director for the Wyandotte County Extension Office. We are an outreach arm of Kansas State University. I'm really excited to share with you some of the things that I get to work on every day, helping to build more partnerships within our community and also leveraging the resources and the information from Kansas State University. Programs that work on boosting community health, supporting our youth and families, and also strengthening local leadership. I love bringing practical research-based solutions to the community and helping residents to tap into resources that truly make a difference in their lives. Just a quick overview for those of you that are unfamiliar with Extension. We were created out of the 1862 Land Grant Act. And from that helped to establish land grant universities like K-State in partnership with USDA. Followed by, in 1914, Cooperative Extension Service. That law also helped to create the national system for delivering research-based education to communities. In 1915, Kansas County Farm Bureau law helped to provide structure for extension in Kansas, And then 1951, again, Kansas County Extension Council law helped to establish the extension councils, which are the governing body of your local office. And then in 1991, there was a revision to Extension Council law where they allowed counties to form districts. And so that is a newer piece of legislation that helps extension counties to band together for greater efficiency and impact. Our Extension Council has 24 elected members. They're elected each year, and they're in the areas of agriculture, horticulture, 4-H youth development, family and consumer sciences, and community vitality. Extension agents are employees of Kansas State University and the Wyandotte County Extension Council. Currently, there's extension offices in all 105 counties in Kansas, which is something we're very proud of. There's 46 individual county offices and 21 extension districts that were formed from 59 counties. The first area I want to talk about is horticulture and urban ag. Mostly our Extension Master Gardener programs are the ones that really do strengthen a lot of Wyandotte County by expanding access to locally fresh and grown foods. Also, things that enhance the environment through plants that improve air quality, help to reduce stormwater runoff, help to cool neighborhoods in the summer, and support pollinators. Community gardens also foster connection. They help to improve mental and physical health and beautify neighborhoods. Master gardeners primarily support 5 community gardens. Their newest one is the Cooper Foreman Heritage Garden located at the Kansas City, Kansas Community College. And it features historic plants from 1607 to 1924. We also have a community garden at the Delaware Highlands Assisted Living facility. It's a therapy garden designed for older adults. And they love growing vegetables and cutting flowers and enjoying flowers in their building. The Turner Community Gardens also have a giving grove with fruit trees and a pollinator garden. They have aquaponics there and also vegetable plots that are available for community members to use. We also have gardens at the Ag Hall of Fame. One is focused on Kansas adapted vegetables and plants, and the Vogelweide Garden out in front of the Ag Hall of Fame, which features perennials and landscape designs. Our 4-H youth development program, it's actually growing in our county, surprisingly. We've had a lot of success, and I would say a lot of that's due to our staff that we have. Some notable things, we have a shooting sports team that has represented the county at national competitions for several years and have done really well there. This last year, clubs raised about $1,000 and also collected hygiene items that were given to residents in need. The Kansas Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge is also supported by the Kansas 4-H program, and it has a local component as well as a statewide component that helps give young entrepreneurs a chance to showcase their businesses. They do a trade show, an elevator pitch. They also do a presentation and executive summary. Participants compete for cash prizes, which is really a big thing for kids, and it helps them to either launch or expand their businesses and gain valuable connections with local people. And then, of course, the county fair, also known to us as the 4-H Showcase, is a place where youth show what they've learned for the entire year, building up to the county fair as kind of the culmination of their learning. And that also has grown and flourished in the last few years because of partnerships and leadership. Okay. Family and consumer sciences. So we have mental health has come to the forefront for us, especially in the last couple of years. There's several programs that one of our agents helps to teach in the community, and she works alongside in partnership with the Wyandotte Behavioral Health group, kind of like something like you would take first aid or CPR training. These programs help to equip just average people with just basic skills to help them potentially with life-saving skills. So they're not trained to like diagnose or any of those kinds of things. But if someone mentions to you that they're feeling, that they're not feeling well mentally, then they have ways ways to talk with them to get them the help they need. Also, another thing that we're really proud of is our VITA Income Tax Assistance Program. That's the money that was returned in 2024 to Wyandotte Countyans, over $500,000. This year, we've expanded our program to include a second site at Avenue of Life. So we don't have those figures in just yet. We'll have those numbers probably by the 1st of May, but we're anticipating even more money returned to citizens through that program. And then we also offer parenting classes, which are court-ordered classes. So parents that are trying to learn better communication or, reducing stress or how to do non-physical discipline, they have sessions one-on-one with our agent, and she helps them to earn a certificate after they've completed 10 hours of training. And then that helps them to move closer to regaining custody of their kids. We also have done quite a bit of work this last year or so with the Salvation Army Veterans Program, helping veterans to build essential life skills such as nutrition, basic budgeting, conflict resolution, and even gardening. So the master gardeners have gone in and helped them to grow their own pot of tomatoes. And when they leave that program, they're able to take that with them. So that's been a really big highlight for them. Some other family and consumer science programs that we have, we focus on food safety and nutrition, and those deliver lots of benefits across the county. One notable program was a hypertension awareness program. It was first piloted locally here in Wyandotte County, and it's reached to work sites, churches, and different community classes. And it's gained state recognition for its success in helping participants manage their blood pressure. We also have a small contingent volunteer group called Master Food Volunteers who also help to expand our nutrition efforts. And then our staff teach a program called Serve Safe, which is designed to help restaurants and also their employees to serve food in a safe manner. So hopefully we avoid foodborne illnesses. Our staff member is a registered dietitian. She also teaches dining with diabetes to help people manage that disease in an effective way, and also teaches physical activity because you've got to have that along with good nutrition to be healthy. And so a couple of programs that she teaches there are Stay Strong, Stay Healthy in Kansas, which is a statewide program. We do have a federally funded program called FNEP, which stands for Expanded Food and Nutrition Program. And it serves families that are facing extreme poverty. So those are the ones we target. It provides hands-on nutrition education that helps these participants make lasting change. So one example to share with you is we had a participant named Elizabeth, who used what she learned in those classes, which are the USDA dietary guidelines, to make healthier choices. And ultimately, she lost weight. Her blood pressure went down, her A1C, for those of you that's a diabetic score, that was like practically nothing. So she was able to improve her health, and her doctor was just shocked at just how those simple changes really made a big difference. Community vitality is another area that we focus on. Our work is built on the belief that strong communities emerge when local leaders are equipped and community voices are centered and resources are strategically aligned through shared priorities. Through facilitation of community input and strategic planning, we've helped residents and stakeholders identify common goals and create action-ready plans. Our leadership development efforts, which include supporting Leadership 2000 and also the Board Leadership Series, helps to train and strengthen local capacity by preparing individuals and organizations to lead with confidence and collaboration. We've also offered grant writing workshops, and we help with entrepreneurship support, mostly with food businesses, by helping to connect people interested in doing a food business to the Kansas Food Lab, and also to resources at the university that can help them with, creating a nutrition label and that sort of thing. Some of our services that we offer, just a variety of things. We delivered 104 soil test recommendations this last year for residents, and we do work with Public Works to offer some of those free for KCK residents. Our horticulture agent has gone out and done diagnostic work for plants and trees and even insect identification. And then also we help support healthier homes with radon testing. There's more work to be done in that area, but we've helped people to get kits into their homes to test to see if radon is an issue for them. Funding, talk about the money now. So Wyandotte County, we're funded kind of in an unusual way. We have county, state, and federal funds that come into our office. So, and you can see here the last 3 years, what we've had for funding. Our work, of course, we consider it to be high impact, and we value that we do things to help support the economy and our environmental quality. Our funding has been flat or decreased in the last few years, and we've taken reductions from federal and county funding sources, and state sources are looking questionable at this time, as of what I've learned as of last week. So any additional investment to help us to scale these services, reach more households, and equip more entrepreneurs and leaders would be greatly appreciated, because we really believe in our county. Some indirect contributions. This is mostly volunteers. The second bullet point is what is estimated we get in support from our regional extension professionals and IT from K-State. A lot of this is just volunteer hours that have been submitted and turned in to us. Outside funding, we do seek grants when they align with what we do. We don't go chasing dollars if they don't match our mission. And so things that we currently have, we have a grant from KidZone and our Master Gardener plant sale. This is last year's total, was over $8,000. All that goes back into those community gardens and community projects. Our 4-H rabbit project exploded this year, and so they needed equipment to show up at the county fair and for their rabbits, and so they received a grant from BPU. We've received additional money for facilitation from K-State. And then the Cooper Foreman Garden at the college has its own endowment. So those funds totally support that garden. So some things looking ahead, one opportunity could be to form a district with Leavenworth County, something we've talked about with them a little bit. It would help us to use economies of scale to streamline administration and some of those things to save money on our operations. So we've talked with them, we feel like we're a good fit, and so that's something we would like to continue to explore over time. Of course, K-State is also leveraging their resources and looking at new ways of structuring different parts and pieces of counties to make them more cost-effective. So we expect those things to continue. Of course, developing new partnerships is something we're always trying to do. We want to be good partners with not only our UG departments and people that work here, but with others in the community, because we feel like we can bring additional technical assistance and high-value programs to them. So that's something we're always working on. And then, of course, leveraging the university to benefit Wyandotte County. There's been things that I've shared with the department heads. There was a newly created website called All Things Kansas that was shared with them so they could use different maps and things that were on the state level to look at different resources in the county. Some challenges, of course, I think maintaining adequate funding is always a challenge for everyone. But I think for me, just making sure that we have quality staff and that we're able to attract those quality people and keep them on staff. I think that's critical to our mission, but also to being successful as an organization. So, and then also one challenge I see that we work on all the time, but there's always room to improve is visibility. Because I feel like, we're doing more tabling, we're trying to get in the community more. There's still a lot of room to help others in the community know what resources we have available and what we can do to benefit them. So that's it. If you have questions or comments, I am willing to answer whatever you have.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Dias. I really appreciate this information, and you hit on all the things that I've asked. And committee, one of the reasons why we try to do this is folks know where their money's going. We actually had a comment today of, we don't know what our dollars are paying for. Well, we were trying to, our dollars pay for so much. I think the question becomes, do we know about it? Are we taking advantage of it? Okay, I'm going to do a public comment, and then committee, if there are any questions, we can do that. Clerk, is there any comments submitted for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, for the folks here that have been patient, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll close the public comment portion. Committee, again, this is for information only. Any questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. I appreciate K-State Extension a great deal. Having served on the board and served as the chair of the board. So I think when you serve in that way, you get a much more in-depth view of all that you do, and it's a lot. Appreciate the presentation, but I feel like you do so much more even than what we can see in these slides.
Yes.
So I do want you and your council and your staff to know how much it's appreciated. And you are another one of those, you're not a department of the unified government, but you're much like a lot of our departments. You have this small staff doing, way more than they should probably have the capacity to do. And so Please share my appreciation. I'm excited about your A1C story. Because what we really want to do with our health rankings is, is change outcomes like that on chronic diseases. And you are engaged in our community health improvement plan, yes?
Yes, we are.
Can you share what role you're playing in that?
Well, the staff, we kind of divide that up a little bit. We have staff that are involved in the Health Equity Task Force, I believe. I have another staff member that's working with housing and childcare, I know for sure.
Okay.
So we do have people from our office that go to those committee meetings and participate.
Across multiple of the
Mhm.
areas.
Yes.
That's just, the more we can help people do easy things to control and improve health outcomes, the better off we're all going to be. And it's not always about having primary care insurance.
Right.
So the more we can share those other ways that we can care for ourselves, applaud you for that. Just one final thing. Cooper Farm and Garden has a ribbon cutting event on June 11th at 6 o'clock at the garden. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, Denise Dias, Director of Wyandotte County Extension. Yes, you should have received an email this morning. I think it went out. We are doing a ribbon cutting at the Cooper Foreman Heirloom Garden. We're really excited because it's a special garden that's just been under the radar for so long. And I think it would be a great tool, not only for the college, but even school kids and others to use to learn about our history. And it's just a phenomenal garden. There's a lot of change that's been happening, and we expect a lot more to come. But we have some dedicated volunteers that are just diving into that garden, and I think it'll be a showpiece for the county for sure.
Thank you so much. Commissioners are finicky about scheduling things on commission nights. We happen to have a budget session that we may not be able to come, but I just wanted to announce it because it's super cool. And if I could be there, I would. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Just set up a selfie zone. You'll get all of the Gen Z, millennials. No, that area is so cool. Andrea and I were on a walk, and I live near the college, and kind of stumbled upon it on accident. It's like, wait, what is this enchanted place of plants and beautiful structures? And it's so peaceful and serene. It's like, it's kind of tucked away. So yeah, I could not recommend visiting. It's a really, really cool feature in our community. Committee, any other questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation, very informative. And then, yes, Commissioner Bynum is, her and I think sometimes we're on the same page on a lot of things, especially on the health outcomes, things like that. So actually and she kind of took everything that I would need to ask on that front. But one thing, do you know specifically what are the 2 work sites by chance of the hypertension and prevention? And how are those work sites kind of determined?
Denise Dias, Wyandotte County Extension Director. There was a work site in Bonner Springs was one, and I know they're in negotiation with another one, another larger work site.
And what does that mean exactly? What does the work site provide for the extension to
So
run that program? Or?
yeah, the program is actually free to participants to be involved in. And the worksite would just provide space for like an hour-long program. And it does have a series of classes, either 4 or 6 weeks. I don't remember exactly, but just that time to learn about how changing diet, making better choices there, increasing exercise, and then also along with that hypertension awareness program, they get a blood pressure cuff to take home with them and learn how to track that and to monitor that. So it's a great program. We even did a church in the Quindaro neighborhood last spring, and they were very appreciative of that. So just helping people to look at what they're doing, the choices they're making, and improve those choices.
Very good. Yeah, no, I think that'd be something my clinic would be interested in participating in. So just question for you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
We would love to.
Awesome. Thank you so much, colleagues. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Dias. I really appreciate your time. We're going to transition to our folks at the NRC. And if you're able to get out there, K-State Extension, I was at the plant sale, actually saw ACA House there as well. Do go. A lot of the opportunities are free or of low cost. It's offered by K-State Extension, so please. But yes, let's go ahead and transition to our NRC folks. And they're going to talk about some of the things happening in their department, which is quite expansive.
And we got the 50% off too.
Yes, we did. Yes, I don't know if we're supposed to say that out loud, but you just did. So. We did get a good deal. It had nothing to do with our affiliation with the unified government. Everybody got it. All right. Mr. Tolkien and staff, thank you all so much for your patience. Please take it away.
Greg Talkin, Neighborhood Resource Center Director. I apologize. There are a couple of commissioners that have seen 90% of this presentation, as it was similar to the new commissioner information we provided. So I'd like to start off. Let's see. Okay. I'd like to start off by introducing my staff that I brought with me today. The NRC is composed of 4 different divisions. I'd like to introduce Jim Neath. He's the Chief Building Inspector. He's the manager over building inspection. Mina Chappelle, she is over Livable Neighborhoods. She's both over the Livable Neighborhoods office, but as well as the Livable Neighborhoods Task Force. And Patrick Colton, he's over property maintenance compliance. And then there is Rachel Miskick, who is over our administrative division. So I appreciate them coming along tonight. I'm going to kind of go very quickly on these first parts because we have, like I said, we have 4 different divisions. The administrative division is basically there are upfront, they're the original staff that our customers usually meet, and then they're usually at the end. They meet them again to complete the project. They're the intake. And then it goes to the staff that help address stuff, get things done, then goes back to them to get back to the public in most situations. So, out of that office is the business license and knock tax division. We did put the new work, we took over the World Cup STR, the special event that's going fairly well. We do the intake, they do all the intake for building permits, handles majority of phone traffic, initial contact for visitors, and handles and distributes emails and voicemails and complaint entry from 311. The building inspection division, there's 2 major components from that office. Well, first of all, there's a building inspection component. There's a rental licensing component that falls in that division. There's plan reviews that are done by the building inspection side, but there's inspections done by both the rental licensing and the building inspection side. There's various types of projects, of course, that we review and oversee and issue permits for, and then we follow up with the inspections of those various permits over time. And there's property maintenance compliance. Formerly, you generally called it code enforcement, but everything is in the code of ordinances is a code which everybody enforces. So to narrow down to what we do, we tried to change the name to the code we actually enforce. Everything that property maintenance does is involved with private property. We don't do anything on public property or land bank properties for the most part, other than eyes and ears to get things to other departments that they may need to address some concern like illegal dumping or some along that line. Staff in property maintenance has assist with a number of zoning violations, and that has increased a little bit recently because of the staffing levels of planning, which we hope that they're starting to do interviews. So, but we have been helping them in various ways to address some of the zoning violations, the ones we can help with. So within property maintenance is the problem property team. They're the ones dealing with the specialized cases, usually the most difficult and ongoing cases. They also administer the demolition program and the securing and boarding of structures. Livable Neighborhoods. Livable Neighborhoods engages and empowers Kansas City, Kansas neighborhoods. There's 41 currently registered neighborhood groups. Livable Neighborhoods is coordinating with the 7 contracted neighborhood and business revitalization organizations. There is an 8th, but it's currently vacant. We are working on filling it. Partnering with Livable Neighborhoods Task Force Board to identify programs and priorities and strategic planning and get neighborhood feedback and input. Everybody probably did hear, we struggled with that a little bit last year. The task force board kind of fell apart, and Mina has been working diligently to put that back together, and we feel like we're getting in a good place with that. So these are some of the things that we've worked on here recently in the last few years. We've been able to have the creation of a development review committee coordinator. Planning used to kind of handle that function, but when the shortness in staff occurred and other things occurred, we felt it was best if we took control of that to be right underneath the DRC coordinator, which is the chief building inspector. We believe it's gone along miles of getting us into a better situation, having one person dealing with this. The other item that has made a big impact on our development side is the chief building inspector has the authority to issue temporary certificate occupancies, which we call a TCO, provided there's no life safety issues. It used to be that if every division did their own, or every department, I'll put, because DRC involves building inspection, fire department, planning, BPU electric, BPU water, and public works and engineering. Everybody had to do a final and everybody had to approve for occupancy before we would allow a business to move in. We determined that Jim is the lucky one that gets to determine what's life safety and what's not. And then we move forward trying to get businesses in sooner than later. Then staff has to follow up and manage the remaining items over time. And we feel like we're getting people into their businesses sooner, and much quicker, instead of holding them up on issues that really the public doesn't care, but that we are making sure we're providing the safety that's needed. We've also combined land disturbance and the grading permit. They used to be 2 different permits. Those permits, 90% of the time, 95% of the time, they both had to be issued. So we've just moved it into 1 permit to streamline that process. I already mentioned the breakdown in previous Livable Neighborhoods Task Force. They're on amend, and we are looking forward to great things from them in the future. This is a very important one. Staff retention, career ladder development. Our property maintenance compliance division struggled for a while. We would bring new staff in, train them, they would be gone shortly. We had a consistent turnover in that office, and it was hard also filling those positions. So what we were able to do in working with HR, we were able to develop a program that would help staff better themselves by getting certified in their category of a property maintenance inspector, and then longevity plays into it. They can actually better themselves in both instances. If they get their certification, they automatically get an increase, and then once they meet the longevity that's required, then they will get another increase, and they actually get a reclass at that point. And it's, like I said, it's worked really well so far. Administrative citations versus court summons. You know, a lot of people, we get a lot of questions, why don't we take people to court anymore? For our biggest problems that we deal with day in and day out, usually a lot of are the vacant homes. We can't find owners. We can't, or they're out of town. They don't care if we used to send a summons to them. They aren't coming to town. We can't do anything about it. The administrative citation doesn't require us to actually serve the person like it does to get them into a municipal court. We just have to follow the due process that's in our statute or our ordinances to do that notice procedure of mailing it to the last known address by our record and any other information we have. And then we are able to, if they don't appear for a hearing and they don't, well, let me back up they don't correct the violation, we can move forward and assess an administrative citation. Those escalate over time. We don't want to do that if people are working with us. We want to work with them, but a lot of people don't work with us. A lot of people start giving us a runaround. And then there are some, like I said, our biggest problems, we usually can't find anybody. So we start applying those admin citations. One of the biggest advantages is that if they don't get paid and people don't correct their issues, those go on as a special. And then eventually those properties that nobody has ownership anymore, we can get into a tax sale and get into the land bank and move from there. Either if they have structures, get them in the land bank rehab program or get them into the new program that we're doing now for building upon some of the vacant lots we have in the community. So some additional things that we're currently working on. We're looking at trying to find ways for additional staff resources for livable neighborhoods. Currently, there's one staff person due to the reductions we've had over the last few years. Whether that's somehow eventually being able to document the need for another full-time staff or at a minimum, maybe a part-time staff or even a volunteer or two that we can try to get in there to help do some of the stuff we do. Illegal dumping. The NRC doesn't have a lot to do with illegal dumping, believe it or not, but we are eyes and ears in the field. When we see it, we report it, get it in the chain or in the process it needs to go to eventually get taken care of. We are part of the team, though, that we are actively participating in all of the meetings, and actually Mina's been working some meetings and coordinating those on some of the dumping issues here recently. Demolition and funding. In the past, we had great success. Our budget for demo used to be over $1 million. And then over the last 3 years, it got down to like 360, and then eventually we said, I think we're around 220, 230 this year. But we are seeing an increase in demolition needs and funding. And part of that is due to the fact that we haven't had tax sales recently, which we are getting back on track, because the tax sales, the way to get it into somebody else's hands that cares, the sooner we do that, the less chance that house is going to catch fire or be vandalized. But some of these have hung out there longer. Some of them have caught fire. We do seem to have more fire cases that we've had to look at demoing, and some of them are urgent need because of the condition. So we're kind of looking at that. We're hoping the tax sale gets us back on track to be able to get those to people that care and brings them back into livability and use. So I've already talked about the tax sale and the land hampering back and how it plays into what we do. So, the NRC budget, a couple of important parts. We have lost through the downturn or the reduction in our taxes and stuff. We have lost a staff member in the administrative division. We've lost a staff member in livable neighborhoods and one in property maintenance. So then when you get into our expenditures and revenue, when you look at the actuals of the expenditures and revenue in 24 and 25, you will see that all of our services have been paid by what we do. We've covered those costs. Now, there's another item that come into focus here, and we're still trying to learn more, but we actually are missing revenue here that we're trying to figure out how to track better, but that's the specials we placed on the property. We are hearing that we may have contributed upwards of $200,000. We're trying to confirm that. We don't know if that's actually collected or some that's hanging out there. Added that in a recent tax assessment. So we're looking at that closer, trying to find a better way to know what we're actually collecting there. So we're looking forward to that. We actually didn't think we could do it at all, but we got something out of the auditor's office today that shows at least we can get some idea. We're going to see similar, we believe, in 2026, even though the revenue shows a little bit below what our expenditures are. 2024 and 2025 actually showed a little before they were adjusted towards the end of the year. So we're hoping the same thing, that we will produce more revenue than expected. So just a few numbers here. The number of rental licenses you can see over the years. The yellow is the number of units. The brown, I'm sorry, the key didn't put that on there, is the number of buildings that houses those units. We can see that that has been significantly increasing every year. And we're hearing there's more rental apartments and things on board. It seems like they're coming forward, so that trend's going to continue. The vacant property registrations that have been open and closed, you can see those increasing. You'll see in 2024 a little bit of an oddity. We have a hell of a lot of closures in those. And part of that is because we had other staff helping and assisting manage that. But also we switched the vendor that we were using helping us manage those properties. So we had to close some more out and then got transferred, or they were already taken care of. So we didn't need to move into a new case with those. So also the occupational tax office, you can see the occupational tax receipts. Those have increased over the years. You'll notice that I left license and scratched through this. I always like to make a comment that we always seem to go around calling these business licenses, and they're not. They're just a tax collection for revenue. And the thing that's important about that is that people call us and say, why don't you void their business occupational tax? And because we can't void it, it's just a tax, and nor do we want to give their tax money back to them. So it's just a revenue stream. It's not a license. We do issue other licenses though. And I have to correct one of the charts here that didn't realize till very recently. The very top item where it says for business license 148, 242, 163, those are actually new applications during those years. That's not full licenses. The full licenses for 2023 was 867, 2024 was 1,106, and 2025 was 632. Now, in 2024, you'll notice that was really high, then it dropped. We did one thing that year to save time, but it didn't hurt revenue. We changed the process. It used to be the coin-operated machines like you find at Dave & Buster's. They were each licensed. We decided we would do one license and list all the machines, and each one was still charged the same fee. So that significantly reduced some of the licenses that we were issuing. That's why there was a significant decrease. You can see where contractor licenses have been just up and down a little bit. Garage sale permits the same way. And then temporary permits are a lot of those permits that are issued for special events for a very short duration, and pretty much consistent with those. So building inspection. Same trends as most of what we've been doing the last few years is that the inspections that we're doing is continuing to increase. A lot of that has to do with the fact our permits numbers over the years seem to continue to increase too. And then, of course, anytime an inspection doesn't get passed, we have to go back out and do a reinspection. Those are also showing an increase because of the number of inspections we're doing, the original inspections. So rental licensing numbers, these are a little bit different. So you'll see a low number in 2023, a significant increase in 2024, then drops back down in 2025, both on the initials and the re-inspections. So in 2023, we were significantly down in staff in rental licensing. So we weren't doing as many inspections. And plus, we were coming out of COVID. People were still a little bit, I think, afraid of having people in their homes. But so there's some pent up demand for the 2024. You can see, so we played catch up. We hired some staff. We were able to play catch up. And then I think kind of stabilizing back in 2025 of where they normally sit. So on permit types here, just one, I highlighted the one section in blue, which just to show the significant increase in 2025. A lot of that has to do with what's going on in our land bank and that program. So all the rest of the numbers really are not that far off. They're just minor adjustments back and forth. I will note the residential solar permits fell way off in 2025. But everything else there's not that much of a drastic change in anything else. So, and those 2026 is through February. And in previous years, generally, we might have had one or two single family for those months because they're usually cold. People weren't doing anything. We already had 21 at the end of February. So this kind of shows the distribution, and I did forget to comment, part of maybe, along with that, part of the increases for the single family may be due to the waivers that we're doing for permitting and stuff. This here, 78th Street in this diagram is kind of used for a different purpose, but it kind of serves two. The previous fee waiver went to 78th Street, but 78th Street is also kind of mid-county. And you will notice that, mid-city, you'll notice that the number of permits to the right of 78th Street and to the left, although there's clusters, you really can't tell in the western part. They're stacked on top of each other a little bit more, but the actual numbers for single-family permitting plotted there looks like the eastern part of our community is probably had more single-family permits than the western part. So the items highlighted in green, it's only done because those are old case types where we still have cases functioning where we couldn't eliminate it out of the chart at this point. But this shows that we're pretty consistent in most things. The only couple things I'll point out, the tow on the right side, that is basically dealing with an inoperable vehicle. You'll see a significant increase in 2025 on those. Vehicles is one of our biggest problems right now. It seems to come out in the community survey. Part of that is really falls with us with the inoperable vehicles, but part of it also falls in the business world that planning and zoning has to deal with in that area. But we are trying to assist in that area also with their shortfall. And then the other one that seemed to significantly increase was environmental complaints. No, what was it? Apologize, it would. Oh, well, there's one more up there I thought that I'd point out, but I guess I'm maybe thinking of a different slide. So just all said and done, pretty much consistent across the 3 years, no major drastic changes. So these are new case numbers for these types. And this is where I was confused, sorry. You can see that everything's pretty much consistent there. The code environmental did see a significant increase. This is something we kind of combined some of the old cases under. So that might have affected the number, but also we've done some blitzes over the last couple of years. Along with the tow blitzes, there has been some environmental cases that has also partnered with that. So that has created a significant increase there in 2025. I think that's pretty much, and once again, you see significant increases in the tow there. So demolition, this is kind of referenced before. I've already kind of talked about the issues we're dealing with here, so I won't bring that back up. Just to show you that over the last 3 years, full years, that's the number of demos we've actually done with the funding received on the other side. We ended up in 2028 still having, or in 2025, having 28 properties still on our dangerous properties list that we had no more funds to move forward with. We're currently working through those right now. We expect in the next 30 to 60 days, we will be back out of funds for demo. So we'll have to, last year, you see where we had to request an additional 50,000 because we had 2 major fires back to back when we were out of funding, and budget helped us find those dollars to get rid of those dangerous structures. So in the future, these are items we're currently working on or will be working on. One of our biggest items is the enhanced process we're working towards in our software. We have created a foundation, we believe, by getting our software into the cloud. That was a major undertaking because we couldn't get staff into our system anymore when we lost remote desktop, other than field staff could access the app. But we now have access to anywhere we're at in the world. We could still get into Excella, But the other positive about that is that fire department's on a different side server, so they never could get in. Now they can. BPU's the same way. So when we start enhancing these projects and products, that makes it much simpler. Everybody can get in and do their own thing and not rely on UG staff from other departments to enter their data and to follow up and do their inspections. So our first one we're going to be kicking off very, very soon is the DRC and planning processes. There's been some footwork done on that already, but we're looking forward to that one. That's the one that we are looking to gain the most, hopefully, success and positive feedback from. Following that, we're looking at special events involving multiple UG departments. Then all building permit processes that are remaining. Then we want to look at the business license and OCTAX processes. Now there's input from other departments on those too. Planning always has an input with business license. So instead of us doing all these emails back and forth on all these processes, the communications will occur in the system. We won't ever have to look and try to find an email that would reference what we've done and lose it. Everything will be incorporated into the system we're working on. All communications between staff and all communications with the developer, builder, the person trying to open the business, and any type of other application. Then we want to look at bringing other departments on board within the UG that will benefit us. Like we would like for us to look at even looking at the 311, the customer service module that maybe Excella has, because we know that eventually we've got to look at that. And if that would be chosen, then it's already connected to what we're doing. Public Works wants to expand their use. We really want to get the health department involved because they have critical information for us, especially when it comes to septic tanks and their approval process. We have to wait and manually get information from them. If it was in this system, it would be ideal. We also, fire's already in the system, but they may want to use the system later to expand their business inspections they do as far as outside of the development process. And then police, we might find that they find it beneficial in the future of being able to pull up a plan in the field of a building that we have for being able to see what exists here for whatever they may have going on there. We want to continue to support staff in pursuing and obtaining their ICC certifications. We're looking at and we'll be moving forward shortly on the updating building and property maintenance codes and fire codes. We also want to bring forward here in the near future rental licensing ordinance change modification. We know years ago they prohibited us from entering a property without a tenant's approval and a sign of a waiver. That issue is not going away. We've looked at what some other communities are doing, so we want to start basing our original, when a person comes in and applies for a rental license that hasn't had one before, we want to at least go out and do an environmental inspection of the exterior. And that's what we're going to put in the ordinance, because right now it says we're supposed to do a full, and we can't do it. So, and then we want to continue to support planning's efforts to update their zoning codes and standards. We have several staff that are on the committees with that, and we're looking forward to helping with that. Positive collaboration with newly elected Little Neighborhood Task Force Board. We've talked a little bit about that. We are in the process working with purchasing that is supposed to be getting an RFQ out here that very shortly to fill that last vacancy, the 8th position in the NBRs that is open. And then we want to continue to make adjustments to adapt to being a staff of one in Little Neighborhoods, where maybe in the future we want to find the ability to find other resources to support them. Once again, whether it's volunteers, a part-time worker, or maybe a full-time worker, hopefully in the near future. That's it.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's do public comment. Clerk, did we receive any comments for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands are raised.
For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? All right, let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, again, this is for information only. Thank you so much, Mr. Talkin. That was very thorough. And hopefully, colleagues, we all were able to learn something for the community. We were all able to learn something. I do think it's interesting that you all are probably one of the few departments that are pretty self-sufficient, meaning one of your functions actually is to bring in revenue for the city, which can then be used to pay for salaries and all those good things. Committee, any questions? Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Our District 1. Thank you for that presentation. I have one question for you. When you talked about the MBRs, there only been 7 or 8 of them. Okay. Can you talk about those MBRs or what areas are missing in the MBRs?
So the NBR that's missing right now is the Northeast area.
And can you talk to the RFQ and the neighborhood group?
So I haven't seen it yet, but the only thing I would say is we are trying to make sure that we are soliciting for filling that role for the Northeast. And then the other requirements they would have would be meeting all the requirements, the contract that every other NBR has. We don't know, and I will give Mina an opportunity to speak on this at the end, but we know there are at least, I believe, 2 interested groups in that area, but there may be more. Let you, if you have anything to add.
Just making sure that I understand your question. Are you asking like what's in the MBR RFQ potentially, or what's in the current contract?
Yeah, just so currently we had a MBR in the Northeast, right? So can you just talk to me about why we don't have a MBR there anymore and why we're doing an RFQ for that process?
Sure. Yeah, it was a
And who was the MBR?
Yes. So last year we had a contract with Groundwork Northeast Revitalization Group. And there was a array of concerns, but one of the things is we set a deadline that they just didn't meet to turn in their contract documents. And so we took that opportunity to go ahead and turn it back out to the community to see if that was still a good fit for an organization to do community work in the Northeast.
I do understand NRG is a long-standing neighborhood group there, or NBR there.
Who's that?
NRG, Groundworks?
Groundworks.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was the NBR there.
Yes, that's the one that.
So within that being said, how are we determining who becomes the new NBR in the Northeast?
That's why we're doing the RFQ process, which I'll be honest, I've done the RFP process. The RFQ is supposed to be simpler, and it's only going that process because it's below the threshold of $50,000. So purchasing recommended we do the RFQ. I'm not too sure what type of interviews occur yet with that. I know in the RFP, like I said, I participate in that, and there's a group that are designated for that. I'm not too sure about this yet.
Last question is, thank you for that, because I'm getting a lot of questions about this process, of course, that I'm not aware of, so I'm glad that you are answering some of those questions. The last question is, if Groundworks has been the long-standing NBR there, and they just failed to meet the deadline with paperwork, how do we put an NBR in place that will, I guess, do NBR's best practices? And I guess you could explain what NBRs do first, and then just help us understand what an NBR is, and then the process of becoming an NBR.
Okay.
There's a lot of questions about it.
As far as explain what the NBR is.
Mina Chappelle, Livable Neighborhoods. So NBR stands for Neighborhood and Business Revitalization Organization. And there's kind of 3 buckets that they work in. So they do obviously like neighborhood group support, business revitalization, and blight reduction. And all of those are fed and represented in their scope of services. So I think that's to your first question. The second one is, how are we going to put like a potential new NBR? We're talking about potentially there being like a questionnaire involved, having some residents that are represented on their neighborhood groups come and serve as voting members on a committee. That's kind of still being ironed out, but we hope to have that process here hopefully next week, fingers crossed. I hope that answered some of your question.
Very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
To follow up on that, I'm not suggesting in any way that the commissioners would or should be involved in the RFQ process. What I'm requesting is, would it be possible for us to receive the RFQ when it's published next week? I would like to know, can we have it to look at it and see what's being requested in the RFQ process?
I'm seeing legal shake their head.
Yeah, Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel, yes, there's no reason why you wouldn't be able to see.
So I'm requesting that now on the record.
Okay.
If somebody would ensure that at minimum, the members of this committee receive that document when it's published. Thank you. And I have another question. Greg, I'm trying to figure out where in the budget slide for NRC, I don't see permits.
It's funny you say that because we had another presentation that somebody said we didn't show permits either. No, you're saying the revenue from the permits?
Yeah, do they go somewhere else?
No, they go, well, I may not be able to go back to it. Can I? Yep. So underneath building inspection, the revenue down there on the bottom, that would be all of your permits and plan review fees that are collected in that line item. The very bottom,
Bottom,
building inspection,
middle one, building inspection.
that's the amount of revenues collected for building permits and plan reviews and over the course of those years.
And is the reason the 25 actuals are lower than 24 because of the permit waivers we've granted by ordinance?
I'm gonna guess, and Jim might know more, guess we had a very large project on that year or something. Jim, do you remember in 24? What maybe ag building?
In 24, I would have to go back and look and see. Sometimes there is just a reduction in applications. I know we did waive fees for the community college project in town, and that was a big project. It came to about 190,000.
But didn't we also waive a whole lot of permitting fees?
Most of what we waived is generally only the residential, other than a few exceptions. But so, and I can actually give you an idea. The most current ordinance that we're operating under it kicked off like the 9th of January, 2025. We just put this information together. So since that time, that ordinance took effect, the building inspection office, NRC, has waived $64,202. And then Public Works has waived $83,092. And then planning has waived $750. Total.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? Okay. Thank you all so much, NRC folks. We really appreciate the work y'all are doing. And yeah, I look forward to receiving that RFQ and just seeing what staff is working on. So thank you all so much. All right. For the main event, we are going to transition to our land bank, which should be the last portion of the night. Go ahead and get situated. All right. When you all are ready, staff.
Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. Thank you, Chair, committee members, commissioners. We did have one update to the agenda. Item A9 did receive comments late. I left it on the presentation, same spot and everything. But I can either pull that off to our non-consent or just flow through with it, whatever you would like, Chair.
How late was this received?
It was received on the 24th.
24th. And what's the deadline to submit comments?
I believe the deadline to submit for these was the 15th. Have to go double check. Excuse me, I don't have mine. It wouldn't have been the 15th. I generally set it around when the clerk submission is due, so I would probably say the week of the 17th.
So the week of the 17th was the deadline, and then they submitted a week after on the 24th.
Correct.
Is that okay?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and leave it, and then if there are comments that we do receive on the floor, that's fine. I do want folks to just be aware we're trying to make this as consistent as possible of a process, and so removing it kind of last minute, if there's not a particular reason, it's not necessarily fair to everybody else involved in the process, and so. When that item does come up, if you can just share what those comments are, and then committee, if we feel the need to remove it from non-consent, we can go ahead and do that. But I don't want to go through the process of having to physically remove it. Okay, please get started.
Thank you, Commissioner. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. For our land bank options with no opposition, item A1, Juan Cesnaros, 2110 North 51st Street. Item A2, Mill Creek Builders Incorporated, 2024 North 76 Terrace. Item A3, Mill Creek Builders Incorporated, 5667 Parkview Avenue. Item A4, A5, Mill Creek Builders Incorporated, 900 North 47th Terrace, 4220 Orville Avenue, 4218 Orville Avenue. Item A6, Mill Creek Builders Incorporated, 1411 North 32nd Street, 1531 North 34th Street, 1603 North 23rd Street. Item A7, RA Engineering Corp., 6214 Troop Avenue. Item A9 is the late opposition. It was from OCP stating, we have not received information on the project or who HBA Development is. Item A10, Blair Whaley. Excuse me, I did not read the addresses from the previous one. Let me go back to A9, my apologies. A9 HBA Development. This is at 3052 North 21st Street, 3048 North 21st Street, 3055 North 21st Street, 3053 North 21st Street, 3051 North 21st Street. Item A10, Blair Whaley, 2921 South 53rd Street. Item A12, DLR Construction LLC, 112 South 17th Street. A13, Juan Cisneros, 1244 Osage Avenue, 1242 Osage Avenue, 1238 Osage Avenue. Item A15, T&M Construction, 2602 North 64th Terrace and 2506 North 62nd Terrace. A16, T&M Construction LLC, 6742 Yecker Avenue. That concludes all our single-family home applications.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Sutton, are you sure that the deadline that you sent was the 15th or the 17th of April?
I can go check if you give me 1 second.
Okay. Do check. While you're doing that, clerk, did we receive any comments for the A applications?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
We do have a hand raised online.
Awesome. Please state your name and your city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
You'll need to unmute, please. Ms. Camille, you'll need to unmute.
I do apologize. This is the item I want to oppose. To keep my hand in mind.
If you can state your name, city of residence, you'll have 3 minutes, and the volume's very, very low. If we can do anything to increase that, that would be great.
She's lowered her hand.
Okay.
We do have others.
Okay.
We have Mariah Douglas. You'll need to unmute. State your name and residence.
Yes, I hope that you all can hear me. Good evening. My name is Mariah Caldwell. I thought Douglas is my maiden name. I apologize for that. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband, Jamar Caldwell, who resides at 2647 North 22nd Street, in KCK. So he's been a Kansas City, Kansas resident for over 30 years. He's been a homeowner for the past 7, and we're both active members of our community, including our active membership in the Organization for Community Preservation, otherwise known as the OCP. So for the past 7 years, he's maintained the lot behind our home, preventing illegal dumping, which you guys mentioned earlier in the meeting, managing wildlife and reducing, safety risks for the neighborhood and the children. So while also saving the city time and resources. So he has inquired about the parcel behind his house multiple times since 2020, and he was giving conflicted information several times when he was actually able to get a response from the land bank. So a few weeks ago, he was actually just told that the property had already been sold, but a few weeks before that, he was told otherwise, that it hadn't been sold and that it was still available. So we've since learned since then that through direct communication with third parties, that a developer was able to apply for the lot and move forward with development plans during the same time frame that he was trying to acquire the lot. But I'd say, I mean, depending on their time frame, he was probably trying to acquire it before they'd started the process, but I'm not sure about that. So, I mean, respectfully, we're requesting that the sale be reviewed, if it has been sold, because at this point, we're still not 100% sure, and that he be potentially given a fair opportunity to purchase the property that he's maintained for years. And more broadly, we ask that the city take a closer look at its process to ensure that we're not only prioritizing developers, but also prioritizing the residents who are actively investing in and caring for our community every day. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, but before you go in, and again, thank you so much for your patience. What address are you referring to for your comment?
21st Street Place is behind 22nd.
It would be 21st Street Place. It's directly behind 22nd Street, the 2647 North 22nd Street.
Can't go up.
Okay, so that would be 2646, correct, Seth? Okay, that item is on, it's on our non-consent, so it's with opposition. It's towards the bottom. And so thank you so much. Your comment is received, but that particular address is not what we are considering for a vote at this moment. We do appreciate your comment, and we'll make sure we consider those concerns before a vote is made.
Thank you.
Clerk, any other?
We have a hand raised from Nitro B.
Okay. And before you speak, please, or when you make your introduction, please reference the address that you're speaking to. Again, we are just talking about the items that are on consent, the A items that Mr. Sutton just read. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Candy Leonard Caldwell, President for Organization for Community Preservation, Wyandotte County resident. I'm going to have to beg to differ.
Ms. Caldwell, I'm so sorry. We can barely hear you. Is there a way for you to make your microphone a little bit louder? That way we can hear what you have to say.
Yes, is this better? Is this better?
No,
Hello?
ma'am. We still are having a hard time making out what you're saying.
Okay, is this better? This is the loudest I can go.
That is a little bit better. Please continue.
Okay, again, I was saying I would like to beg to differ with Mr. Sutton. The deadline on this particular agenda for all items was April 24th. OCP met that deadline.
Thank you, Ms. Candy Caldwell. I don't want to take up all of your 3 minutes. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
Yes, and I would like to know the HBA. What does that stand for? And could we kind of shy away from the acronyms until we actually know what the acronyms stand for? And those are my concerns at this time. And again, I want to reiterate the deadline was April 24th. Refer to your email, Mr. Sutton. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Caldwell. We will address that right after public comment has ended. We will rectify that. Clerk, any other comments?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, for the folks that are here in person, would anybody like to speak to the A items that Mr. Sutton just read? Yes, please come forward. Please state your name. City of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Michael Heisman with HBA Development and Michael Sutton. I don't know if now is the time to address Candy's comments. So HBA Development, we are presenting on 5 lots. The exact address is question 3052 North 21st Street. And then there's 5 there. We did reach out to Candy as per directive from Mr. Sutton early on in the process, and we tried to meet with her, tried to set up times in our email, and we have correspondence showing that we actually did reach out to her in that group, but we never heard anything back. We are more than willing and more than happy to sit down with her or the group to talk about what we're planning on doing there. And if she wants to reach back out to us, we'd be happy to sit down with her and with that group to do that. So, but that's all I have.
Thank you. And please stay put in case there are questions. Just stay nearby.
Stay what?
If there are questions for you, please stay nearby in case the committee has questions.
Stick around for sure.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other comments? All right, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. So, Mr. Sutton, on the deadline here, can you just give us some clarity? Was it the 17th or the 24th?
It was the 24th. That 17th was an internal deadline for us, but yes, for the public, I did state the 24th, so they did get it turned in time. My apologies.
Okay. So in fairness, then, committee, what I would say is it seems like A9 is the only application that is in, let me close the public comment. I don't know if I said that. A9 is the only one that seems to have some sort of energy of opposition. The other ones, there are not. And so what I would recommend is that we take A9 by itself and address the other applications in one vote, if you all are amenable to that. But before we do that, are there any questions or comments? Okay, so we do have applications A1 through A16 that were read. A9 should be on non-consent, meaning we would take that application individually. Is there a motion just to adopt the consent applications A1 through A16 with the exclusion of A9?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. There was a motion by Commissioner Howard and a second by Commissioner Pacheco to approve all of the consent items A1 through A16 as read out by staff with the exception of A9. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard, Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Okay, let's address A9 before we continue on. There's questions on whether or not the developer has reached out to the neighborhood group and concerns that there's been no contact. Staff, have we verified this? Have we looked at this? Can you all give us some insight on what's going on here?
Yes, Commissioner. I followed back up with the developer to see if they had reached out to the neighborhood group, and they forwarded me an email dated from Tuesday, April 7th is when they initially reached out, and I can see the neighborhood group was included on this email where the developer did reach out and try to introduce themselves.
Gotcha. And there was no response or nothing else that we found from that end?
Nothing that I've seen, no, sir.
Gotcha. Okay. Questions, committee? Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Just curious if you double checked that the email address for OCP is correct and the one that you use to communicate with the group.
I can do that right now if you give me 5 seconds.
While that's happening, I do have a question for the developer, if you may. You applied what date for the land bank?
Man, it would have been right at the end of March.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so it was a pretty quick turnaround between you submitting your application and then reaching out to the neighborhood.
Yeah, pretty much right after we sent in the application, we got an email from Michael Sutton, and then we turned around right away and reached out to him.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Hold tight.
And
Yeah, just let me hear it. Yeah, Mr. Sutton.
Email address is accurate, Commissioner Bynum.
Gotcha. Okay. Were you going to add anything else as the
we
applicant?
met with one other community group for the parcels that we've already received, and that went pretty well. And so we, again, reached out to this group and have tried to meet.
Which group do you recall who that was, or what area?
So it's one street over, so it's on off 22nd Street. I can't remember the name of that group.
I believe it was the Quindaro Area Urban Club. I don't even think they're an active group anymore, but it was the Quindaro,
That sounds right.
yeah,
Gotcha.
Quindaro Area Improvement Club, I believe.
Gotcha. Okay. Mr. Sutton, do you mind passing the sheet of paper that you have for evidence for communications around? Okay. Any other questions, committee? Yeah, I'm looking at a April 7th communication to OCP. Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
As I know, it's come up before, I believe this group is not meeting monthly. And I had the notion they were meeting quarterly. I just actually would like clarification from Ms. Kennedy Leonard Caldwell about their meeting schedule and when they might be able to meet with the gentleman to talk about these 5 parcels. Is there a way we can have her
Yeah.
answer?
Clerk,
Good evening,
do-
Camille Caldwell,
Yes,
Vice
please.
President, Organization Community Preservation, Northeast homeowner. Um, yeah, I do apologize. I thought I responded to his email. I'm usually PR for OCP, but since then we've had 2 events. So if you guys give us time, well, we actually had 3. We've had a neighborhood cleanup, a pollinator garden, and some other things. So we've been quite busy in the community. So if you load it over and give us time to meet with him, being that that was his first email, we'll make time as we do with any other builder or developer in our neighborhood.
Thank you. And when would your next meeting be? Do you have a scheduled meeting coming next?
We do. We actually do have one planned. I'm thinking the 19th. Let's see if my mom gets on. She can
And I suppose it
respond.
wouldn't be so much important to confirm it with us, but with the applicant who has sent you the email, and if you can
Right,
make
but we're
sure
always
you,
available through Zoom
okay.
to
I
be
mean, I'm
an OCP meeting. We
satisfied
meet
if
with
you
other
just tell
developers
us that you're,
such as LMC, L&M. Yes, we definitely will.
Commissioner Bynum, you have any other questions?
no, just requesting that whenever the next meeting is, that you reach out again with another email and
Absolutely. We'll
Plans to
respond to that email that we sent previously and and if you could respond back, we will absolutely be at your next meeting to present to you and tell you exactly what we're doing.
I would make a motion to hold A9 for the neighborhood meeting.
Howard second.
Okay. Holding A9 to our next meeting for NCD.
Yes, please.
Okay. And that is your second, Commissioner Howard.
Yes.
All right, clerk can get the roll.
Roll call Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you so much. And I will say, I do ask just for all of our neighborhood folks, as best as we can to just make sure that we're trying to communicate with folks, just to be fair on both sides. Thank you so much, sir, for your patience. Okay, please continue with the commercial properties for Bs.
Thank you, Commissioner Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. Item B1, uh, 2101 North 77th Street. Item B2, North Star Construction KC, 831 South Mill Street and 829 South Mill Street. And then item B5, and this is going to trigger our first presentation, Pure Development at 125, 123, 121, 119, 117, 115, 113H, 113, 111, 109, 107 Quintondale Boulevard, 2096 North Water Street, 136, 140, 142, 202, 204, 206, 208, 212, 214 Stewart Avenue, and 217, 215, and 213 Quindaro Boulevard. This is a total of 24 lots for this project. And this concludes multifamily applications.
Awesome. Committee, per our policy, if there's a request for more than 15 parcels, we do ask that the developer make themselves available and just speak to the project, just because that is a very large request. And so is there a representative for the developer? Yes. All right, good to see you. Go ahead, just talk about vision, what you're wanting to do, and then we'll do public comment after.
Absolutely. So Michael Heitzman again, also with Pure Development. And I think there is a presentation if we want, but I can also speak to just the plan. So our company on the development side, and I have had the privilege of meeting with several of you commissioners, and I appreciate your time here. So as we get into it, just a little bit about our company is we're real estate developers. We are architects. We have a real estate company, and we also have a capital investment company. So we do several things. We do several things around Kansas City, around Omaha, and around Colorado. Oh, perfect. Yes. Maybe. I'll just bend down a little bit. Is that better?
If you move the head up.
Oh.
Yep. There you go.
Okay. I won't spend too much time talking about us. If you want to, you can go back on there and read about us. It's kind of boring. But like I mentioned, capital development, design, and construction. I have my GC license. I'm a licensed architect. We have a real estate development company and a capital investment firm. So we understand the housing. I'm not going to speak to you guys about that. You understand the housing a lot better than me in your own districts. So what we have really been looking at and really excited about from a development standpoint is the land bank parcels and the ability to come in and work with the city to create housing in infill lots where there's a huge need and help revitalize the location. Missing middle is a big part of what we do on the development side. We do land acquisitions, missing middle, that kind of product. What I'm proposing to do here is actually something that I'm currently building up in Omaha, just outside of Offutt Air Force Base. Up there on 1.2 acres of ground, I'm putting 23 units. Worked with the city of Bellevue to come in on this parcel and create what we like to refer to as a micro community, where we can create something that's different than a bunch of apartment buildings, but it's something where it's walkable, livable. People can have sense of space and connection and privacy and also safety throughout the development here. This development, as you can see, this is actually showing phase one. The other parcels are across 2nd Street to the west, which would be another additional 10 units over there. But this we would come in, or 10 buildings, which would be 20 more units. This development here would include the parking spaces at 2 parking spaces per unit. Would have a little playground area, a grill area, a little dog park, and then walking to get through the neighborhood there. Each unit would be a vertical duplex, so we'd have a 2-bedroom, 2-bath on the 1st floor, and then a 2-bedroom, 2-bath on the 2nd floor directly above it. Here's just some simple elevations of the product. And then here are some actual pictures of what the product looks like in Bellevue, Nebraska that we are building. A little hard to see there on some of these images, but that's essentially it. So that is the project, and I could talk more about it if you want, but I know it's been a long evening, so.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your patience and again, your interest in our community. Stay put. Clerk, did we receive any comments for the B applications?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands are raised.
Okay, for the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to the presentation? Okay, please come forward, state your name, city of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Darnell Bush, and I'm a Kansas City, Kansas resident living in the Northeast area. And I have issues with I believe that this is in Oak Grove Neighborhood Association, which I'm the president of. And I haven't been contacted, or we haven't been contacted by the developer. If it's not, I still have an issue because of the Brownsfield ground contamination that I believe is in that area. And if the developer didn't know anything about it, there are 3 phases, which I'm sure that you guys know of. The first phase, which is what I call the Google search, if you will. And then the second phase is where they actually go out and they test the ground. And I went to the KDHE meeting that they had with K-State Saturday, and they said all they go down is 6 inches for the pulling up of the ground soil. So when I asked my question, I said, my phone is bigger than 6 inches, and I showed it off. And so what I'm concerned about is that the developer may not know that that the ground that may be contaminated. And OG&A, we've sent a letter asking that at least until the ground gets tested, that there be no development in our area. And also, once it gets tested and it's found out that there is contaminants in the soil, that they be remediated before they can go on and build. And when the developer said that he wanted to have some play area or barbecue area, whatever,
1 minute remaining.
if you lay concrete over it, then there's no issue. But if you have places where people may want to garden, people may want to let their kids go out and play and make mud pies or whatever, then that's an issue that I don't think the developer knows about, or the commissioners may understand how important it is for the neighborhood association to make this known. But we put this in writing also. So this is not a talking point. This is something that we put in writing. And thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any other comments for this item? Please state your name, city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Eleanor Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here to talk about this project. This project is across the street from Oak Grove Neighborhood Association. It really does fall in the Caring Neighborhoods group. During the Land Bank Advisory meeting, we talked about that, and there's some difference between what the Land Bank Management Office received as far as boundaries and what the president of that particular neighborhood considered. So she was not in attendance because she had not been contacted. At that meeting, it was discussed, and we're hoping then that the application could be held so that we could have a broader neighborhood meeting in which Oak Grove neighborhood would attend. As I say, we are across the street to the north of this proposed development, and we are a couple of blocks away from the Oak Grove neighborhood cemetery. What I've recognized in the years that I've been working on this issue is that if you allow me to say what I believe in my heart, that there is a cross purposes to what's going on as far as development is concerned. I fully understand business concepts in terms of wanting to increase the coffers, in terms of wanting to provide services and so forth, and that is a legitimate component of any kind of development, at which this fine development actually would serve. However, the missing part speaks to balance. And interestingly enough, I heard this twice here within the last so many months. There is a lack of balance between what the UG needs as far as the business case and what the citizens in the neighborhoods need in terms of quality of life.
1 minute remaining.
The first thing about, I thought it was very interesting. I like your term, Commissioner, about circuit breaker taxes. I thought that was extremely unique because that's a component that we don't talk about when we're looking at development. And the question is, should that not be? Mr. Bush brought up the point about contamination. I would imagine that urban planning and so forth would have that on their radar. But we also need to know what that is involved in. And I have other things here, but I also recognize we're probably at 10 o'clock and it's late. So bottom line, my request, not being the president of the association, not thinking that it would be requested by somebody else, but since it was not, my request is that we have a holdover, that the commissioners would hold this over so that we can have a broader and deeper conversation and make the development itself in brick and mortar meet and exceed what the neighborhood people need in that area. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. Are there any other folks that are here in person that would like to speak to this? Name, city of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Rochelle Donald, and I'm the president of the Strugglers Hill Neighborhood Association, Strugglers Hill Roots. And the concern with this project is that one is the area that it's located in. For strugglers, we went through the process of having to get several lots assessed. And that process with KDHE took a very, very long time in order for them to go through. And this was just for like 6 or 7 lots. So with you guys having, what is it, 24? I just question like how long will it take for KDHE to actually assess their lots when you actually look at with the Northeast area, how many lots that people are going after right now, and many of those lots are also needing to be assessed. So what is that process going to look like? The other concern is, as they said, with the contamination in the area, also the location being right across from the Fairfax district. And when I think about putting more people in that particular area, and you think about the environmental hazards, it's very concerning, especially when we think about, what happened with Juniper Gardens, what has happened with other people, other residents that used to live in that area, and the health issues. So I would just ask that you all just take a serious look at some of these other things to their point of what they're saying as far as the environmental hazards, and just really take the time to listen to the residents. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other folks in person that would like to speak to this item? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public comment. Mr. Sutton, can you pull up the brownfield map that our staff has put together that overlaps areas that have been tested and land bank lots? And can you go to the area that the developer is wanting to? Yeah. Zoom in a little bit more, a little bit more, just a little bit more. Actually, zoom out just a little bit. Sorry. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Okay, cool. Let's stay right there. Okay. So I appreciate all of the comments that folks have made regarding the state of the property and the environmental concerns. This was put together by our staff. Marcy's worked really, really hard in planning to address some of these concerns, to be responsive. If you look at the legend to the left there, Mr. Sutton, can you scroll down on the left for the legend? Okay, so it says brownfield sites that overlap with land bank. And so the yes is a red-ish color, right? And it's outlined in red, so it looks really pink. And then the no is it's kind of tannish, and then the outline is in black. It appears to me, and you all tell me just based off of what I'm looking at, that the parcels that we are discussing are overlapping with the land bank for sure, but that they would not be brownfield sites. But I don't know, staff, am I reading that correctly?
I believe so. I'll need to verify with Alyssa, but to my understanding, yes, these would be land bank lots that have went through some level of phase 1 or phase 2 testing, some level of testing, and they have not tested positive.
For that, okay. And let's juxtapose a property that does have is a land bank site and does have, or is a brownfield site as well. So let's go to parallel, and what do we have here? If you can go down parallel, let's say parallel and 6th Street, just a little bit. Yep, right there. Yep. Okay, so that is what it looks like when you have both a match of a land bank lot that also is a brownfield site. And then you see the small little dots where it says it is currently under assessment, right? And then you see the other lots surrounding it where you have the lot that is there they are outlined in black, which is indicating that they are both a land bank site that has been reviewed by our staff and is not a brownfield site. Now, can we go back to the area that the applicant is wanting to build in? Okay, so as you all can see, we do not see a red, right, outlined parcel. We do see to the left, which I believe is outside of what the applicant is wanting. There you go, staff, that brown dot, which means that area is under assessment by our staff. Why do I say all of these things? We are taking the environmental concerns very seriously, and we have tools that are available. But based off of the information and the facts that I am seeing here, I don't know if there's any more information we would need from our staff regarding the environmental status of these parcels, considering our own data that we rely on says that they have been assessed. And so that's just kind of one thing that I would put out there for us colleagues to consider. The other thing, and after this, I would go ahead and ask for questions or comments. Public comment has been shut down. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Sutton, there was also a question regarding the applicant not reaching out to the neighborhood group, but the neighborhood group is who exactly?
So thank you, Commissioner Michael Sutton. So this is at a very interesting spot here. The information that we have for Oak Grove neighborhood states that they do not go south of Quindaro Boulevard. This project is south of Quindaro. And then for Caring Neighbors, I believe is the other one. They do not reach that far east, I have them stopping. Judd, can you pull that map up real quick? It broke, of course it broke. But the information that we have has the other neighborhoods stopping before it gets to that. That's why that developer wasn't specific. Now, neighborhood groups receive that developer's information because we send that out to everybody. But because it wasn't showing that they were specifically in a neighborhood group, that did not trigger us telling that developer, hey, you need to go meet with, or you need to engage with, so on and so forth.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, colleagues. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Pacheco.
So are we saying that there was adequate contact with whoever it should be, or not yet? I just want to confirm that.
Yes, well, it appears, Commissioner Davis, it appears that there is not a designated neighborhood group in that area. So there is no one for the developer to contact. However, all of the neighborhood groups, and they received the list, the advisory board received the list, and they received the opportunity to provide information to us on their opinion or their concerns regarding the applications. But the onus on the developer or the applicant in this case is not there because that geographic boundary is not covered. Do I have that correct?
That is correct. And Judd just pulled up the maps that we have, and yeah, Oak Grove stops at Quindaro, and then Caring Neighborhood stops at Third. Yeah.
So this is kind of right on the cusp, but it's not within either neighborhood boundary.
Correct.
Okay. Committee, any questions or any other comments or is there a motion regarding, again, the three items for B1, B2, B5? Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Howard District 1. I did speak with the president of Caring Neighbors, Ms. Vanessa Robinson, and she wasn't. Just wanted to throw that out there. She wasn't here to speak on.
So Caring Neighbors, according to Commissioner Howard, is in support of the project. Okay. Committee, is there a motion regarding items B1, B2, and B5?
Stites motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, there was a motion made by Commissioner Howard and Commissioner Stites. I'll go ahead and second that motion. Clerk, can you get the roll?
Roll call, Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0, motion carries.
Thank you. All right. Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
All that said, I support the project. I like the project. But I would also ask if you would be willing to meet with both Oak Grove and Caring Neighbors. So your project's not in the boundaries of either of those groups, but they both seem to be right there. Is that something you would commit to do? Thank you very much. I would love to help you be in contact with the two neighborhood groups. Maybe they would be willing to hold a meeting together to hear about the project. Thank you.
Please proceed. Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
Commissioner Davis, just some clarification. Would you like me to go through the land bank options with opposition now or go through the property transfers?
Let's finish out all of the items that are on consent. So all the property transfers.
Okay. Again, Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. Item PT1, Dayton Loomis Garden at 1210 Pacific Avenue. Item PT2, Mabel Lowry, a garden at 2501 North 34th Street. Item PT3 Shirley Wainwright of Garden 361 Cleveland Avenue. Item PT4 Call Roofing and Sheet Metal Incorporated, yard extension 2113 North 13th Street. PT5 Lorenzo Garcia yard extension at 3201 Cleveland Avenue. PT6 Don Perez yard extension at 3117 Delavan Avenue. Item PT7 Luis Rodriguez yard extension at 2231 Garfield Avenue. PT9 Ibet Perez yard extension at 2407 Lafayette Avenue. PT10 Melissa Lubbers Billiot yard extension at 5118 Douglas Avenue. Item PT11 William Wyrick yard extension at 985 Argentine Boulevard. Item PT12 Alma Vasquez Flores yard extension at 412 North 10th. PT13 Fred Taylor Jr. yard extension at 704 Garfield Avenue. PT14 Selena Marino yard extension at 1711 Metropolitan Avenue. PT15 Paul Sparks yard extension at 714 Orville Avenue. And last one, PT16 is a transfer to the UG of a property transfer at 2416 South 51st Street. Thank you.
Thank you. It's due public comment. Clerk, do we have any public comments for the item that were presented on?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online for these items?
No hands are raised.
For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to these items? Oh, we do have a hand raised. Oh, hold on, Ms. Jefferson. I'm so sorry. We do have a hand raised.
We have a hand from Eva Garcia Mesa.
Yes. Ms. Meza, if you can state your name, city of residence, and then which specific application you're speaking to. Thank you.
Right. Eva Garcia, Mazda, Kansas City, Kansas. Hey, I just have a question. On that property, the last one that you guys talked about, 2416 South 51st Street, that was the old fire station. So I'm just confused. I'd just like a little information as to why that is a UG property. So why does it then have to be transferred back to the UG?
Yes, I will hand it off to, well, before we do that, were there any other questions you had, Ms. Meza Garcia?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. I'll hand it off to our legal to answer.
Thank you, Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. I hope my mic holds out. It's got the red button of death on it. This property, it is an old fire station. Why it is in the land bank, I don't have any idea because it actually probably shouldn't be in the land bank. We'd have no need for this property to be in the land bank. We don't have any need for it to be a UG asset either. So what we are trying to do in the interest of not having assets in our inventory that are not needed, we are getting it appraised, and we will sell it per the UG's policy to sell property that is worth over $75,000. This property does not fit in the land bank policy to get rid of property. It wouldn't fall under a property transfer because it's other than to get it back to the UG. Because it wouldn't qualify for a yard extension. It wouldn't qualify for a garden. It wouldn't go under an option agreement. It really doesn't qualify for the rehab type program. There's really just not a good spot for it in the land bank. So it's better to transfer it back to the UG where it should be to begin with, and transfer it and sell it as an asset of the UG through our existing policies that comports with state statutes for assets that are valued over 75,000.
Thank you. We are currently transitioning mics because they're about to die right now. That is funny. Okay. I will go ahead and close public comment for online. For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to any of the property transfers? Please state your name, city of residence, and then which application you're speaking to.
Darnell Bush, Kansas City, Kansas resident. I'm speaking about PT3, and I would like to reiterate my objection, and also because of the contaminants that are in the ground and in that particular area. And if you look at your agenda, it says that Shirley wants to put in a garden. And with the contaminants in the ground, I want to reiterate that we sent a letter asking that all of the properties that fall within Oak Grove, that they be halted for development or redistribution because of the contaminants that are in the ground until they go through the EPA or KDHE the process, until they go through that. And we put that letter, we sent that to commissioners, we sent that to anybody that would listen, that we just want all of this stuff until we get our plan together and until we get the contaminants out of the ground, that all of this needs to be halted. Is that about right? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other? Yes, please say your name, city of residence. You have, in which particular application you're speaking to. You have 3 minutes.
Eleanor Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. And I'm speaking to the same application. I believe that Mr. Bush said PT3 for Shirley Wainwright. I want to add that on May the 12th, KDHE, Alyssa Marcy, and probably Bill Wyco going to be attending a neighborhood meeting. And what KDHE has asked of us and what we have complied to do is to provide a listing of 100 land bank lots on which they're going to parse out to do a phase 1 and maybe even perhaps a phase 2 assessment. So the letter that was written was to say that we have put that application, Shirley Wainwright's application, in that batch, so that in case she wants to continue with the garden, or if she does not want to continue, maybe wants to do a playground, she could be assured then that there's no contamination, either lead or asbestos or that type of thing. So that's the ask for that to be held out, kept in abeyance for her. But she is part of that process, and that process is an active process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Would anybody else like to speak to any of the property transfers? Okay, let the record show no one else has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment period. So I am looking at PT3 361 Cleveland Avenue on the Wyandotte County Brownfield and Environmental Assessment site, and it is saying that this is not a brownfield site. So I'm just, and again, you talk about Miss Marcy. Miss Marcy was the one that put this together for us. Like, she actually championed this and worked very, very hard. So I don't necessarily, while I can absolutely, we want to take those things seriously. I'm having a hard time understanding how all of this data that our staff has worked so hard on is just not right. And we do see properties that are under remediation or are scheduled for assessment of some sort. But this property, it just says it's not a brownfield site on this website. Yeah, I again, we can choose what we want to do with that committee, but that's just what I'm looking at here. Committee, any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Just a comment. Mr. Bush, I have your email requests from your neighborhood multiple times. We may have, I am so sorry that I cannot remember if I've responded with this in writing, but the policy, I think you and I had a conversation. The policy, states that if we were to allow a hold on the parcels within those boundaries, your group would be responsible for their maintenance, and it's hundreds, I think. So we've at least talked about that face to face. But what I wanted to tell you is that I believe the mayor intends to reach out to several neighborhood groups, primarily the neighborhood groups in the Northeast where we know the bulk of the land bank lots are located. So primarily districts 1 and 4. And her intent is to convene the groups together for a conversation about how we can move forward with further land bank discussions. And so I've been waiting for that convening. And I appreciate your desire to make a plan for your neighborhood. But I just wanted you to know, it probably does look like we're ignoring, but we're waiting. We're waiting for the mayor's office to work on convening that meeting among all the identified neighborhood groups. So just wanted you to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, committee, these items, all the property transfers are actionable. Is there a motion or another comment on these items?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, the motion was made by Commissioner Howard. The second was made by Commissioner Pacheco. Clerk, can you get the roll?
Roll call Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0, motion carries.
Comfortable distance, comfortable distance. Okay. 3. Oh, we can hear you. Okay. All right, we have our last 3 items that do have opposition. One of them we actually heard some comments about, and so staff will go ahead and take these on a one-by-one basis because they are with opposition, and then we'll go from there. Please.
Thank you, Chair. First item we have WOA8 FMJ Properties LLC. This property is at 2646 North 21st Place. The opposition is from OCP, with them stating they will not support the request for the parcel located at 2646 North 21st Place until this matter is further investigated by the UG Land Bank for clarification regarding the acquisition. To add some additional context from staff standpoint, let's take a look at this map here. So apparently, from what we were told, the neighborhood group president has a relative that lives at this lot at 2647, which is to the rear of this. And so when they would have came in to our office and asked about it, they were more than likely told that they were not eligible for it. Per our policy, for yard extensions, if it's a buildable lot, it needs to be on the side. It must abut to the side of it. Also, there was a little bit of confusion on when the lot was actually available. A previous applicant requested the lot, I think it was last fall, where they were under an option agreement. They decided that they did not want to move forward with the lot because they were going to have to replat it to get that garage out of it. And so they decided that they did not want to continue with it. They informed me, I placed the lot back for sale, and then that's when Fran Sutton applied for it. So apparently between all that, and again, I'm sure the neighborhood they can add further dates on when they came in and asked about it, but we had never received an application from 2647 for that to be a yard extension, at least since we've added yard extensions within the last year to the policy. And that's kind of the additional context with this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, did we receive any comments for this item?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online? We did have that comment that was specifically for this item, and so that comment has been received and noted. Are there any additional comments regarding this specific address?
We do have hands raised online.
Okay.
The first one is from Ms. Camille.
Good evening again, everyone. Camille Caldwell, Vice President, Organizational Community Preservation, which means I'm also a homeowner in the Northeast community. True, this is a property that our family member owns. As my sister-in-law stated earlier, my brother's been here for 7 years. In that 7 years, we've hosted several OCP events at this lot, including an Easter egg hunt, including an annual fireworks display for our community of elders who aren't able to physically run and do the fireworks, and as well as our community members who aren't able to put on that type of fireworks show for their children. So I do not support any efforts to remove this current use of the rights associated with this parcel or lot, particularly given to anyone else after the 7 years of maintenance. And as my sister-in-law stated earlier, the removing of the dumping and such. And I just don't see that being a wise thing to do or support at this time, considering that no other developers nor other entities have demonstrated such commitment to creating or sustaining such spaces that are safe spaces for members or families in the OCD community. Like I said, this space is actively used by our group, being that we like to, not only we're known for giving free events for our community, but we're also known for giving events that are walkable up for our families. We know a lot of older siblings take care of their younger siblings, so we move around so they're able to access those free events for them. So like I said, at this time, I don't support this being moved forward without some real digging into when it was up for sale, when it was inquired by my family member, as they said, and when it was back on the lot and on the market and wasn't. Like I said, let's dig into this, being that OCP does use this for the community. And I don't see any other developers bringing any amenities into this community. I won't take up my whole 3 minutes, being that I've been on here since 5. Let's go, guys.
Our next speaker is Mariah Douglas.
I'm sorry. This is Jamariah's husband, Jamar Caldwell. I'm the guy that actually take care of the lot and been maintaining the lot. The lot was a mess when we moved into the home, and like I said, I put a lot of time and effort into getting that lot up to par to where it is now. Like I say, from stopping the dumping to stopping the weeds that's overgrown into my property that could bring snakes and everything else into my property where I have young children, which I have no choice but to upkeep that property. Now, like I say, I went up there a few times and I contacted, they gave me a card. I contacted the gentleman on the card. I don't want to mention any names. Maybe I should mention names, but never did anybody get back with me. Like I say, anytime I had business to take care of uptown, I would stop in there and try to contact the guy that's supposed to be over the land development at the time. No one ever got back with me. I left numerous messages on there, and no one ever got back with me. To the point, the last time I went up there, I went to renew my vehicle tag. Now, when I went up there and I told the lady exactly what lot I was looking for, my address, she still, and I ain't gonna say intentionally, but I received the wrong parcel number to the point I would have never known it was up for development until it came across the OCP radar. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but I'm gonna stand firm on that. Like I say, I put a lot of effort, time and effort, and do a lot of things for my community to make my community safer.
That lot is being maintenance by him, and my nieces have a garden.
Okay, that's all I have. That's all I have at this time. But thank you. I appreciate you. Keep that in consideration.
Our next speaker is identified as Candy's iPhone. You'll need to unmute, please.
Good evening, Candy Leonard Caldwell, President of Organization for Community Preservation. I'm going to ask Mr. Sutton to kindly read my email I wrote and submitted. And also, I am looking at an email from Fran Sutton dated April 6th, where she states that the property in question or the parcel was given to her. I stand with the opposition that the property in question or the parcel in question should be grandfathered in under the exception or whatever the site or statute or ordinance is, since we have been maintaining this property. And again, I still question the property being given and not back in the land bank. And I'm referencing an email dated April 6, 226, 7:39 p.m. from Fran Sutton stating the property or parcel in question was given. Thank you.
The next speaker is actually Fran Sutton. Do you want to take them now?
Yes, I just want to add just one thing for clarification. We are discussing the property because it is under the ownership of the Wyandotte County Land Bank. And so no one owns this property right now. I just want to, nothing was given. We wouldn't be having that conversation if that was the case. But yes, please proceed with the comments.
Ms. Sutton, go ahead. Ms. Sutton, we can't hear you.
There you go. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Fran Sutton, Wyandotte County lifelong resident. I am the owner of FMJ Properties, who is currently developing 27 homes in this immediate neighborhood. And I am one of the developers that has reached out to Candy and Cami before and has tried to make sure they are a part of what's going on. With regards to this particular property, that was a poor choice of wording. The email actually says, "Hi Candy, hi Cami, thank you very much for coming to the community dedication. I'm working on planning the next 3 homes and more." A buyer reached out and asked for a site-built home at 2646 North 21 Place. I did not originally have this lot. Another developer did, but could not fit his unit on this lot because the homeowner behind has a garage that is built partially on this parcel. He did not want to disturb the current use, so he just gave me the lot to build something that would fit the space available. I have applied for this lot and sharing with you what is going to be there. It is one of the homes that I have been building in Turner for 2 years. I also wanted to ask if you and others would like to join a Zoom call once a month just to discuss neighborhood happenings or needs. We could do just one per month at your availability. And then I went on to say that I'd met with another developer that said that that was a great way to stay in touch with the neighborhoods. So I would say that that was a poor choice of wording on my part, but it was to explain in very layman's poor use of words. I see that now, how a developer, and similarly to what I would have done, had acquired a lot, realized, and what I'm finding with a lot of lots in this development, neighbors have assumed usage of property that did not belong to them or was not part of their parcel. They have assumed usage of driveways that belonged to previous homes, or because there was a vacant space, they put up a garage or a shed. And in one case, one of my entire lots is fenced in with the yard of the adjacent homeowner. And he explains that he bought it that way. And when he bought it, they told him that was his lot. So I've already given that lot back to the UG and requested that they make an effort to reach out to that homeowner so that he can correctly acquire that land to become part of his parcel. A developer coming into a neighborhood does not want to disturb what is currently and happily being used. I've gone back and forth on this lot. I've had a buyer who wants to move into the neighborhood ask to build a new home for their family on this lot. This lot is currently vacant other than a trash barrel and a little bit of garbage in the middle, but otherwise it's an unused lot. We have 5 other homes, 3 houses down that are being built, as well as I think a total of 6 others on that street. In other lots, I've, instead of having a 60-foot lot, I have a 40-foot lot because I've deeded over or will be deeding over driveways or places where current homeowners have already taken use of the property. I guess on this one, I would say that I would like to fulfill the dream of home ownership, of affordable home ownership for another family. I recognize the passion that our OCP leaders have for their community. I also recognize that this land has not been available for quite some time because it's been under option with a different developer and went straight from an old option to my option with no lapse in time. I think it was one day. Either way, that's a tough one. And I hope that you can understand where I'm coming from as a developer wanting to create home, but at the same time wanting to respect the need or the current situation of a particular parcel in a neighborhood.
Thank you.
I'll take questions. I'll take questions.
Thank you so much. And we're just kind of switching out a mic here. They are currently dying on us. Okay. Please stay put, just from all parties on all sides in case we need to speak with you. Clerk, do we have any more comments for online for this item?
There are no other hands raised.
For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Please state your name, city of residence, and which, well, it is this item that you're speaking to.
Eleanor Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. I'd like to make a comment that was present during the development of the Northeast Area Master Plan, which was finished in 2018. And then in the spring of 2019 is when we started with the new land bank policy. At that time, there were applications that were on a list, and that when the policy was changed in 2019, none of those applications were grandfathered. They weren't even discussed. This is probably about the fifth time since I've been attending these meetings where I've noticed and heard about, I used to take care of a lot, and then I was given the lot after 5, 6, 7 years. Only one time, or twice, I would say, when Commissioner Townsend was on the committee, did she go through and there was an exception made. So bottom line, what I'm saying is that has never been addressed, taken out to the public to let the public know that what used to be, as far as the sweat equity that you put into a lot to clean it and maintain it, is no longer part of the policy. So, and thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other comments for this item? All right, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Okay, this is quite the conundrum that we are in. I want to ask Mr. Knapp specifically, because this would go a little bit further back historically, just during your tenure. So there was some conversation, and I don't know if it was you, Mr. Knapp, or if it was your predecessor, with Mr. Caldwell about this said parcel. Do you recall that, or you have any historical information for us?
I do not recall that conversation, but I mean, I talked to so many people that I made it a point in our office to say the same exact same to every person. So when situations did come like this, I know exactly what we said. When all the yard extensions were on hold, I told them to apply for the lot. And then when yard extensions were allowed again, we would send everyone an email that applied previously to come get those lots. That's why we had so many lots in like October area. So.
Gotcha. And Mr. Sutton, to your point, this couldn't be a yard extension anyway, because it would have to be kind of adjacent or next to, it can be behind, correct?
That is correct. For this lot to be eligible for a yard extension, it would either have to be at 2703 or 2643, for example. Unless there's some type of extenuating circumstances, the lot's completely unbuildable, that's what we generally will go for, yes.
Those two, gotcha. Okay. So, I mean, the only other thought that comes to my mind is if that was going to be a garden or some sort of other ag use, but a yard extension play just wouldn't work. Okay. Committee questions, comments, how to split this, maybe? Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Bynum at large one. So I need clarity. It cannot be a yard extension because it's not beside or because it's buildable.
The policy states that it must be on the side, but since I've been here, we have made exceptions for that if the lots are unbuildable.
And in this case, it's a buildable lot.
This lot would be considered a buildable lot, correct?
Okay, and council, do you have anything to add to that?
The only thing I would add is it appears the interpretation has been that the side would be abutting. The policy itself says the owner of the abutting property to the residents. And then we did add to that, because we did state that they were only eligible for the 1 yard extension for the abutting property. However, if another lot was contiguous, so it touched their property somehow, they could also apply for that lot if it was unbuildable. So that is correct, that they could get multiple lots if the lot was unbuildable and it touched the lot somehow. So if it was behind it and it was unbuildable, like it was landlocked or something like that, or if like the corner of the lot touched or somehow and it was unbuildable, then they could get another yard extension if that second lot was unbuildable. The policy says abutted. I will let you know what does concern me is that this lot has been continuously used without permission. That does concern me. And events apparently have been taking place on the lot without permission. And I think Ms. Sutton made a very valid point. I think that happens a lot with the land bank properties, just because there are so many. I know that I get letters to approve all the time from our property maintenance folks where they, in their just normal everyday inspection of the properties, will come across a land bank lot where someone's using it pretty much as a parking lot, and they've put all their old junk cars on it, or they have used it to put a trampoline on it, or they've fenced it in, like she has stated. So I do think that does happen a considerable amount of time.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Chair. There's no process that exists where if a person says like, hey, I've been, and I think like our constituent said, there's not a process that exists for someone to say, hey, I've been, mowing the lot or whatever, and that gives me rights, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. I mean, there is adverse possession actions if someone's been open and notoriously occupying a property for 15 years or longer, but there's also case law that says you can't adversely possess a government property.
Okay. And this would be considered that because it's.
Yeah, there's arguments that this would be considered a government property.
And the reason I even ask is just, I want to make the point that I don't disagree with your point, ma'am. I think it's important for us to maybe look at those sorts of processes. If somebody is doing good by a piece of land and, hey, maybe they should be the ones who have like first right at it or something, we can look at that process. But I think what's in front of us here in this particular instance, for me, I see it as some folks who've been using it, taking care of it, but it's not necessarily theirs. And now you have somebody who has rights to it. And so I'll just leave it at that, and then we can take our vote if others have comments.
Yes, thank you. I would challenge, Commissioner Davis, the idea that abutting means next to or side of. I don't know if there's a more legal definition, but when I hear abutting, I just hear it needs to be a neighbor of, or the property lines need to touch, not necessarily a east-west relationship. So I think that would be one, just from a like how we interpret the definition, that's slightly new to me. Now, that's kind of moot because we're not talking about two applications for the same parcel. We're talking about one person that has applied, another person that has not for various reasons. Yes, counsel, and then.
Yes, I can tell you the way the policy used to work, it used to also be often be referred to as like side lots and things of that nature. So I can see how that interpretation came about.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Howard.
Howard, District 1. Did they apply for the lot?
Correct. Well,
OCP?
no, I have not. Now, that doesn't mean that they could have applied for it well before I got in, but since I've been in this position for the last year and some months, no. The only applications we've had for that lot are Fairlane contractors who had the lot before Fran, and then Fran Sutton applied for it.
Okay. Quick question, counsel. When we talked about the abutting piece of it and not being specific, is there gray areas in there with the verbiage not being clear?
Yeah, I think with abutting, we could make that more clear if we want to just include the lot directly to the side, whether the property itself face east, west. I don't know that we want to make a directional context, depending on what side, which direction the property faces. But we could say if we wanted to make it clear that we're only talking about the property to either side, we could make it clear. But right now, the policy says abutting. But like I said, I can see how that interpretation came about because they did used to be referred to as side lot acquisitions back before the policy changed to where they could only be acquired if you were going to build on it and it was next to your house. So I can see where that interpretation came from, but we could make it more clear and define what we mean by abutting, or just change the change the way we word it completely.
Yeah, and then go ahead.
So I did bring up the policy, and it does say in there that the property to be acquired must be share a common boundary at either side of the applicant's property and share the same street name.
Ah, where are you looking at for that, Judd?
6.2.
Hmm.
It's in the middle of the.
Oh, well, there we go. So that would be changed. That would change it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
There you go.
yeah, that is clarity then that we
Mhm.
would be talking about kind of a more horizontal relationship. Okay, so this is actionable. I think this can go either way. In my mind, it would be, hey, if that longstanding property owner, Mr. Caldwell at 2647 really wants it, I'm sure we can find another property for Fran to develop on. And then Mr. Caldwell, you would just apply and it would be a garden and or some sort of ag use that would have to be there. The other side is, and again, it's within our prerogative, Ms. Sutton applied kind of fair and square, and there's just a question of, do we want to go forward with that process, considering that's the actual application we have before us? I don't know. Yes, Commissioner Bynum?
You have confused me because I thought you just read that 6.2 says must share same street name, which would not be true of this
As a yard extension, correct?
as a yard extension. Isn't that what the gentleman wants?
Yes, he wouldn't be able to get a yard extension. I'm saying he would have to change, he would have to change his, well, he would have to apply, but he would have to change the nature of that, his application.
All right, thanks.
Any other? Oh, you are here. Just take mine. I'll grab my mic.
Howard District 1, does the applicant have the capacity to develop on that lot? Do you know? Does the applicant have the capacity to develop on that lot? OCP?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
It,
Commissioner
this,
Howard, you're
it's,
asking if OCP has the capacity to build on that lot?
Gentleman that has been taking care of the lot, does he have the capacity to develop on that lot? He can't get the lot for a yard extension.
Yeah, they would have, there are two options right now for that lot would be to put in a garden assuming that Fran's application, because that's the one in front of. But if something happened to that application, for them to acquire the lot, they would either have to put in a garden application or commit to new construction in an option agreement. Whether that person has the capacity to actually build new construction on that lot, I'm not sure. They haven't provided us with any information for us to even vet through to see. So now, do they have the capacity to maintain a garden? Since they've kind of already been doing that with the lot, I'm sure they probably could. But as far as the gentleman to the rear having the capacity to build on that lot, put in a new construction application, I'm not sure they would need to fill out an application and go through the vetting process like everybody else.
Okay. Commissioner States?
Hello.
Yeah, so Mr. Sutton, you just said that they've had a garden. But and I may have missed it, but I didn't hear anywhere in the comments that there was a garden. And I'll tell you, this is not an easy deal here. because I think they're doing good for their community and they're having these events and they're maintaining it. But I don't know how to fairly and justly and I got a question for legal. Does this put us in any just treating somebody unfair one way or the other here? I don't know.
If I could,
Yes, please, counsel.
Yeah, Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. Know if they've never applied. Expressing interest if they've never actually applied and have been told to submit an application, would not be treating anybody unfairly. Not only that, but they're wanting a yard extension for a property that would not qualify for a yard extension, also would not be treating them unfairly. Because as it stands, reading further into section 6.2, that would not qualify as a yard extension. And what it sounds like from the comments that they want it for is just another extension of Mr. Caldwell's house. So they can hold events and things
So
of
it's
that nature.
Sorry.
So it would not be treating unfairly since one, they haven't applied, and two, it would not qualify as a yard extension.
And there's 2 points to that, right? Because it's a buildable lot, one, and two, it doesn't share the same street name. Is that correct?
Correct. The buildable lot portion would only come in if they had already had another yard extension and then wanted a second lot. It could also come in if there was, if it did have an adjoining parcel, or not parcel, but an adjoining boundary, and it wasn't buildable. You are correct. It could be then used for a yard extension, but because it doesn't qualify under 6.2 and it is buildable, then correct, it would not qualify under the yard extension program.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sutton, who's the owner and the applicant, so this is FMJ Properties LLC. Ms. Sutton, was there any questions or anything you wanted to add here before we make a decision?
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. Fran Sutton, Kansas City, Kansas. I am listening to this as a female developer, and I will tell you firsthand, women bring something entirely different to the table. And as I'm listening to this, I hear neighbors and community members saying, whether they do it correctly or not, that they use this lot to create community in this area. I don't want to take that away from them. And what I might want to suggest is, how can we help them do this correctly? What is the criteria to make this a green space for the community? I'm willing to donate 2 picnic tables. I'm willing to help with this. How do we do this right? How do we help them follow the letter of the guidelines and to do it right? I don't have to build a house there. How many land bank lots do we have now, Michael? What are we down to? About at least 3,000 now? We can do this somewhere else, but it is clear that they use this for community. Can we help them do it right and to do it within the letter and the boundaries of what is acceptable practice in the community, so that they're not doing it incorrectly? So how can we do that so that they can continue to create community in this piece of 21st and Quindaro?
Thank you. Ms. Sutton, I just kind of want to ask if, would you be interested in finding another lot?
Sure, I'll find another lot. That's fine.
Thank you so much. And we can work with staff. I mean, I'm just making decisions. I'm assuming we're all going to go ahead and do this, but I think if Ms. Sutton just withdraws her application, staff can work with Mr. Caldwell to get a application that is not a yard extension, but follows our ag usage, and then we can come up with some sort of resolution. Commissioner Stites and then Commissioner Bynum. Oh, okay. Commissioner
Well,
Stites.
I think what Ms. Sutton just stated is what I was hoping that would happen here. So that 2647 would be able to apply appropriately. And I'm assuming that would be for a garden. Hopefully that is the case. And then that would then apply. And I hope that no time passes so that we're here discussing this again. So Mr. Caldwell, I hope that you can get this application turned around quickly and work with staff and continue the good work that you guys are doing in the community. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Sutton, also.
Well, I appreciate it.
All right. Legal, if the applicant has withdrawn, I guess we've never had this happen before, do we need to take action as a committee on a withdrawn application?
No action is required.
Okay, so as long as it's just within that record that WO has been withdrawn, I guess no action would also kind of be like you kind of got shut down anyway. So, okay. Thank you all so much for that lively conversation. We have two more. Let's do WOB3.
WOB3, Urban Haven LLC. This application actually has changed slightly from what you're seeing on your map. So it was originally these 3 parcels, and now it's down to 2 after the applicant met with the neighborhood group. But I will go ahead and read the neighborhood group's comments. Strugglers Hill, after careful consideration and discussion, Strugglers Hill Roots residents are not in a position to support multi-lot development proposals at this time. While remaining open to thoughtful community-aligned growth in the future, residents have expressed significant concerns about the potential impact large-scale development could have under the current conditions. Specifically, neighbors are worried about rising property taxes, increasing prices, ongoing tariffs, the economic uncertainty created by the current war, and the potential for a recession. Taken together, these factors create a level of instability that makes it difficult for residents to feel confident about approving multiple developments simultaneously. At this time, residents believe that smaller incremental approaches are more appropriate for safeguarding affordability and stability within the neighborhood. And additional context on this again, developer initially requested these 3 lights that are highlighted. They've since meeting with the neighborhood group, cut it down to 3. It's just difficult for me to go back and change the mapping portion, but you will see just 2 parcels over here. And then just some additional context to this area, since B4 is also in Strugglers Hill, and they are both trying to do duplexes or duplex projects. This entire area is currently zoned R2 or R2B, which allows duplexes to be built by right. And then the future land use map for this area within the Northeast Area Master Plan is either lower medium density or high medium density, which both speak to missing middle, which would be duplexes, tris, and quads. So I just want to add that additional to this area. I think this area has been receiving a little bit more attention because this is where duplex was recently built. This is where developers are now seeing comps. That's why we're seeing a push or a surge of duplex applications within this neighborhood.
Thank you. Okay, let's stay on B3 because this is with opposition. Clerk, did we receive any comments for this item?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
For the folks in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to this item? Say your name, city of residence, you'll have 3 minutes. Please make sure your mic is on, Ms. Donald. Oh, okay. We will get you a working microphone.
All right, I'm Rochelle Donald, the president of Struggler Hill Roots Neighborhood Association. With this particular one, with B3, we have been in contact with the applicant, and there were some concerns with the information that the applicant provided. We looked at their LLC. They just received their LLC March 24th, I believe, of this year. We also looked at their plan, which wasn't much of a plan for the lots. So for us, those were some red flags. The other thing was that we made it clear to the applicant that right now for our area, we are more interested in single family projects right now. We're not really looking to the multifamily projects. We've already been hit. One project was approved just a few weeks ago that we had opposed, but you guys approved it for these very reasons that we stated. We are not only taking in consideration the fact that we are interested in the single family, but we are also looking at what is actually happening within our area, what's happening within Wyandotte County, but also what's happening nationally regarding the housing market, regarding job situations, you name it. We're taking all of that into consideration. Matter of fact, one of the guys that was just here that with Pure Development, I was asking him, what are you guys looking at as far as rents for your project? And he was like, well, we really don't know right now because of the cost of materials. So when we think about that and the fact that the Northeast is a prime location right now for development, and you have all these different developers that are wanting to do these multifamily developments, to me, there are some red flags concerning that. And so for strugglers, we're trying to do the best that we can to somehow stabilize our particular area if we can, because we don't want
1 minute remaining.
we don't want our residents forced out. But for this particular applicant, like I said, there were just some red flags with the information that they sent over to us, to where we're not sure that this applicant actually has the capacity to develop something on this scale in this particular area. And we do not want just any or anything built in our area. We already have a situation right now where there are apartments that have been sitting vacant for months. And we went through a situation with that particular developer, and he has not reached out back to us since. He knows, because we've been asking him, how are things going? There has been no response. So we don't want more projects like this happening in the strugglers area, considering everything that's happening right now and what's going on right now, even nationally.
Thank you so much. Are there any other public comments for this item? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, any questions or comments for this item? Yes, Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you. If a developer is unable to, do what they do, what they plan on doing on a particular parcel, then what is the remediation and in what timeline? Does it go back into the land bank?
Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. So what you all are approving at these meetings and then at the full Board of Commissioner meetings is an option agreement that gives developers 1 year to see if they can pull everything together. Within that year, we request that they provide us with a building permit, which means they work with Greg Tonkin and his staff. And then that they also provide us with proof of financials that they have the capacity to finish their build. So that'll be a approval letter from a lender, or some even just bring us their banking statement. If it gets to the end of that year and no progress, we can allow them one extension administratively without coming back to you all. If it gets to the end of that second year and still no permits pulled, then we bring it back to you all for what would be an additional extension if you all want them to continue.
Thank you. You know, I think it's an important point only because, you know, we talked about, I think part of the opposition, at least in what was read, was something about the fact that the uncertain economic conditions, things like that, and those things are important, but the person who's taking the risk is the person who's applying, is going to put their, you know, their capital down to build something. That's the way I look at it. Secondly, you know, if they don't make good on it, then, you know, they took all the risk to do something. And if they can't make good on it, then they didn't make good on it, and then we remediate, you know. So I understand some of the concerns. I think some of the concerns primarily that I would see from a neighborhood perspective would just be that neighbors would rather not see multi-family or multi-unit sort of concepts and rather do single-family homes. But then the counter argument is, well, then perhaps there won't be any single-family homes. Usually the market will demand what is able to be built in a certain area. And if a single-family home hasn't been built there in however many years, then perhaps the market for it is just not there. You know, these are lots that we're trying to put something on that can add some value. We talked about property taxes. Somebody in the reading of it said something about property taxes. The thing I think about is, well, the only way you decrease your property taxes, one of the ways is at least to, you know, spread out the property taxes among the entire community. So if 4 more people, or at least 3 units, 2 bedrooms each, if, let's just call it that, if 6 more people are living on that piece of land than before, that's 6 people potentially, or at least three heads of households who are paying property taxes. So, you know, for all those reasons, I would recommend that we move forward with it.
Thank you so much. And I think when we talk about like national trends, we should talk about housing experts that will say only building single family homes and nothing else in your area actually does not bring down the cost for anybody at all. Right. And you don't have to trust anything Commissioner Davis says. You can go and put it in Chat GPT, and there are reputable folks that do this work every day that study housing that will tell you one of the reasons why we are in a housing crisis in this country is because of the obsession with single family homes. And so the idea that bringing in just one family or one person and that's going to help is just not, it's not helpful, right? Let's also consider just the fact that a single family home right now is very unaffordable. And so good luck on trying to attract young professionals. It's just not going to happen, right? Unless you are well financed. And so I do think we have to reconcile our desires for affording the quality of life that we want, and then the types of development that we bring in and whether or not it pays off. That's just my perspective. Any other comments, ideas? Public comments closed, ma'am. Okay. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Second.
Clerk, can we get the roll?
Can I verify who made the second, please?
Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you. Roll call. Stites?
Aye.
Pacheco?
Aye.
Howard?
Aye.
Bynum?
No.
Davis?
Aye.
The vote is 4-1. The motion carries.
Okay. B4, Mr. Sutton.
Yes, the last item on our agenda. WOB4, Beauty for Ashes Developer. Get this changed. This is at 1027, 1029, 1031 Oakland Avenue, 1410 North 10th, 1006 Everett, 1008 Everett, 1010 Everett, and 1012 Everett. And the comment was the same as the previous. Strugglers Hill. After careful consideration and discussion, Strugglers Hill Roots residents are not in a position to support multiple lot development proposals at this time, while remaining open to thoughtful community-aligned growth. In the future, residents have expressed significant concerns about the potential impact large-scale development could have under current conditions. Specifically, neighbors are worried about rising property taxes, increasing prices, ongoing tariffs, the economic uncertainty created by the current war, and the potential for a recession. Taken together, these factors create a level of instability that makes it difficult for residents to feel confident about approving multiple developments simultaneously. At this time, residents believe that smaller incremental approaches are more appropriate for safeguarding affordability and stability within the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk. Do we have any comments for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised.
For the folks here in person, anybody like to speak to this application? State your name, city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Rochelle Donald, Struggler Hill Roots Neighborhood Association. Just to address what you guys were talking earlier about with the single-family housing. Now, earlier with the no opposition group, a number of single-family homes went through. There are people wanting single-family housing, and you guys just agreed with it. We, as strugglers, we have been in contact with developers that are interested in our area, that are wanting to work with us to create single-family houses and duplexes. So we do have those kind of things in the process, but we are not in a hurry to do a bunch of multifamily developments at one time. So now you guys have just approved a second one, which that's been within a month. If you approve this one, that's going to be 3 multifamily developments. So I'm just really questioning, again, the process, because this is what the residents are saying. These are our concerns. They know what they want in their particular area, but you guys are coming back and saying, okay, well, this is the market, these are the We're also talking to the experts. We're also talking to other developers that have developments going on within Wyandotte County. They're also making us aware of what's going on with the cost of materials and different things like that, and also dealing with the UG. So it's not like we're going into this blindsided or, just not understanding anything. We're trying to, if anything, let you guys know that because of the way this process is going, it can actually create a lot of instability that is truly unnecessary. But because there is this drive to, we got to get these lots sold, we've got to get them, pushed out there. My thing is that, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I'm like, at some point, you're going to have to slow the process down and really start.
1 minute remaining.
Residents are saying, because you are, Greg, I think his name was Token, or with the NRC earlier, they were already talking about the issues with the staffing. There's not enough staffing. There's so many things, the instability within the UG to pull something on this massive scale when you have 3,000 land bank lots, but yet we're pushing to get these lots sold. So there are just some things that are not making sense to me. I appreciate the fact that you guys are trying to get development done in the Northeast, but I think there's a lot more to consider than just getting rid of the lots. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments for this item? Please state your name, city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Eleanor Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. In observing what's going on here, I just want to say, and I thank you, Commissioner Bynum, for mentioning that the mayor wants to convene Northeast neighborhoods because that's extremely important. $200,000 was spent in 2018 to convene the Northeast neighborhoods and neighbors. We had over close to 600 people who attended each those 4 sessions. And it was basically saying, this is your plan, neighborhoods. This is what you want. We're going to listen to you and tell us what you want. And so that went through. We had a similar process on the Northeast KCK Heritage Trail. The same thing. This is your plan. What do you want? We will listen to you. And all that went well. We participated, people came and so forth. Now what I am seeing, to be very honest with you, I am seeing an exclusion of the real comprehensive knowledge and value that neighborhoods and neighborhood people who are concerned, everybody's not going to be here till midnight, concerned about developing in their area. Most of the people there have stayed in that area where they could have gone elsewhere. So that is what I want to say about this. I also want to bring in the fact that when Mayor Alvey was mayor, there was a proposal on the plan to do, Rob Richardson was going to lead it, and infield training, and that was next. Those types of things would have brought the information and the knowledge to the neighborhoods. So I'm sorry, I didn't bring my glasses, so I'm trying to do this in a very short period of time. Also, the redevelopment plan. We have only one neighborhood for sure, and another neighborhood is on the brink of developing its redevelopment plan, something that was not even considered or heard of before we had the 2019 change in land bank policy. So what that means is that we have one neighborhood out of X number of neighborhoods.
1 minute remaining.
Come to the table, present a plan that the commissioners are looking at and saying, okay, we sanction that. Those neighborhoods and neighbors are having an opportunity to say, these are the housing types that we want: single family, multifamily, green spaces, so forth and so on. Should not the same thing be available to all the neighborhoods, especially those that are trying to work with you to eliminate these 3,000 plus vacant lots? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion because there's no one else from the public there. I will say this, and colleagues, please, if you all have comments, I think this is a impasse, and it could be generational. It could be, I don't know, but number one, I don't know when there are statements made of this is what the neighborhood wants, but I'm seeing some of the same 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. That's hard, right? I live in a neighborhood where there's 25 of us in townhomes, and when we make decisions, we engage all, and we have minutes, and we have some sort of way to say the entire constituency is represented, not just these particular voices. And so that's kind of one worry. The other worry is I would challenge the idea that we aren't doing what the neighbors want. We just had the situation where Caring Neighbors was in favor of the application, and then we did what the neighborhood wanted. So I don't think that the Northeast is as monolithic as it's being presented. I think in this particular case, we have a developer that's trying to do something meaningful, and I'm looking at how many homes are in that area, and I'm counting maybe 4, right? And they're wanting to bring in development. I could be wrong. There could be a little bit more within that area, but if you all have other developers that are wanting to bring in single family homes, we would love to work with them and get them approved. The question is, what happens when it's not single family homes, right? And I think this is more of a and, not an or. Not necessarily looking multi-unit versus single family, but saying, we need them all. The Northeast desperately needs them all. And we have put different components in the policy to try to get the voices to the table, but there are times where as elected officials, we have to make really tough decisions. The battery storage deal that we voted on last week is a great example, right? That wasn't in the Northeast, but those folks are probably, some of them, just as upset with us about making that decision as you all are tonight. And so this is not an easy decision, but it is a decision that these are decisions we have to make, because at the end of the day, when Wyandotte County gets criticized for having so many vacant lots, they're not going to blame the neighborhoods. They're not. They're going to blame us. They're going to say, why are you elected officials not doing more to develop and bring more housing and density and population to your city? I'm getting off my soapbox. Other questions, comments, concerns? What do we want to do with this last application? Is there a motion? Yes, Commissioner Pacheco.
Oh, I do know my question. So perhaps Commissioner Howard might be able to answer it better than I don't know. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but what I'm trying to understand is, does something like this go against the master plan of
I can answer that. Yeah, no,
Sorry.
The future land use area for the Northeast area master plan, this area is covered. It's a mix of lower medium density and high medium density, which if you look directly at the plan, that points to duplexes, triplexes, quads. But with that said, I think it's important to remember that a really good, healthy neighborhood is going to have a healthy mix of some of all that, so that different price points can be hit. To Commissioner Davis's point, you can't really expect all of these lots to have a single family home on them. That's not going to address all of the needs and problems that we have. From the housing data or the market analysis that was done in 2023, we're behind at least, at minimum, 4,000 units. And so really it's kind of not to say you get anything you take, right? We still want to be smart. Good development still matters. Good design still matters. But with that said, for this neighborhood, the current zoning matches and the future land use also overlays with this to say that, yes, this would be an allowable project.
And who creates the master plan for a certain area?
So I wasn't here when this one was created, but it should have been a combination of the community and the local government. And I'm assuming there were probably some consultants involved.
So there is community input.
There should have been, yes.
And sorry, and one final point that was there. Yeah, you got anything else to add?
Northeast master plan?
Yeah, just trying to understand the process because I think that's.
I wasn't here either,
Okay.
but I know Elnora just mentioned that there was like 600 people total that came to those meetings.
So there was community input for the master plan, which apparently includes this type of use. Okay, and then the only other thing that I heard was that we had already approved other single family homes, and that's because the market in whatever that particular lot allowed. That's the thing. I mean, we didn't, the market is what the market is. If a developer thinks that we can do one single home and it's going to sell, well, then that's what they're going to build. But in certain areas, there may not be the demand. And the only challenge for me is, when I hear like, well, we're working with other developers, well, then they kind of need to be at the table. They need to be the ones applying for these land bank uses. So if they're not and somebody else is and they have a good use for it, that's within the master plan that the community had input in. And to me, I think we're using it in a just manner, a manner that has taken the community input into account. And so I would move to approve this one.
I'll go ahead and second that. Or did you want to add anything? Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum, at large one. My only request with this and so much of the Northeast area in general is I've had a lot of one-on-one conversations. I've asked a lot of different people. I don't know that we've found an answer With permission, I'll go to the Historical Museum and ask them to do the research, but I would really like to know at what point in the last 50, 60, 70 decades did so much of the property in Northeast KCK become anything more than R1, when we can clearly see, you can look at this lot and see it. It was single-family housing. So when did the zoning change? When and how did the zoning change in so much of the Northeast? And I just really want to know for my own education as much as helping to guide the future of these land bank lots. And I'm just asking it as a request, and I don't know who to make the request of. I'm going to go to the museum. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Do we know, I've pulled up the master plan just to see here. And from a land use standpoint, there's lower medium density residential and then medium higher density residential. I don't see low residential, right? So when I hear lower medium residential, I don't hear that and think just single family homes. You know, so, and this is R2, so that's not aggressive. We're not talking high rises, we're not talking too light, but in the actual master plan, it says lower medium density residential. So I don't know if there's additional information that someone can educate me on to say, Commissioner Davis, when it says lower medium density residential, it just means single family homes and that's it. But maybe that could be the reason, I don't know. I'm struggling to see how R2 doesn't fit into lower medium density residential. We did have a motion made by Commissioner Pacheco, a second by myself, Commissioner Davis, to approve this item. Clerk, can you get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard, Bynum,
No.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-1. The motion carries.
Okay, clerk, well, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'm so moved.
Davis second. Clerk, can you get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0. Motion carries.
Have a good night.